Over here to Kong Kong, 4-0. 2 charges away from those knives. Pushing forward for another, he will find it. Stacks gets taken down, Buzz desperately wanting someone to push him into the smoke here, but like you said,
EDG का मैच चल रहा है
patiently, and in fact just gone fishing. Once again, getting rewarded. Meteor will be able to find one, stops it from another flawless, but EDG overall very cleanly will carry forward their weapons as they start things off 2-0 here on Split.
Yeah, and even though this is somewhat the way that EDG will play on this side, the other thing they like to do, if they're going to go for fast hits, a lot of times it's B. They'll go just into garage and cut down that backside lane to try to clear that while fighting from the ground into heaven. And maybe they send one lurker up, but that's neither here nor there. So we might be seeing a bit of a different look. But in general, they spread the map. They're willing to take their time. They're willing to find those fights and set themselves up in favorable situations. And patience pays off again for them. So let's see what T1 can respond with now. Full rifles in hand. It's the bonus for EDG. Tap there. Hong Kong wants those blades. Absolutely, he will pop those right away with that Spectre to back it up.
For the entry here, Izu taking down one, but just traded out here. Hong Kong just runs down Stacks. Straight for the round with a Spectre in hand. Comes away with the kill, gets a weapon upgrade. T1 now very much on the back foot. Buzz tagged down to 12. Drone spotting out Meteor. Apparently a sent, but play off of this one. Chichu taking a bit of this damage, forced into the open. Buzz able to collect one. Spawn Keller here on the corner, has nobody in behind. 2 more kills and Buzz will just have to drift away. Whisper on the wind as EDG converts this bonus. A 3-0 start on T1's pick of Split.
Yeah, and right now, this comp change isn't going so well for T1. Izu, the desk was highlighting him, a phenomenal Yoru. Yeah, they might catch him here, you're right.
He's wise to it. Smoggy to be caught with knife in hand. Buzz has managed to come away with another, but a minor consolation. This bonus conversion here for EDG absolutely stings for T1.
Yeah, they're winning in these opening duels, and like I was saying, Izu, yes, very good at Yoru typically. And it's not like he hasn't played it on this map, but you know, you can see some of the discomfort in him. He is able to win that opening duel this time, but it's immediately traded. A good paranoia onto Stacks, forces him to fight up close and personal, and Kong Kong's just too fast for him. There you go, at least Buzz gets the consolation, but EDG looking really in control right now, being really patient behind this Viper utility.
Eagle Big didn't spot anything, but this is all a bit of a ruse here as Sylvan tries to sell this, but EDG are not really biting. They do get forced away. Izu eats a copious amount of damage though. Down to 49. Tell EDG very suspicious about this corner.
They've been doing their homework. They're looking really well prepared, even with the agent comp change that T1 is bringing in today. Hasn't really fooled them too much. They're just trying to figure out if pushes. So far though, T1 happy to play it a little bit more passive. See if they can gum up the works a bit. There's no information on the other side of the map, so EDG has to wait this out a little bit. Check sewers, check their spawn, make sure that nobody's coming through that way. Because that's definitely something a player like Meteor will do to you. You gotta be aware.
Pushing toward the tailwind in. Izu able to find one, but then gets full flash taken down by nobody. One so far, but Meteor now dropping as he tries to swing out from heaven. The site gets busted open.
30 seconds left.
Realistically found here, Buzz just trying to disrespect the snake bite, walk over and find a timing. Cannot do so. He falls, Stacks will follow soon. With just one death, EDG move up 4-0 to start.
They're just so clean right now. Any kill that's
एक
found is
नंबर आराम
immediately
से जाएगा
traded.
भाई हम
For
जीतेगा
EDG, they're just really on the ball, really on point, and this is what a championship team looks like. The communication, the coordination, the map awareness is all there for them right now. You're definitely going to be thinking about a timeout here as T1 because this is not going to plan, and you're getting beat up at the point of attack in particular. And then you're just kind of walking in one by one, giving EDG some of these duels, and they're happy to take them because they are way too good in the moment.
Very necessary timeout call here from the birthday boy, Coach Autumn.
That's right, it is Autumn's birthday.
Well, I think this is not quite the start to the series that he would have wanted in his birthday wishes, but that's why we see the timeout call. Try to rectify things, get it realigned.
टाइम आउट कॉल किया भाई EDG इस तरह देगा T1 से.
Glimmer of it before the timeout screen come up. Izu contemplating bringing the operator now into round 5.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's going to be an important piece of the puzzle here for them to get their footing on this defensive side and really take over this half. They need to get Izu fired up. We saw what he could do on Pearl. We saw that tremendous 4K he had that started off with those 2 great op shots into a dimensional drift. Doesn't have the dimensional drift yet, but if he gets one shot off, he will have it. Kong does have the blades to back things up if he feels like it. You never know he's going to pull those out. He just sometimes just it's on a whim.
क्या हो रहा है 1 सेकंड रुक.
It's very, very good, of course. One away
Hold on,
from
hold on, hold
Armageddon
on.
as well for nobody. So some important ults going to be coming into cycle potentially in this round. And an aggressive push out of A.
ऐप दबाने से थोड़ा वाइड से आ जा रहा, कोई दिक्कत नहीं.
Simon is chilling. They're anticipating
Nice walk.
this. They're so ready.
एक नंबर अच्छा वॉल था वाइपर का.
They expected that to be a little bit more aggressive with the op, and they were ready to set up the trap. But so far, T1 was just clearing the corner enough to.
तो ऐसा क्या लग रहा है T1 बहुत पैसिवली खेल रहा है.
Vault line and Izu cannot get out fast enough. Kong just far too swift. Operator on the floor. It's a little bit of spam damage to the smoke. Buzz now dead at ramp.
Nice.
Smoggy narrowly survives.
Smoggy
6 HP and Kong now in deep past screens has backup. Sylvan will find one, but instantly the trade is there.
Nobody क्या करेगा देखते हैं. लड़ कर रहा है. ले गया. Nice.
The operator, the timeout. They find 0 value.
They're just getting beat. I mean, it's just a good fault line. And Kong's so swift to react again. It's the coordination, it's the communication that EDG brings. He's so fast to follow up off of that. There's no time to react for Izu. Tries to get out. And then again, you know, that kill, that's great. There's somebody there to trade right away.
Nice.
I think needs to give up a little bit of space, play a bit more for retake. These early aggressive positions that they're taking are just getting destroyed.
क्यों जबरदस्ती का टीपी करने का मतलब क्या था वहाँ पे? पहले वहाँ खड़ा रहता. Useless util waste किया आपने. Nice. देख गलत मारते थोड़ा सा और आ गया था. क्लियर किया. यूटिल बर्बाद करके भाई कौन क्लियर करता भाई.
Backing away, leaving Kong. Meantime, stealth drone out, trying to check around towards this B site. Reposition from Sylvan has to come through. This is the TP.
Look
at these salvos.
Chichu कहाँ कर रहा है? Chichu कहाँ है? Chichu को दिखाओ.
Back into this corner once again. Time starting to tick away. 45 seconds remaining here in the round. EDG not liking what they've seen around mid, around B, so it looks like they can once again just rotate over towards that A site. Izu here on his lonesome. Try to slow them down on this approach. 30 seconds.
Ult कर ले Izu. Ult कर ले.
Lays there. Gonna back off. Tailwind forward. Stacks gonna be the bomb. Tries to go drop down, and Kong still so snappy with it. Finds one. Flashes up above around the top of the screen here. Izu. Wow. Fadeaway shot on a Simon.
Nice.
It's still wreaking havoc. Needs to hit that one, but cannot.
Izu को ले लिया.
Takes that one. Doesn't realize it's getting hit from behind. Sylvan now with everything to do, but he cannot stop this plan.
Sylvan नहीं सकेगा. मर जाएगा Sylvan.
Extremely difficult for Sylvan. No guns available until he is able to clear this corner.
मर गया.
Around the elbow, Chichu.
Ready for the swing out. Ready for the instant trade. Sylvan would have to just hit this shot. Pop forward. Finds the
Nice shot.
He did not. Doesn't have a gun. Doesn't have a clue.
Alun था.
Attempt, but Chichu will ensure that EDG continue the streak.
He's so good, man. He's just unbelievable this event. So clutch. Every time you need him to step up, it feels like Chichu's good for it. Kong is just flying around the map right now. It is just full-on W key for him. He is just running and gunning with that Phantom and knocking T1 players down. There is not much that they've been able to do. That was one of their better rounds, and I appreciate the way that T1 played that. They gave up that extra space. They let EDG come towards the site before they tried to spring their trap. Here comes one of these B hits. Sylvan looking like he's going to be under a lot of pressure.
Stand your ground.
Again, forcing some space over towards mid, but Kong immediately finding one Meteor. Not realizing that he was not in the clear, gets taken down. That's just another devastating start. Round after round here, T1 finding no advantages.
Spike planted.
Given that you once again have that operator in play, it's gonna take a big opening here from Buzz to want to recommit back into this one.
I don't think they will. I'd just save at this point. I don't think there's any hope.
Seems like the call has been made. Question for Kong is, does he go on the hunt? The answer will be no. EDG just play this out flawlessly and will be able to do so. 7-0 on the attacking side here on split. The blows keep coming, and T1, they are not keeping themselves on their feet.
They cut it. Championship quality EDG is showing up. I mean, we've already seen a couple 13-0s from them this year. Hasn't been on this map. So far, they are completely in cruise control. There's going to be a bunch of ults for T1 in the next round there. Oh, it went down into the bottom underneath the rope and clipped across it, yeah. Meteor thought he had escaped it, but it just had a little bit of extra. Oomph down in the bottom there and caught him.
Oh, you see the wide shot. That can only mean one thing. No, not a tech pause. Lauren's not here right now, but it's another timeout call.
Yep, has to be.
7-0. T1 throwing everything now at this. No more interaction going to be allowed unless EDG decide to use their own timeouts. But right now, why the hell would they?
I mean, the first kills have to be through the roof for EDG right now. I mean, there's been a few where T1 got the first kill and then it was immediately traded. I think it was one, and then it was just immediately traded. I mean, there is just nothing that they can get going. EDG is so crisp, so fast, so furious.
The things the analyst was talking about, if you can't find that round win, Buzz be that high rallying point? How can he get the ball rolling? How are you supposed to bring the energy up? How can Buzz be that hype guy? How can he get the ball rolling for the rest of the team? Come into this though, another operator. As 4 ultimates are available. Given the way that these rounds have begun, the question, can T1 get to a point in the round state they can actually utilize them?
Right. Right. It's so tricky. They're being so smart with their movement, avoiding this op. It's like nobody knows exactly what's going to happen after these timeouts. The coaching staff has done such a good job preparing EDG, even with the comp changes, the tendencies that T1 has been playing with. There goes that Blade Storm.
The knives are popped up and over the top. There's the flash. The blind goes through. Kong needs an immense amount of damage, but still able to stick the landing. Swaps to the shorty. Stax gets obliterated. Buzz trade at the same time there at tower. Showstopper not getting
Spike planted.
any eliminations. And once again for T1 in this position. How do you try to get out? Simon tucked to the corner, does get hit by that paranoia. Izu's able to find one.
Still have the Rolling Thunder though.
And they're just fully entrenched and ready to send this. I'm going to be taken down. Looks like that will convince him to go ahead and send the Rolling Thunder. Minor consolation, but Simon reads it absolutely gorgeously. Swoops in, finds it up once again. Lost round once again. Lost. EDG are absolutely running away with this.
And the util combos here, so good. To just isolate Stax. It gave him everything there. The fault line, the paranoia. And Stax is just blind and stunned. What can you do? Kong's coming up and over you. Forget it. He's not going to give you those opportunities. It looked like maybe they'd found a way in, found an op pick, found a kill, but with that Rolling Thunder in the back pocket, it's always going to be in your mind. When is that going to come out? When are they going to press that advantage? A couple Spectres being bought here. So desperate, a nice opening pick for Izu though. Gets out cleanly.
Cutting through.
She needed to really kill. Still though, only 2 Spectres behind. 4T1, so firepower is still fairly weak, but swing onto the corner. Izu's going to be good for a second. Just be traded out. Smoggy able to find 1 Meteor. Tucked away there in the corner. At this range, just doesn't have a hope in hell. Smoke going to be dissipating here in heaven. Snakebite coming down to try to slow up Buzz.
Last player standing.
Smoggy is just ripping people to shreds. Well, all of this chaos is happening in heaven. Smoggy has sent a T1 to hell. 9-0 now. The pain continues.
This is the round for T1. It's like, okay, we can do it this time, but I'm a bit confused why Izu doesn't pop
Enemy
his ultimate here. After he gets 2 kills, I think it's totally worth it to go for the dimensional drift, try to get the info on where the rest of the players are, and set up for that. And then Meteor drops down, he's stuck in a corner, tries to fight things out, has no help. The help
As a Spectre.
Yeah. And now Kong Kong's got an op.
Scoops it up, says thank you very much. They can just afford to buy one. They have plenty of cash. There's 0 hope for T1 to try to drain the coffers. Maybe 0 hope for them to get a single round win right now in this half. Kong Kong hits another incredible shot. 2-player advantage. Spike coming into play. A tap and a reposition, just trying to see what reaction they can get out of T1. EDG realizing, oh, there's still over a minute remaining on the clock.
Yeah, they've got all the time in the world.
TP into sight. Sylvan flashed up. Simon keeps him at bay. Off shot going to be going wide. Smoggy able to find 1. Buzz, however, traded out. Sylvan doing his damnedest.
Down B.
That's a nice headshot, but Simon will go ahead and cut him down to size 10-0. There's not been a 13-0 on the global stage since Gambit versus Team Secret at 2021 Champions, where the VCT really began. Right now, we might be witnessing new history in the making.
I mean, it's just incredible what they're able to do. And because they're able to take that site so early, they have a ton of time to just wait. And they know what the economy is like for T1. It's bad. And they can drag an extra, gun, an extra half shield out of them by just being patient. They're so good. You just have to be in awe of what this EDG team is capable of at their best. They can destroy anyone. They weren't kidding in their pre-show video.
Hard to disagree. Crossfire going to be broken up a bit. Stax finally gets himself on the board with an elimination here. Good timing on the rope. Meteor pushing forward, finding Chichu. Player advantage now. Found for T1 for the first time in this map. Tap of the plant. Nobody. Quick peek over towards ramp, but still audioless, caught off guard. Stax will be able to find him. Now it all comes down to Simon. Was a miracle worker for them in the past when they made their run to become champions, and he needs to do it again. And he gets that first step, but Stax, maybe starting to come alive, is able to find the round here for his squad. And T1, they will not join the records there of Team Secret at global events. They will not go down without a fight. They get 1 round win so far in the half.
Yeah, and I like this a lot from T1. Give up that little bit of extra space and then set up the trap and spring it into action. A good paranoia from Sylvan connects, and then they know that they have Chichu stuck right by the rope. They're able to punish him. Play a little back and forth by the box. Use that Viper toxic screen as well that they brought in for this match today. Finally getting some value out of it. You're able to keep most of your guns. Sylvan has to go for a Guardian and the regen shield. You have a Viper's Pit for Meteor. Curious to see what they want to do with that. But you do have the pit as well for EDG. So if they can get into that post plant with Chichu alive, make it all the more difficult. Meteor's going to just send him in and they're going to challenge it.
Yep, push
Oh
forward.
my God.
Meteor, dead. Hits the floor. It's Kong Kong.
Nice shot भाई क्या मारा जेट
Immediately removes
He's fearless.
that
एक
hit
shot
from
में
the
खत्म
equation.
Absolutely fearless. You Gotta love that.
He's fearless, he's bold, and he's certainly damn on point right now. Nothing gonna be spotted there.
नहीं कर लेगा बेटा बॉर्ड को ऊपर जा
Sylvan having to tuck
मरेगा
back
ये
away. The paranoia does slow the tide here for the moment. He and Buzz getting completely and utterly surrounded. Nice
What
little
the
trance on
hell?
Guardian.
Nice
Sylvan
two
able to
kill.
find two. Chichu gonna be taken down at the same time as Stacks. Arrives in heaven. However, still snappy with it. Finds the first, cannot find the second. And now it's down to nobody. The Prowler from heaven knows the location of one, finds the other. But once again, Stacks there to bail them out in the round.
भाई T1 हार जाएगा ऐसे चलेगा तो T1 हार जाएगा
So far out in front.
It's hard to imagine that T1 can come back from this. This EDG squad came to play. 2 days off,
देख
no
रहा
problem at all.
Stacks and Buzz,
देख
they've
रहा
done it before. That series.
टैप
versus
ट्रांसफर
really
देख
good,
रहा
but
टिक
I
टिक
don't know.
टिक
Something different about this one here today. We'll see what happens when we come back from the break.
Had it with your old phone? We've got you. At Verizon, trade in any old phone for iPhone 16 Pro on us on any plan and get iPad and Apple Watch Series 10 all
मतलब जितना भी देख लो तुम घूम फिर के भाई इतना अच्छा अच्छा क्या ही बोले अब भाई ऐसे ऐसे शॉट्स हम लोग गेम में मारता भाई कोई ये नहीं बोलता लेकिन यहाँ कितना जबरदस्त आराम से लोग खेल रहा है मार रहा है भाई निकाल रहा और क्या चीज बताओ भाई इतना बेहतरीन शॉट्स अभी ऐसे अभी जैसे DRX का ये है भाई ये बंदा मतलब इतना मस्त आराम से ईजू इतना निकाल रहा है किल उसको कोई देख भी ना कोना में बैठा है मस्त आराम से गेम निकाल रहा है वैसा अगर हम लोग बैठता भाई हम लोग कैंपर बोल देता है वो प्लेन बैठता भाई वो कैंपर नहीं है ना अब क्या ही बोले डे 6 आज बैंकॉक का पहला मैच चल रहा है फर्स्ट हाफ हुआ है अभी बैंकॉक में तुम ये देख लो कि भाई बंदे
Going into the
इतना
second half,
अच्छा अच्छा
Sylvan
ट्रांसफर
putting
दे
map
रहे
will
हैं
split. As you can see
तुम
from the
कुछ
scoreline,
कर ही
it's
नहीं
not been
पाएगा
going
अदरवाइज
T1's way. EDG dictating pretty much every single moment of this half
मस्त लग
so
रही है
far. T1, a monstrous run back needed, as this is their map pick. And Bind is on the horizon. While they have favored themselves on that map in the past,
क्या लगता है
it's not
सेकंड
been
हाफ में
going
कौन
their way.
जीतेगा
No, this is a
EDG
must-win pistol.
10
There's no
राउंड
other
से
way to cut
जीता
it.
है 2
And
राउंड
this is where
T1
that double duelist comp needs to shine, where you need to get Izu and Buzz really fired up, really start kicking indoors, just like we saw with Kong Kong on the other side of the map. 16 kills so far for Kong Kong. I believe 7 deaths. He has been absolutely electric. The
जबरदस्ती
man just
लोकेशन दे रहा है
continues to impress. No matter the game, no matter the stage. Izu able to find a little bit of space.
ब्लर करके निकल
Challenge
गया
just
जो
from fault
देखा
line to stall. It's Kong Kong.
भाई जो पूरा
Timing.
इसका प्ले पूरा मेरे जैसा मतलब अंदर है धुन
Goes for the push. Sylvan covering fire, able to find one, but Simon guns down two here on the site. Sylvan swooping out onto the rafters. Just managed to trade it back, trade it up.
पीछे
Player
कहाँ
advantage down here for the side of T1.
One enemy
Catching a
remaining.
straight headshot. Nobody up from garage.
है पीछे निकाल दिया
Here's for the stacks. It looks so good for a
पीछे
brief
निकाल दिया
moment, and then it all falls to pieces. Another pistol to EDG. As they now are up by 9 rounds.
They're just better. That's all there is to it right now. They're hitting crazy good shots. They're reading the map. They're reading the timings. You know,
One
Meteor
enemy
here
remaining.
trying to adjust, and Chichu able to find that
Planted.
narrow angle. Expects
enemy
the push
remaining.
from Sylvan. So ready for it. And they're coming at you from different angles. They're winning the shots. They're hitting their heads. Those ghosts are so potent in their hands. And now you gotta buy here. As T1, you have to. You have no choice. So it's gonna be a mix of different guns.
Oh, the
Hodgepodge.
mishmash.
Yeah, the mishmash, the hodgepodge, the bits and bobs. Everything in the kitchen sink for T1 in this round.
जबरदस्ती है क्या दो दो यहाँ पे ये डालता है
Paranoia, flash, and
Fuck so
buzz
good
on
job,
the
man.
entry. Judge in hand narrowly gets that elimination.
दो
Managed
स्मोक्स
to hold
आने
on to his life here for a little bit longer, but Meteor on that flank. Trying to stave off the wraparound. It's being picked apart.
hit that like and subscribe button bro ये मैच बहुत इंटेंस है
Sylvan just trying to hold things here.
T1 पूरा डिस्ट्रॉय हो जा रहा भाई एडी
And in the blink of an eye, all of Stax' team is dropped around him. Push onto the corner, classic in hand.
भाई
Concon
क्लासिक का वन बस्ट खाने खत्म व्हाट द
not
हेल
allowed
ब्रो
for the force buy to find purchase. EDG
आ रहा है
get
भाई
themselves up to map point.
Just the coordination again and the timing. Been hammering at this map for a reason on the broadcast because they are so good at it. Okay, a good entry here. It looks like there might be an opportunity, but look how clean he is with that stinger. And then they're all coming out of those smokes together. They're all pushing these angles
Yeah.
together. And then they swing
तीनों को
from
तीनों
different
गोली
angles
लगा
to
है
just eliminate Stacks and frustration from the IGL of T1. For sure. Anybody would be frustrated here. You wanna
Last
just
round
get a
T1
few
हार
more
जाएगा
rounds underneath your belt here as T1. See if you can get that blood flowing. See if you can get that aim under control. Because EDG is just demolishing you. Period. End of story.
One suppressed.
I feel that at this point, it's less about can we get ourselves back into this map here? Can we make a run back and take this to overtime?
टीचू
It
इतना
has to be.
अच्छा लर्क
Can we
करता
get
है एक
ourselves
बार फिर भी
online?
उसको
Yeah,
शट डाउन
Second
करता
map
रहता
find.
Exactly.
Nobody looking for a timing.
Yeah.
Drifts across.
सब नीचे घुस गए
Himself disguised for the moment. How far does he pursue? Salvin
Nice,
trying to
nice,
push him out into
nice.
the open
अच्छा
medium,
read
however,
किया था
able to win out the fight.
रेडी किया था
Information on the two players still playing here at lobby. Nobody
Yeah.
pushing up into the smoke. Meteor catches a good timing, catches a kill.
ये है यार क्या
Like starting to take away, but Chichu, ever present, finds one.
एक इधर है कि यहाँ डाल बस कहानी है
Around main, can they flush open the site? Looks like the answer's going to be no. Chichu, unless he can do something like that, hits the floor, and nearly gets himself an ace to bring this to a conclusion.
भाई एस था
Not on their side this round. Unwinnable for EDG. They cannot bring it to an end. But my God, Chichu
निकाला था भाई
nearly closes it out.
Surrounded by me.
क्या मारा है
It's just been incredible this tournament. A lot of people would say best player at the event. That right there is why, folks. This
मजाक नहीं
is
भाई
destruction.
टीचू
Chichu,
निकाला दिख रहा है
nasty, nasty transfers. Oh me, oh my.
भाई गार्डियन का बस्ट मार रहा है दिख रहा है टीपी
Absolutely robotic in the aim.
क्योंकि उसको ही पता है कि भाई सामने वाला
Nobody on the opposite
full
side of the
vibe पे
stage. I
नहीं है
think it's going to be a pretty easy round to shrug off. You still have 9 chances to close this out before you even have to worry about overtime.
Oh, look at this. Trying to set up
Yeah.
a trap play.
Izu kind of in front of this, but nobody still is able to just peek in, gets the kill, and they just get out scot-free.
One of those iterations of the Breach Tejo combo that you're going to see a lot on this map.
Kong Kong gets the headshot. Tailwinds forward. He wants a fight. He wants to scrap, but there's no one there.
And
टीचू
why
को
not?
निकाल देगा
Why not? Love it.
टीचू निकाल देगा वहाँ देखना पक्का एक किल तो कंफर्म
Slow and steady back away, Chichu. Ooh, on the repeat. Knocked down to 3 HP. Tries to slow up the approach. Kong Kong, however, getting in behind. Timing a little bit off for him. Draws back over to the Sheriff Buzz. Stunned up. Flushed out into the open. Into Kong Kong's welcoming arms.
टीचू इतना अच्छा सेटअप कर रहा अपना टीम के लिए ना वाइपर लेके भाई
And it is not on a
ये
buy round, but
इन्हें कुछ
EDG
कर ही
will
नहीं
bring
पा
this to
रहा
a
है
conclusion.
अरे चीचू चुप हो
They look to do it with one hero bulldog and some sheriffs. Sylvan swings the corners, able to find one. Needs 3 more of those, but weapons have been recovered.
आ जाएगा
The firepower in the hands of EDG.
Lovely
Stronger
shot.
Sylvan. Just rejoining the squad, needing to ace clutch to keep them in the map. Avoids the fault line, swings.
Nice.
Whoa!
Lovely. सालवन निकाला भाई सालवन नीस निकाल दिया है सालवन निकाल दिया भाई चस्पंद्रा निकाल दिया
He has come back off the bench and been a lightning rod for T1. He has had some really good maps, and this is his best moment yet.
देख
An
रहा
ace at the international level for Sylvan. Insanely well played there. The timings able to work and isolate one player after another. The ult there. EDG has to spread the map. They're not sure if he's gone to the other side. They're not sure if he's gone B. He sticks A and he's able to catch Kong Kong out. Looks like that was map done. Viper's Pit gonna be used in mid here. No challenge just yet from T1. They don't have a jet to just dash in
नहीं
there with
करना था
eyes and
एडवांस
knock the
साइड के
Viper
अंदर
out.
करना था इसको
They continue on this chase.
They back
He's
up.
managed to successfully tuck out.
Stack's gonna read this push though from Kong Kong.
साइड के अंदर करना चाहिए था इसको
Slowly creeping forward. Kong Kong, however,
नाइस
just a little bit more aware, a little bit faster. That's the spike now. Dropping the back alleys. Up split. Izu able to find one. Simon going to be taken down. Flash out. Kong Kong desperately trying to play elusively, but Sylvan on the pinch is able to find the kill. The 3v3 now is nobody. Backing away. The rotation starting to come through. Chichu having to abandon the pit. One now scratching their heads. Shoulder might have been
अरे
spotted.
जाएगा
Wanted to go for the jiggle, but Gunfire will confirm presence.
Salvo's in a snake bite here.
Push out of the smoke. They double face
नाइस
it.
नाइस नाइस
Izu able to find one. Nobody going to be taken
ट्रेड
down.
नहीं कर पाया ट्रेड नहीं ले पाया
Really nice there. An attempt at delay from Chichu, but not much he can do there.
Trying to slow it up, but now
गन प्लांट गया को नाम
double wrap around down the ramp here in towards main. Everyone from T1
इधर और मारते इधर कैसे मार डबल ऑफ तो आसान नहीं है
spotted out, flashes up over the top. Chichu, however, able to find one. Sylvan going to be taken down.
Remaining.
This is the 1v1. It seems like Smoggy knows exactly where Izu is TP2. You read that he's already pushed up into the site, taps the spike,
पीछे पीछे
swings
पीछे
out of the
सॉगी
smoke. And they're missing each
The
other
hell?
somehow, some way. Smoggy's starting to get a read on it.
Oh,
It bounces in.
Oh,
Does he have the time? I don't think he
नहीं
does.
होगा नहीं होगा राउंड खत्म
That spike is erupting. And this map is continuing.
हार गए हारा हुआ है
Five, T1. 7 rounds in a row.
oh boy. Still a massive hill to climb for T1. And this is such a cute little play there. To set up that distraction, use the salvos to clear meter out of sewers so Kong Kong can push towards spawn. And then they're able to set up that crossfire at the sewer exit. T1 does a nice job. Izu has a good flash to bail them out. Quick reactions from Sylvan to wrap back through to go towards that drop spike from Stacks.
अच्छा सालवन पूरा गेम कंट्रोल कर रहा है अभी
Find that
तो
kill.
T1 खत्म था
And look, these last couple of rounds may have been all that T1 really needed to get back into this series. Sometimes it just takes a couple, that big ace, that big moment that gets the blood
ये
pumping.
देखो चॉकलेट खा रहा है
I
भाई
mean, we'll
सब
see. I don't know. It's hard to imagine with the way
हाँ,
that
वो भी।
EDG looks today that anybody in this tournament's beating them. But
टेंशन इतना कि चॉकलेट खा रहा बताओ भाई ना टेंशन होगा भी कहने के इतना बुरा मार खा रहा
Minor
कुत्ता का
victory and
तरह
drawing out a timeout. First one here from EDG. Allowing for some further conversation from the T1 coaching staff as well.
you've got
3
all-
rounds in a row so far. Still not even at that halfway mark to running this back.
Yeah, you got a lot of alts to toy around with here as T1. You do have the Rolling Thunder for EDG. The guns are going to be a little bit scrappy on both sides. So obviously there were some forces along the way for T1. So they've got a couple
स्पैम कर
Guardians.
लेता भाई
Seen
हर राउंड
some
स्पैम
impact plays from the Guardians from both sides. It's going to be Kong Kong with that Guardian himself. That's a scary proposition there for T1, but they're able to dodge the damage.
Trying to flush him back, but now the double push. You're into it. Triple rather as Meteor's able to find one. Smoggy on the
Nice.
peak. Sheriff shot to the skull of Meteor. Does shut him down, but Showstopper and a nice shot from Stacks. Continue to open up the round. Kong Kong now. The last one standing. 1v4. Spike. Not brought forward.
Yeah.
It's Kong Kong peeks into the site. It will
समझ
be his
गया भाई,
last.
कॉम्बो में खेलेगा तो ही जीतेगा।
12-6.
It feels like T1 now starting to understand some of this push and pull that EDG is trying to create on the map. You called it out perfectly, man. They use these salvos to force them over to Ramen to try to push them into Kong Kong's push out with the Guardian towards mid, and their reaction is to send a Dimensional Drift, get the information early, so they're way more prepared for this. Buzz can be ready with the showstopper. They can be holding that angle around the corner.
Yeah.
Things like this, T1 needs a lot more of, but it's a good thing that they're starting to finally feel themselves a little bit. You only had to use 2 ults there. Still have a few more. You still have the Nightfall. You still have a Viper's Pit for Meteor. Hasn't looked too comfortable on the Viper just yet, but never know with Meteor.
कौन करता है
Turn it out
चुपचाप
at any
से?
time.
कौन क्या
Paranoia,
घर लेके जाएगा?
back sight. Connected at least on Simon.
Vault line, they're trying to slow things up. Buzz in ahead of that. Nightfall. He's managed to find one. Get traded back. Kong Kong knocking out, finding one, but
यहाँ डेडलॉक होना चाहिए था।
immediately brought back to parity. 3v3 is Chichu up and over the top of the box. Interrupts the plant, puts stacks down to low HP numbers.
Spike planted.
Sylvan in this corner, needing to win out this critical fight. The salvos start to fly.
Chichu
Stacks
निकाल
find
दिया।
one. Sylvan going to be taken down. Stacks abandoned here at 18 HP. In a 1v2.
Ooh.
Both of them. The 4K Red Bull
भाई
clutch.
साहब,
T1.
क्या मारा है
Where are
भाई,
they pulling out these hero
क्या
moments
फ्लिक था
from?
भाई।
I can't believe it. I thought this is done. I thought this is map.
Face your fear.
Chichu again looked like he was just gonna knock him out of the park. Kong Kong there with a great timing to slide down. He catches them with util in hand.
अरे वाह,
There's no return
मारा
fire.
कोच।
But still, they're able to finally find the trade. And then this looks like it's
Yep. Stop.
GG go
Shut
next.
up.
Nope. Stacks. Huge one. Now you're getting Buzz into it. Now you're getting that hype. Now you're getting that energy. Still 5 to go before you even get to overtime. So let's see what T1 can do. Let's see how long they can keep this going.
Once again, kick them back here economically, but EDG have still had some very close scraps in these thrifty attempts. A Rolling Thunder also online. Stealth drone sent, nobody to check out towards me, but Chichu continues to be the final
Chichu
boss.
3 किल लेके अकेले।
By
team,
3
team,
they
team,
come,
team.
by 3 they fall. Chichu destroys them all.
He is absolutely just unbelievable. What a tremendous player. Now he's going to throw the pit into mid. Meteor's going to try his own pit, but Simon right there to punish if he oversteps. There he goes.
The heroics have a limit. It is not an infinite stock. T1 do well to get themselves to 7 after a flat opening half, but EDG, the win for them on this map was inevitable. 13 to 7. They take away T1's map pick in dominant fashion. T1 now need to fight through Bind.
And Bind has been a bit of a struggle for him. They have not really looked comfortable on that map.
What an insane run back there from T1.
What the hell? वो लेकिन बहुत बुरा मारा भाई, मजाक नहीं, टू ऑनेस्ट बहुत बुरा मारा, एकदम नेक्स्ट लेवल मार मारा है। तो समझ रहे हो कि बंदे को 1 मिली सेकंड चाहिए किसी का खोपड़ा उड़ाने के, एकदम तुमको टाइम ही नहीं देगा तो भाई तुम करेगा क्या? रिएक्ट ही नहीं कर पाया, तुमको पता ही नहीं, वहां क्रॉस करो बैठा वो डब्बा पे ना हेड दिखता, समझ रहा, वो डब्बा पे हेड दिखता घर पे क्रॉस करके बैठता है भाई, वो डब्बा में बैठ करके वो 2 शॉट निकाला है, 2 से 3 शॉट, समझ रहे? क्या मस्त कोना पकड़ के बैठा था, मजा आ गया। अभी नेक्स्ट स्टेज है कौन सा तेरा D1 का? बाइंड गेम 2 देखते हैं। VIT और इसका G2 का ये G2 का और इसका देखते हैं क्या होता है इसका। क्या लगता है नेक्स्ट मैच में क्या होगा? एक कॉल ऑफ ड्यूटी तो कम से कम स्किन्स वगैरह फ्री में देता है, कुछ VPU भी फ्री में देता है, तो इसमें क्यों नहीं देता भाई? वाओ। VIT वर्सेस G2 जीत जाएगा। EDG मैंने पहले वो भी था, 2-3 प्रो प्लेयर जो आजकल कोच बना हुआ है वो था भाई, मजा कर बहुत अच्छा कॉल्स वगैरह सब देता है। हारने के बाद भी
Hey
एटीट्यूड
guys,
कम
Jen
नहीं
Lee
होना
here
चाहिए।
with Coach Muggle and Luna for translation. Now, Coach Muggle, dominant first half. Second half, T1 started to fight back. What did you have to tell the players during the timeout to make sure that you guys close it out?
其实，在上半场的时候，我们其实是非常统治性的一个发挥嘛，但是在下半场的时候，可能会对方有一些反击的行为。那你们是如何在暂停的时候，你都对队员说了哪些，做了哪些调整呢？
反击那几分，我觉得就是我们那个大比分了之后有点浪了嘛，然后暂停
तो
的那一分
समझ ही
主
नहीं
要
आ
是
रहा
这一
वो
分我
लेके
们 ECO，所以目的就是给对面压迫，把对面的大招打出来，然后我们长枪再去用大招应对他们就好了。
Seems like about those points that they fight back. Seems like we are a little bit too relaxed after first
Oh, yeah.
half. And then about my time out, I just told them we're gonna eco, right? So we're gonna force them to use their art and in our use our guns and to fight with their egos.
Okay, well, thank you, Muggle, and I'm gonna let you go to keep them focused.
मैं इतना बगर बगर क्या हुआ, इतना
Thank
छोटा
you so
मैं
much for
पलटा
that,
दी।
Jen. Well, we'll see. Of course, I'm not gonna lie. Look, they had me on the first half. All right, I was believing. I was
Golden
like, okay,
power.
this is gonna be maybe a 13-1. This might not be too good. But then we were starting to see some signs of life there from T1 Kukuka. But unfortunately, it came in a little too late.
Yeah, absolutely.
Look
If
at
you
that.
look right at the
T1
bottom of your
losses.
screen, just in case you just tuned in, the first 10 rounds in a row went for the side of EDG. We were having this discussion about, is this a good map to pick for this matchup? EDG knew exactly what they wanted to do here.
And T1 got exposed on some of their issues on their attack side.
ये
I
ऑफ
think it
साइड
really lends
जो मारने
into
को
with
क्या
this
बड़ा
new
खोपड़ा हो।
Yoru pick.
आजकल
Putting
टीपी
EDG
जल्दी
with
नहीं आता,
4
मैच देखा
positions
चाहे
on their
वुमेन
A
का
side
हो
anchor,
चाहे
and
इसका हो,
then having
सब
him
नर्फ है
teleport
टीम।
back and play the retake. But round after round, he was dying first to these EDG reclears.
सेम चीज
It
रेना
happened
का
twice
सब
in
भी,
A
रेना
main,
का
it
ब्लाइंड
happened
और
a
ये
couple
जो है
times
ना,
on site. And it was
मतलब
just really
डिस्मिस
good
यूज करने के लिए
thorough
टाइम
calling from
हो जाता ही
EDG
है।
to suss out how this A setup was being played, to get that initial pick, and then just snowball these site hits that they won round after round to get that 10-0 start.
Yeah, exactly. And as we said, this is a combo that they have played in the past and they have played regionally, but Meteor was in the Euro, Izu was in the Viper, and
Yeah.
Izu had a lot of experience with the Euro, so this makes a lot of sense, especially after what we saw the other day.
Yeah.
The things were just not merging today. I also think that the way that nobody was playing the Tejo was super aggressive onto them, and probably T1 did not change the fact that they were playing so heavy onto side that at some point, after 7 rounds and 2 timeouts, you'd be like, play retake. I know that the retakes have not been the best part of this event, and some teams are very good at them, but most of them, like it's not really the way to. But instead of waiting on site, I think that they should have measured the distance a little bit.
Yeah, and especially, you know, against a team like EDG that's so dynamic, they're always going to throw new looks at you. So if you're really just going back to the comfort, they're going to take advantage of that, right? Now, that being said, while there were some great moments from EDG in that match, there was one moment in particular that we just got to talk about on the T1 side. Your Verizon high-speed moment of the match. It was Sylvan's insane clutch, and I was watching this in real time, and I was like, wait a minute, if he gets the kill on the guy in heaven, this is doable. And then it happened, and it was amazing. And unfortunately, it didn't amount to a win, but you definitely see them get that energy built up again, and it certainly felt like maybe there was a little bit of a life boost for T1 after that.
Yeah, I mean, you saw the reactions after this round from T1. This was a honest 1 versus 5 ace clutch. You never see rounds like this, especially not on a stage of this size. But he just played it perfectly, isolating each of these kills. Perfect crosshair placement to get the picks in the perfect amount of time.
Even the TP, because like you saw all the people, like everyone was going over toward B. They were all convinced they were going B. TP right on A.
That little side smoke also does so much to confound EDG, right? They think he's going to swing out left or right side, walks up, get the heaven player, and then he's pushing through that to isolate 2 more fights. Masterclass in Omen clutch.
Leading in assist per round, he also assists himself, you know? But going into that and the clutches, 5 out of the 7 rounds, the T1 got in that map where clutches were 1v1 down to a 1v5 that we don't usually see. So right now what they need is a refresher. I'm going back to drop a place on this.
And you know what, you make a great point about that. Let's go ahead and take a look at the maps and where we are right now, because, you know, there is definitely that vibe where it just felt as if EDG were really on the money. They weren't missing. They were hitting everything that they wanted to hit. But now we take our attention over toward Bind, and we're going to see T1 on the defense first to kick things off here, but this is going to be EDG's pick immediately. It looks like it could very well lead to a 2-0 if EDG is playing the way that they are.
It's a very strong map for EDG. They beat G2 on this one back in the group stage. I think it's like one of their strongest maps alongside the Fracture this tournament.
Yeah, could not agree more. All right, folks, well, let's go ahead and check in with Jen Lee one more again. Standing by with Autumn ahead of map 2.
Hello everyone, welcome back. I'm standing here with T1's Autumn. Now Coach Autumn, obviously not the best outcome that you've hoped for, but we got to see T1 players log online, come online in the second half. So my question is, why the split pick? Because, you know, EDG has been extremely solid on that map for a while, and are you concerned at all with what happened in the first half especially? 감독님 일단 선수들이 후반전부터 좀 손이 풀리는 모습이기는 했는데 먼저 EDG가 스플릿을 굉장히 잘하잖아요. 스플릿을 픽하신 이유와 함께 전반전 좀 걱정되는 부분이 있으신지 궁금합니다.
일단 스플릿 픽한 이유는 저희가 원래 연습 때 좋은 그림들이 많이 나와서 특히 수비 때 그 그림을 알고 있기 때문에 자신 있게 픽을 했는데 오늘은 오히려 그거에 집착해서 정반대 스타일을 봤을 때 대응이 늦어져서 졌다 생각을 하고요. 그 말씀하신 대로 다행히 그 12대 2였던 상황에서부터 선수들이 많이 클러치를 만들어주는 거 보고 선수들은 준비가 됐다 생각하고 코칭 스태프들이 좀 더 잘 준비한 대로 도와줄 수만 있다면은 충분히 이길 수 있을 거라 생각합니다.
Well, yeah, in terms of the split pick, we had great results in our practice and also in our scrims, but I guess we were kind of too fixated on our executes and our strats that when EDG was pulling something that was extremely opposite, you know, that was too different from what we were used to. We weren't able to kind of adapt to that, play it more fluid, and I guess that's why we dropped the first map, but you know, the players seem all right warming up in the second half, and given that the coaching staff guide them in the right way on Bind, I'm pretty sure that we can go into this with confidence and eventually get the win on the second map. Well, thank you Autumn and good luck.
wisely as well. मजा आएगा देखना.
appreciate that, Genly. And here is your agent select. We're seeing the Vice come out here on Bangkok.
Yeah, exactly. And EDG starting on the attack. They decided the same for split. I think that it favors them a lot. I expect Simon supporting Kankan just running across the map. A lot of those A hits just going across the utility. I think that this is a composition that they understand very, very well, and that nobody taking off completely the tempo. Like, we don't even see Simon playing it anymore. I think it's such the good call.
I love the KO going into another Vice comp. The knife is going to be super impactful, and I think EDG have a lot of great ideas on how to take extremity control on this map, on top of the explosivity you know and love from the world champ.
Oh boy, well let's see if we're gonna get a map 3 out of this one, or does EDG end it here and now? Let's send it back over to your casters, Achilles and Paper Thin.
Thank you very much.
क्या लगता है कौन जीतेगा?
Something that everyone here would quite like, unless you're a big EDG
क्या
fan,
लगता है कौन जीतेगा? जल्दी
we
बताओ.
started seeing the glimmers in that second half, the T1 players coming alive. They're going to be able to hit that stride from the outset. We very well may end up on Pearl.
Absolutely. That was the T1 that we've been more used to seeing so far this year. Yes, they've had some shaky maps. Yes, they've had some shaky matches. And against the world champions, you can't afford that, and EDG will punish the hell out of you. You can see Autumn there just said that their game plan just wasn't up to snuff coming into that first half of Split. Felt like they were practicing it well. A little bit of damage done to Sylvan. Kong try to clear this angle.
Scaling space, clears out that close cubby. Izu tucked in, able to find the headshot onto the burst, gets Kong as well, gets himself a third, turns back.
Nice. Izu निकाला.
Here, ready to drop out of Hookah, catches a glimpse. Stacks arriving, will be able to go ahead.
Oh my god.
Gets himself involved early this time. And Easy with a 4K gets T1 their first pistol win.
Yeah, this is a really nice setup for T1. A little push and pull of their own. Something that EDG was doing so well against them. Izu just tucks right in underneath Hookah. And as soon as the execute comes through, he's pushing forward. And then Stacks gets there to rotate in time to help him set up that crossfire. Keep those Hookah players from doing any more damage. A monumental pistol round win for T1. They needed that so bad. Things have gone so awry for them in both pistols on Split. Able to send it to 1-2 in the scoreline. Buzz, that outlaw.
The glimpse turns to the flash, and Kong swoops in. Sheriff in hand, just takes his head off. Sylvan now trying to hold the line here. They flash forward.
छिटक लगा.
Smoggy taken down.
Nice.
You might want to buy a lottery ticket after this one, son. What a shot. Kong however, still online, able to find one more. Sylvan does get dropped. Bulldog recovered, now into the hands of Stacks. TP across, both players trying to push their way out of showers.
Gotta be wary of that outlaw.
Out here into the open, Chichu will be able to find the one.
Nice.
Here.
See my face right now.
Go ahead, scoop up the gun. Keeps them afloat, but still not a bad eco attempt from EDG.
Such a nice little play there at the end of that. I know EDG doesn't win that round, but they kind of do it because they took 3 guns out of T1's hands. They only are able to keep 2. So they do recover that outlaw, it looks like, but the way they use that fragment to clear behind the box, and then Simon steps out to set up at least 1 kill. That's such a nice little coordinated play from EDG, and those are the things that makes them better. Those are the things that propel them to so many wins across so many different levels of competitive Valorant. Izu trying to play a little bit more aggressive at this position.
Catches a glimpse there, Kong. Once again, pushing forward, shoving them back. Chichu trying to go on a bit of a linger here, Meteor. Sight's gonna be turned away from Hookah. Pushed over towards main. Orb gets scooped up here.
Ooh.
Kong just trying to get that showstopper online. Re-swing in from Meteor. Gets knocked out of the park.
And this might open the door for EDG to try to make this
Hey,
big go.
Chichu क्या कर रहा है?
Rotating back, thinking about pulling off. T1, assuming that that's the case, is going to try to press.
The peak. The reface, Chichu. Able to avoid the damage here. Hit one tucked into the side, but they know they have to try and take this fight. Tries to split the difference here, tries to go for the transfer, cannot find that kill. Izu, as a tuck back, fall. This Buzz now has to do it all.
Buzz अकेले है.
Swing in and once again, can't get the shot out. Kong just too swift, gets himself a 3K and gets EDG on the board.
Yeah,
क्या ही बोलेगा भाई.
A really nice battle for Chichu to win against Meteor. He has at times struggled on the Vice on this map.
भाई सब्सक्राइब करो बहुत अच्छा गेम में एकदम इंटेंस गेम चल रहा था
But we did see him
भाई
really
EDG
pick it up
मार
on
रहा
pressure
भाई
the last
मजा आ
game
गया
on the
देख के
Vice. So certainly could get it done. But then this is just really nice shot calling again from nobody.
EDG
for
मार रहा भाई
EDG.
बहुत गजब मार रहा है
Anticipating that T1 would get aggressive there. Off of the what ended up being a fake fallback. This turned into a bit of a pause from EDG, and they were able to profit. Now it's rifle v rifle. Big round for T1. Economy's going to be low if they lose this one.
0 point pinging onto 2. Just outside by that B teleporter. Stacks now rotating back around. Showstopper looks to open things up. Kong sprinting forward. Showstopper gets sent, plants his feet, draws down.
भाई क्या था भाई
Picks out Buzz. Just assassinated in broad daylight.
It's just outrageous.
Max desperately trying to get some kind of angle, some line of sight, but as soon as he swings out, Chichu is there.
मंगाक ने बहुत गजब मारा भाई अच्छा लगा देख के
Likely gonna have to call for a save for the 2 remaining players. Chichu stays alive with 3 HP. Looks for the last. Didn't quite find it. Izu does manage to come away with that, but there's just far too many players remaining, far too many angles to try to clear it. Simon will not give him any opportunity whatsoever. We are tied up at 2-2. EDG starting to rally back.
EDG वापस से कंट्रोल ले रहा है
Space for Kong to make that entry. They're just saying, if okay, you put up the wall, you know you're gonna go past it. That's fine. He saw a player up into heaven, and that's just meant to be one of those push and pulls. Kong just wins it. He's just better. And then Chichu just starts knocking players down. 3 HP, expects the repeat. So ready for Meteor, hits the headshot before Meteor can even fire a damn bullet.
ये जो जिगल वाला जो फायर है ना भाई फिल्म को देखना कभी ये नहीं होता है बुलेट छिटकता नहीं है एक्यूरेट होता है हम लोग करता है बुलेट फर्स्ट बुलेट कहीं और ही जाएगा पता नहीं क्यों
Right back to trying to get that next showstopper online. 3 charges towards it. Seal Garden available, but obviously the weaponry here wouldn't do too much for Chichu.
Yeah, you gotta be curious now.
आगे असाइनमेंट जा रहा है
Some of these longer angles, you have the weaponry advantage.
बचिए
Up in hookah.
इजू जाएगा
Izu not interested in trying to play close contact there.
Positions.
Oh, what a nade.
Right here.
What a night.
Does still manage to take down Kong. At decent range, Molly now to try to slow things down, slow this approach into hookah. So at the same time, just trying to stave them off here at the garden. So that nightfall goes across, connects on to damn near everyone.
Be a risky TP, but
यहाँ सेज का जरूरत है मालूम ना बहुत जरूरी गेम चेंजर है
Seconds remaining. Buzz gonna try to play this out a little bit more patiently, but as you say, Buzz is on a flank, but it's just the classic at hand. Swings out, and everyone's right there, ready, waiting for him. He gets cut off guard, and now the pivot play comes through. Teleporter taken. There's a late lurk
shot
from Chichu, still sticking around over on that B side of the map. Finds a kill. Sylvan gonna be eliminated, but Meteor. One with the Sheriff. Rifles in hand. Gets himself a third.
Meteor निकाल दे एक दो तीन
Does he take someone with him? He does. Meteor will fall, but T1 will be victorious in the round. A MasterCard Thrifty to reestablish a lead.
When you need someone to come online for T1, Meteor, the lone player on T1 to lift a global trophy, is going to be the one to bring you over the line.
Look at that.
I can't believe Sylvan gets away with that. That was such a nice paint shell. It lands right on top of the box.
Buy a lottery ticket.
He is... Look, sometimes
भाई निकाल रहा बंदा बहुत अच्छा निकाल रहा
Sylvan's had a few of those, but he still, that ace was nasty. Got to give him that. That's a nice round.
hit that subscribe button bro hit
the
that
impetus
subscribe
here for
button
T1.
get close to 500 subscribers don't forget to hit
Doing some more
subscribe
damage.
button
They're going to invest in the operator for Buzz. A couple big ultimates available. Steel Guard and Orbital Strike. No command. This is one of those rounds we'd like to use some of those ults, really secure this win. Keep those cycles good. Playing up close and personal. Sylvan. This is really readable. Seen T1 get punished in that position, but it's good cover fire to back Kong off.
Keeps him safe for the moment. Stealth drone going to be able to spot out one. Buzz forced away. Hop shot going wide. Backs off the truck. Met with a flash. Now is going to be safe.
This is bot.
Call coming through.
Ooh, nice headshot.
Nails the
किसी
headshot.
को ले गया भाई.
Absolutely devastating. Sylvan here to try to hold the line. The molly, the orbital, all available to him. Sends it close here on the site, trying to keep himself protected. Up and over the top goes nobody, and now he will get taken down. Sylvan through that. Just managed to get a little bit of damage dealt, but cannot find further eliminations. 3v3,
Yeah.
shot media, trying to find a timing, but cannot get the transfer. Gets the first. 0 point. Tells them what they want to know. A player over towards Garden stacks. On the floor, Buzz needing to hit it.
Operator safe there.
Swaps the weaponry. Opting to try to go for this res. Orbital strike now. Showing that he has to abandon his teammate on the floor. 25 health remaining. He knows the corner. He knows where he's at. But he needs to find the kill, and he cannot. Smoggy with 31 HP. Pulls off a Red Bull clutch
Easy
to keep
kill
us
था वहाँ
tied
पे.
up.
Easy kill. पता है बेमतलब पे जा
It's a
करके
brutal
किया है.
round for T1.
Easy kill था वहाँ पे.
Whiffing some of those op shots, uncharacteristic for him. Usually pretty clean. This opening kill from Kong Kong.
भाई बहुत मस्त headshot मारा है Kong Kong.
Everybody had moved to the other side of the map for T1. I just don't think Izu was quite mentally prepared. Got caught jiggle peeking. But even still, they made so much noise on the other side of the map. All of T1 was over there. So the rotations getting back over to try to deny the B site plant were late. And even though it turned scrappy, they're able to find some kills. EDG able to get into that post plant with that big ultimate. And for T1, you invested 2 of your own and you weren't able to come through with the win. That is devastating. Now you're back onto an eco buy. Still have the Steel Garden, but EDG is just too strong.
आता से EDG अच्छा है.
Smoke going to be cycled back through there from Sylvan. Meteor once again.
SCD मन नहीं बनता.
My God, the flick! Picks on Kong Kong, but Sylvan going to be taken out at the same time. Nobody. That late linger.
भाई झूठ नहीं बोलेंगे. सेंटिनल में फ्लाइट जो गन है ना, क्या सब कोई भी कहते हैं, बहुत अच्छा है.
And Mo's down 2 with a bucky. T1 looking to get themselves another thrifty win. Smoggy dancing around the shots. Stays alive. Showstopper. From Buzz will find the kill.
आगे क्या करेगा? अकेले नहीं होगा.
Can he get the clutch? Looks back behind the wall. The haunt not getting the reveal. Izu repositioning, and Buzz out into the open finds it. Another MasterCard thrifty. Another narrow lead for T1.
A nice redemption round here for Buzz. A little bit shaky with the operator. This goal with the Bucky, finding 2 big kills, able to upgrade, get the showstopper available. That is a flick and a half from Meteor. Goodness. Nice little trick play here from nobody. Catches Sylvan completely off guard. But this is Buzz's round.
Nice!
Yeah, very, very good.
भाई क्या चला रहे लोग?
Steel Garden. Both teams actually have Steel Gardens available. Not a util being dumped. Kong Kong's gonna go in.
He's just sending it here, chasing the salvos. Steel Garden looking to take their weapons away. Buzz able to go ahead, tuck back with the blast packs, keeps himself safe, keeps that weapon in hand.
Need to see a little bit more to keep them from planting, but it doesn't seem like T1 in a position to do so just yet.
Interrupt is there. Ooh, Molly through. Back to sending the pop
बेकार गाल्ट मारा भाई इसका.
Take this fight, but it's Chichu on the opposite side. Potentially a gun. We'll hear 4 of his Buzz. Also similarly will get taken down. Chichu is just an absolute menace! As EDG do to T1 what T1 just did to them.
सेव कर इजू बेवकूफ.
Their own thrifty teed up.
मर जाएगा.
Is Izu on the peak. Makes eye contact with Chichu and wisely backs away.
दौड़ के जा
You
घूम
just
के.
can't give them these 1v1s. You just cannot. They're too good.
घूम के जा
It's
फटाक
just
से.
Chichu, man.
क्या जगह हमरा तो तुरंत घूम के जाता
What else
है.
do you say? He is
अरे
right now the best player
समझ
in this
गया
lobby. It
लोग.
feels like him and Kong Kong for sure. absolutely just frying. You could hit shots like that. I mean, that's the second time we've seen him be able to use the arc rose to find a free kill. Because the player has to turn the flash and they have no backup. We saw it with Buzz earlier when he was in showers. Now you're seeing it here again, a little bit deeper in the position, but
हर बार
still,
50 कैसे निकल रहा भाई हर बार
it's brutal. They
गजब
just
है यार
can't give him those moments, and the coordination just seems to be lacking for T1. They don't seem like they're able to back each other up. They're not on the same page. There's so much confidence to push those angles one by one, and Chichu's just punishing it. Goodness, that's
What is
nasty.
happening with just the sheriffs in showers? Something's different in the water here today. But another MasterCard Thrifty. Sponsor should be happy here today as we're going to have a timeout call from T1. 4-4. Needing
आता
to find better success here on this.
मतलब समझ रहे हो इतना बुरा मारने के बाद भी 4v4 चल रहा है भाई कितना इंटेंस सब्सक्राइब करो यार इसी बात पे सब्सक्राइब करो
You can't be taking those gambles against EDG. They're too good for that. And let's see if T1 can shore up the comms, shore up the teamwork. You can't afford to give any more of those away. EDG is too sharp today.
14-7-5 here from Chichu. Just, I mean, look, we know he's a big Nats fan. We saw what Nats did on this map.
That's
Chichu
true.
doing his damnedest to try to replicate. Might not be a Viper, but it's looking clean on that Vice.
You just feel like he's good for it. Every time, he's just in the zone. You're one away from the Armageddon there. For nobody. One away from a showstopper for Kong Kong. So T1 gets a little bit ahead of the long B.
Oh,
but they read
goodness.
it. Off the back of that smoke, they know that T1 wants to deny the orb. And they punish it.
Blind check. Kong Kong just faces forward out from hookah. Meteor taking down salvos now, flying through, just getting flashed there for a brief little moment. Izu on the peak, able to put it down low on HP, but cannot find that kill. Buzz trying to strafe across through the hall, but he ends up meeting a similar fate. And in the blink of an eye, it's just Stacks left remaining, still rotating. As EDG look to get this lead from themselves. Potentially flawless fashion. They know exactly where he's at. They have it triple stacked here through the smoke, and there is no hope in hell. Flawless is confirmed as EDG gain the lead 5-4.
Oh, no more thrifties. Very clean from EDG here. Just dissecting T1 piece by piece. There's always
बहुत
just
अच्छा
one
चलता
player.
है
EDG, those long-range rifles, able to win out those trades towards the hall. Easy peasy.
क्या च्युइंगम चबा राउडी बन रहा थे तो
Has
मार
to go
के
up
पड़ा
against
था
some fearsome ults in this one. No command, Armageddon, showstopper.
Right here.
Just a steel guard into their own to try to deny. They're going to make an aggressive play towards showers, but both devices not really getting aggro on that. More of a little bit of peacocking there from T1.
Man sent out here from Simon. Buzz looking for a timing, drops down, gets the transfer on the two. Smoggy, Kong Kong able to answer some back. But now it's just Chichu on his lonesome. It's been damn near good for these all day
जा ही
long.
नहीं सकता
Can he deliver in this moment? Or is the call just a save? Simon will bleed out. He's going to at least look to reroute the Prowler expiring before it gets the tag. And it looks like even Chichu will have to back down from this one.
Yeah. Play for another kill here or there. You know the economic situation T1 is in is dire. So you can find a way to use this 40 seconds, scoop up another kill or two, or who knows with Chichu, all three. Definitely would be a backbreaker for T1 because T1 really needs to keep all of these guns into the next round.
30 seconds left.
Slowly creeping closer and closer. For his moment to strike a spot out there onto one. Looks like Izu may be catching a glimpse. 15 seconds. Be an absolute miracle if you could pull it off. Looks like it will just be a drop down and attempt to get into the teleporter. Sylvan will go ahead and collect. Now 2 away from that orbital strike. T1 Keep it neck and neck.
सब्सक्राइब
T1
चाहिए
can get the
सब्सक्राइब
reads.
भाई
We saw this
इतना
in the
इंटरेस्ट
pistol
देख
round
रहा
where they kind of hide
स्ट्रेट
in some
ट्रांसफर
smokes,
देख
bait
रहा
out the execute,
एक
and then
सेकंड
they
में
all
भाई
just
पूरा
spring into
ये
action together.
काम उड़ जा
They
रहा था
body EDG out of these rounds. But they need to have those right reads. I mean, Buzz is still laughing. He's still having a good time. And it's going to be a timeout from EDG now. Muggle doesn't like what's going on. I think, I don't know. I mean, I get it. If you feel like you can actually take these last 2 rounds and...
You probably want to stop this back and forth.
Yeah.
Seeing 2 more rounds to be played out in the half. An opportunity still for a team to have that strong lead at the 7-5. EDG, even though this isn't their side selection, probably still don't want to be going into that second half tied up at 6-6.
Yeah, I mean, I
It's
wouldn't
call
be too
out
surprised
कर
if
रहा
this
time
is something
कितना
simple,
करेगा
like, let's reestablish hookah control, let's go B. Like, let's not fall for these traps that they've got with the Vice util at A.
A looks weak.
A looks weak.
Perhaps.
बात सही है
Perhaps
बात सही है
that's as
ये
simple as
वीक
the
है
call could be.
ये वीक है
But they have
बात तो
some
सही है
very critical ultimates just about ready to cycle up.
Yep.
2 rounds to try to utilize them. Showstopper, first and foremost, is their
इसलिए
slog.
क्या था
He's
खाने
one
का
away
थोड़ा
from having that orbital strike. Chichu, given how he's been fragging, given the space that they've been able to attain,
Look at this.
should be able to see that still guard.
Kong Kong's got the op. He's going to try to lock down Showers. Meteors. Been not... He's had some troubles there, we'll say that. He's had a couple wins, but a couple losses. A guy who you really need to rely on for that flank control. Just sets up the wall and dips. They're kind of anticipating that this could be a B hit.
Rotations beginning. Stacks already joining in on this side of the map. Rotation considered there from Meteor as well, but will linger back. They're in that A heaven position. Orb grab from Smoggy means Orbital is online.
And that's going to force them to kind of spread out a bit on that B site. In fact, Sylvan's going on a lurk, and it's nobody here again.
Reads it perfectly. Not falling into the same trap twice. Sylvan gets the pinch. EDG, however, still looking like they want to try to carry on forward in towards this B site. Now that Tejo utility, it's much more likely that they might have to commit the orbital just to get themselves forward. Chichu, not this time. Not going to be able to win it out. Sylvan keeping this locked down.
30 seconds left.
It's a huge win for Sylvan. It's making this B site unassailable for EDG. Even using that Molly to delay even further. Really, really nice control.
It looks like it's just going to be the clock waited out here from EDG.
10 seconds left.
In these last few seconds, just going to try to storm their way in. Simon will be able to find one, but it's a couple seconds too late. The round will end up going the way of T1 here. They just wait them out, and Sylvan just picks them apart.
You know, I thought this game was going to be a lot more scrappy, a lot more explosive, Achilleos. It mostly has
It's been some bizarre patience in these last couple rounds here.
This isn't my Asian Valorant.
Looks like we're just going to continue. All things considered, I don't know if T1 actually confirmed the operator there from Kong Kong. Might have had a strong suspicion, but I don't think he ever rang out a shot, so.
Maybe one towards Hookah, but I'm not sure. Memory
Placing wall trap.
not serving me well in this moment, but a couple ults on both sides. Orbital strike, still Garden, still for Meteor. My man, use that ult. It's pretty good.
Well, given the ults available, it tells me this final round of the half likely to start getting chaotic, to start getting scrappy.
Izu's
Slow creep up Izu. Yep, here, what? Corner, and Kong Kong takes one right between the eyes. What a shot. Simon going with a peek, but inevitably will swap back over to that Vandal.
Fully smoked.
Smoke's gonna be sent. Sylvan waiting to greet them here. Opens up the red carpet, push out of the smoke, but the shot that is not gonna be aligned. Izu able to find one. Backpedals to find a third. Tap of the plant, interrupted. Seal Garden now gonna be sent. Looking like a TP play here for the side of EDG. Here, them both, the rotations can now begin. One's going to be lingering in case it's a double fake back, but the Thorns get popped, and Simon has to slowly step over them, losing more and more of that HP bar. Meteor out from heaven, able to find a timing.
Spike down A.
Chichu now once again asked to do it all. They try to get a 1v3 victory here.
Here comes Buzz.
To get EDG tied up, but like you say, Buzz coming in around the back. Chichu gives it a thought for a brief little moment, but once again, the time is just not on their side. Buzz arrives, strikes, and T1 close out the half 7-5.
What a nice round with the Vice util from Meteor to make this completely impossible for EDG. But guys, the second half of Bind is just around the corner, and we've got a map for you.
Red Bull gives you wings.
All right, we are back and about to go into the second half here on Bind. T1, a narrow lead, 7-5. Got their first pistol win of the series at the start of this map. If they can find this second one here on Bind, perhaps that will just be the stage set to go to Pearl.
And certainly that's something that T1 would love. I mean, of course, going to the third map, but it being Pearl, a map they are undefeated on this year, 3-0 so far on Pearl, would certainly be something they are looking forward to. Still have to get through a defensive half from EDG. You're gonna see a lot of that combo. Util, Teho, KO, the Vice. There's so much stall that EDG can bring out. Have to be really decisive as T1. And they started to get there. They started to really pick up the pace. They started to really work together a lot better as that half went on. You're gonna need a lot more of that.
Not ready yet.
Shutting them down.
They're just trying to slowly suss out these positions.
Blade 0 points, about to land right on top of them. Clear not gonna happen in time. And that tells all. Chichu swinging out. Back box is able to find one. Smoggy holds down Showers. Now trading Meteor. Keeping EDG in with an advantage. Izu trying to stick for this. Goes down to 34 HP. Does manage to get the spike planted. Swing out from Buzz. Wins the fight. 3v3 is Kong Kong. So try to open things up. The timing narrowly missed. Buzz not identifying it quite just yet, but still gets the dink. The spray down. Finds that elimination. Another ping shell now going to be built up. As Buzz just saying tucks here into the corner. The stun coming through. They want to flush him out, but Buzz snappy to find them both.
और मानना पड़ेगा भाई.
Ghosted hand gets the 4K. Gets T1 their second pistol of the map.
Oh my, Buzz!
Buzz निकाल दे रहा बताओ.
That's so well drawn up here by EDG to send both players through U-Haul again to try to re-clear that space. And they use the 0 point back towards the spawn area. And then they use the salvos in the cubby to flush him out, and the concuss as well. And it hits, and it still doesn't matter. Buzz just outplays them. I mean, that's, look, it happens.
See a smile there from Muggle. Yeah. What more can you do? Now over halfway towards having that showstopper online. Meteor will apply some pressure and find an opening here towards Hookah. And he will be able to do so. Smoggy going to be taken down. Kong, however, on a deep flank. Through able to find one. Nobody getting another. Buzz still alive. Playing here on elevation.
ऐसे देख के लगता ना कितना अच्छा गेम जा रहा है बहुत इजी है करना टोटल डम करो काम हो जाएगा ऐसा गेम चल रहा है फर्क से कितना एम का
will identify and shut down the flank. Buzz finds nobody in Chichu. Previously noted here in hookah. Goes ahead and reconfirms his position. The paint shells to shove him back even further. Just end up having to play for some exits here, see if he can tap them down at range. Buzz wanting to get that last charge, wanting to go into the bonus with that showstopper online, and he will. 9 to 5. Another day at the office here for T1 as they close out the anti-eco.
That's a cool idea from EDG, the teleporter crunch play. And Kong is already in market, hello. And it, gets him a couple big kills. Not able to do any further damage. Sylvan here, that is such an important battle that he wins that. If he doesn't, it could be a very, very different round. That's a big angle to control, and he does it nicely. Okay.
Oh yeah, sorry. It's been a little while.
Yeah, sorry guys. I'm out of practice. You're coming into this. Couple Bulldogs, a Guardian. Or the side of T1, other than your two rifles.
Bring them down.
A little bit of clearing with you, Till. So there's a couple guns over here.
Look at this quad stack though. EDG. Nobody this time. Not going to be allowing for Meteor to gain access.
And Sylvan's not there to trade. Not that he might have been able to, but he's a little bit late. So that's a free pick. Stacks, Buzz. Gonna try to clear out nobody.
Nobody's inching closer and closer. It's a decent amount of damage down to 60 HP. That pinch out from Hookah, however, still not coming through. They don't know that it's just open.
But he's got so much stall. He's able to buy time for these rotations. Izu on a really late lurk in showers, and they're going to use that to TP.
He's just going to be the entry. Yeah, the TP comes over their way. Showstopper. Just check out the rest of the site. Bonks his head on the entry, the blast packs, but Buzz swinging the corner. Does get the rocket through.
चलो, at least एक kill लेके मारा भाई.
On that front, but player advantage here for the side of EDG.
Ult का यही मतलब भाई, एक kill लेके मारना है.
Making his way across
Waste
from
नहीं
that
जाना
site.
चाहिए.
Point confirms no one forward there in showers. Dax confirms no one forward, trying to push up here in towards Lambs, but as he swings out, getting flushed into the open, he's able to find one. Izu striking, finds nobody. Now, the 2v2, the time started to take away the molly. Sent to further delay. Sylvan just stuck here around the corner, playing quietly, putting Simon down at 13 HP, finding the kill. Smoggy.
Wow.
Can only find the one. He cannot get this round win. T1.
बढ़िया. Smoggy अच्छा खेल गया.
I'm loving the depth of the playbook here for T1. After all that early attention they created at showers, Izu with tremendous patience to just wait there. Things don't go so good on the other side of the map, so he says, guys, it's open, take the TP, let's go. They're able to get into these post plants. Lock down U-All with two different players. Sylvan with the deep lurk. He was checking market really early to make sure there wasn't an early flank from EDG. Had that molly in hand for the post plant. That is a really well thought out and set up round for T1. And they're 5 rounds up on EDG.
तब से वाला में होता है मैच आजकल.
EDG now going to have to start digging deep themselves. Try to find that drive that they had in the first map.
Nobody है पिछवाड़ा क्या देख रहा है आगे बढ़ नहीं रहे भाई. Lateral खाएगा क्या?
You can see some of that wind has gone out of the sails.
They did towards the cubby. Kong not going to be cleared out. Finds the first to the wall. Staves off the rest of the push, and that's going to be a weapon hand delivered here into Kong's
एक गन्नेड
hands.
अंदर काम हो जाएगा.
Meteor quickly removes it. Wrenches it from his grasp. Flash up for it out of the smoke. Izu able to find one. Smoggy just the singular kill with the carried over weapon. Simon just gonna likely see if he can try to do some damage. 2 charges away from having that ult online. Kill to death would give it to him. Round victory right now at this point doesn't seem likely. Stacks able to go ahead, avoid all the util, strafes out to safety.
नहीं होगा.
Meteor with 3 helps get T1 up to 11.
And that's 7 in a row now for T1. They are starting to streak. They are starting to do to EDG what EDG did to them at the beginning of this. It's a rough entry for Buzz. The wall cuts off the rest of his team. They're quick to come out. They're quick to burst. The flood is nice. They just work together.
Teleporter वाला गेम सब में ये दिक्कत होता
T1
है.
needs in rounds like this. It gets scrappy as long as you're together. You can get it to go your way. And that's going to be another timeout here from EDG. Need to find a way to get back into this.
Second and final of this map.
टाइम आउट क्यों लेना है भाई? हैं? मतलब अच्छा खासा गेम जा रहा है उसमें भी बकचोदी. टाइप करो यार, सब्सक्राइब करो, वी आर क्लोज. Forget to hit that. Guys, hit that subscribe button. We are close to have. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button.
Get this round to go, you're able to get the economy stabilized a little bit, potentially. See if you can run things back. You can see they're going to have to squeeze out a Guardian instead of a full rifle for Smoggy. Is that steel Guardian available as well? It's just about dodging that op as T1, and you might not expect it here, given the economic situation that EDG was in. So it could catch him off guard, but nobody is going to be pressuring Long B. Instead, Buzz, Sylvan, good flash. It's going to shut down nobody. And there's Kong Kong though, gets his pick.
Finds one.
Bring them down.
Open, dead. Chichu forced away here from Showers. T1 continuing to try to push up, and eventually they will just be able to overwhelm him. Site now broken open, and Smoggy just drifting across the paint shells. Just does not have the timing to try to put that weapon to use. He falls on the wayside. The showstopper popped here from Kong Kong. Sees one, sends it. Meteor going to be taken down. It's the operator back in the hand. Paint shells to further delay. Stacks the back off. Izu steadying. Recovers from the flash, finds the kill, says, yep, you guys go on. Get the plant through. I'm gonna try to handle this fight myself. Stuck into a corner. Kong Kong pushing for it. Snappy with a right click, does manage to find it. But at the end of the day, he's just gotta try to save this weapon. That spike will erupt. T1 will get themselves up to map point.
A chaotic round. Everything going on over at B, and all of a sudden T1 is just exploding through towards A. A smoke comes down in front of Showers, and Meteor's able to find the kill. Buzz.
On the lurk, and he finds it. Nothing recovered. Nothing kept safe. T1 want every advantage they could possibly get going into this 18th round of play.
Again, it's a nice setup on the B side. The A side just gets absolutely smothered, and Izu somehow wins that battle against Simon. That was crucial. Give them the opportunity to go for the rotate. Yeah, Simon knows he dropped the ball a bit there. It's going to be 2 Guardians, a rifle, a Bulldog, a Judge. Kong Kong going to be the one with the Vandal. A lot of work to do. T1 though, showing a little bit of presence over towards B. There's a lot of players stacked here. Pretty sure the Judge is over here in Hookah as well, so gotta root this out, gotta be slow, gotta be methodical as T1.
The blast back up in towards the side, but Chichu out on a flank angle, able to find one, finds 2. As he peeks back in towards Hookah, now that Judge rings out. It's a rude awakening for T1. Well, command still pulsing for a brief little moment there, but now expiring. 2v3 noise made. The Armageddon online could just be called in. Sylvan on the peak, able to find one. But he playing this patiently. Sylvan trying to take some space, knows that if he can get rid of the flanker, he's going to be in a good spot. And now Simon's just being overwhelmed and picked apart. Sylvan held back here for the moment by the salvos. Kong out of hookah, able to find one. They roll out the red carpet, but it's not needed. Kong will take him down. It's EDG holding on by a thread.
That's just a great opening win for Chichu with that Guardian. Really makes it a lot more difficult for T1 to get through cleanly. There's a bunch of trades over here in hookah. Good. I think it was a flash from Simon.
Enemy remaining.
Some piece of util gave him a couple assists in that fight. Nizu looked like he was blinded up a little bit. Regardless. Now EDG is coming into an alt cycle of their own. Orbital strike, no command, Steel Garden. You have the Nightfall and the Orbital strike for the side of T1. So EDG here trying to extend this map a little bit more. See if they can kind of do to T1 what T1 did to them on split. Run some rounds through, maybe wear them down just a little bit. Just a spot on Izu over into the showers. They're going to try to double swing him.
Backs away, mostly unscathed. Minor amounts of damage taken. Very fortunate to get out with his life.
That's smart by Izu. I mean, it's almost always at least two from EDG that you're going to be squaring up against, unless it's Chichu. They're so good at coordinating.
Speaking of Chichu, once again, going to be put on a pedestal, going to be asked to deliver some heroics. Lone anchor on this site. Rotation starting to come through, it seems, from nobody. No, just don't stick around. Gets a teleporter play here from them. Still guarded at the ready. Chichu, quite a bit of damage there, nearly gets cooked, but just keep himself alive for the moment.
Oh, the TP.
Nightfall around the back. Kong gonna be deafened here as Meteor repositions. The Null command coming in to push forward. Sprays through despite the flash. Is still able to find one. Simon gonna be put down. Izu now having to backpedal. So very low, but still finding 2 kills. Smoggy now with everything to do. His last teammate far too distant. 13-6 T1. They reply on bind. They get that win, and they send us the Pearl.
Unbelievable. Both teams just dominating on their opponent's map pick. Crazy stuff we're seeing here.
Map 3 is on the horizon, and who knows which way it's gonna go. There's only one way to find out, though, and that's to stay tuned. Whoa! Whoa! Whoa!
Let's go, boys! Sit!
안녕하세요. T1 발로란트 팀에서 활동하고 있는 이주 함우주라고 합니다. 난 같은 퍼시픽 팀을 좀 국제 대회에서 탈락시킨 거라 좀 복잡하긴 한데 그래도 여태껏 못 이겨오던 상대를 좀 높은 무대에서 이길 수 있어서 너무 행복합니다. 일단 저희가 한 번도 못 이겨온 상대에게 이김으로써 저희가 점점 더 성장하고 있고 저희가 점점 더 잘해지고 있다는 것을 팀원들끼리도 더 확신할 수 있는 계기가 되고 이걸 이김으로써 저희도 더 분위기를 타고 다음 경기를 더 열심히 할 수 있는 그런 분위기가 만들어지는 것 같습니다. 일단 공수 전환이 되고 저희가 피스톨 라운드를 이긴 후에 라운드 격차가 좀 많이 나 있어서 제가 저희 IGL인 스택스한테 요루 분신 연기를 좀 해봐도 되겠냐라고 물었고 스택스가 3라운드 재활용 라운드니까 한번 해봐라 라고 해서 해보게 됐습니다.
Just he went for the fake clone play. He walked right past the Vice utility. That is unbelievable, Izu.
끝나고 피스 펌프를 할 때 DRX 선수들이 포옹해주면서 더 열심히 하고 꼭 우승하고 돌아와라 라는 말을 해줘서 그 말을 듣고 좀 더 열심히 해서 꼭 우승해야겠다는 마음이 들었습니다. 국제대회 첫 경기를 좀 힘들게 지게 되면서 좀 불안한 모습을 보여드려서 걱정이 많으셨을 거라고 생각하는데 저희가 응원을 듣고 힘내서 플레이오프까지 진출하게 될 수 있어서 너무 좋고 앞으로 남은 경기도 더 힘내서 이겨보도록 하겠습니다.
And that was Izu in his Omen player moment, and T1, of course, looking for some more amazing moments against the reigning world champions in EDG. They have forced the map 3 where it's happening, but something that I thought was really interesting as we were talking to Izu in that Omen player moment was him talking about the words that his compatriots were giving him as well coming into this one.
Yeah, clearly giving them confidence after that win. It had to feel good to finally take down DRX, and they really carried that confidence into this game as well.
Yeah, exactly. And to bring things back, I think that the way that they managed to close this last round of the half was determinant to them because I think that Izu is playing brilliantly, nothing compared to that first map, but actually the way that Meteor has his utility down here in this side for this late moment of the round, it's a before and after for them. Not only his movement is perfect and is literally on time for it, but everything else seems to fall into place.
And they kept this going into the second half. T1 winning their bonus rounds here early, putting a priority on farming ultimate orbs for Buzz. He gets the opening kill, trading out there onto Chichu. And then in a 3v4 situation where T1 is down numbers, I think they put on display some of that individualism to be able to come up with this round against EDG and convert this one into a win against the former world champs. Player caught out in the open there, but they still keep good positions, juggle their utility, put down the Brim Molly, and find these isolated duels. It's just so well played between the individual players of T1, and this is exactly the kind of plays that brought them that win that shocked everyone in the group stage against DRX.
Yeah, exactly. And another thing that I really liked about this match, and this map in particular, is the fact that even though we're seeing the KO versus KO, I love the effect that it's having on the players.
Yeah.
I know that we talk a lot about the Tejo and how his cooldowns have been affecting, but I think that the usage from the KO on both of the teams was game-changing.
And my god, I mean, the confidence from these players. Buzz had an incredible map on the Rays. Same thing with Meteor. But what was so wild is that T1 was constantly in player down situations. 11 rounds that game, they were in a 5v4 after EDG, or at a 4v5 after EDG got the opening pick. They still won half of them. That bonus round was one example, but T1 did such a great job in the mid rounds with their team fighting of bringing back these disadvantaged rounds and winning that map.
Exactly, and in every single time that they were the ones having the advantage, they were able to convert all of them. And not only that, they were able to get both of the pistols from EDG, something that so far in this tournament, nobody has been able to do.
A far cry from what we saw on map number 1, of course. And we're talking about Buzz. Well, that brings us to your HyperX Reflex moment of the day. This one, of course, going to the man himself here, willing this team across the finish line with his incredible pucky plays, just landing getting those hits and really has just been a highlight player for this squad when he needed them most in that map too.
Absolutely, because the first rounds, after I would say like 4, 5, 7, they were a little bit messy. The buys were not the best for the teams, but it also feels like they were comfortable in doing this. I know that we've been seeing a lot of hockey during this map, but they make it seem all worth it. And this is the kind of place and the kind of moments that build up that trust, that momentum, that actually I am this good, I can perform even, you know, no matter the weaponry.
And I was worried about this team after what they showed in Pacific. I think looking a little bit rough, a little bit messy in some of their games. After making the decision to go back and forth on the swap between Carpe and Sylvan, but now everything is just clicking. And I'm gonna be honest, they are in an amazing position to actually close out this series and beat EDG. The last time they played Pearl, they looked really impeccable on that map with the double duelist Yoru Neon comp. They're undefeated this year on Pearl, and EDG was looking pretty shaky in that last map.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the historical stats there, right? Gen G, that last time they played kickoff, right? It got themselves a 13-8 finish. And hey, that is a big win for you without a doubt. But Kuku, let's see what we're going to get out of the compositions here.
Exactly. Meteor here playing the Killjoy, as we said, the only one that we've had in the tournament so far. Them running the double duelist. But remember, EDG and that strength that they get on map number 3. Remember what happened against G2 in Fracture.
This composition with the double duelist is very potent on defense. Watch how the two duelist players on T1 work together to move around, find different positions to anchor onto these sites. It's so good from them in their last game. People rated this team number 8 out of 8 going into this tournament. And GB, they're a map away from beating the world champs.
It's a true David versus Goliath. Map 3's underway. The winner moves on. The loser's got another chance, but oh boy, it's gonna sting. Take it away, boys.
Thank you very much. Mimi, if you want to talk about these rankings, I think you also have to call out that Chichu left out of some of these top pro lists at this tournament. So there's been some silliness that has happened in the run-up here to Masters Bangkok, but here we are, map 3, Pearl, 3-0 so far for T1 this year. They have not dropped it, but EDG have also looked incredible here.
Yeah, absolutely. And if T1 could find a pistol win, it'd be huge. EDG has been so good. They were 10-2 on pistols coming into that bind, and then they lost 2 in a row. Quick rotations. T1 trying to delay a little bit.
A little narrow angle there from Isu. Couple taps in. Kong going to be taken down as Buzz. Peeks out from lower, is able to find him. First kill to try to start the retake here. Shock dart, not quite gonna find contact there. Blue bolt sent in towards the hall. Nearly gets the line up there, but Buzz is able to just strike a little bit faster. 2-player advantage now here for the side of T1 as they look to get themselves yet another pistol to spam, however, into the smoke. Meteor gonna be taken down. They're looking for the body block here. Grab blocking them in position, and Sylvan going down the rest of the views, just being held. Another pistol win. T1 start off Pearl 1-0.
What a stellar grab well from Sylvan. That was the round winner there for T1. Nice opening pick here. No way, Buzz. This is a great relay bolt as well to clear out that hall angle. Something he's so good at on this map. Simon there just spamming through the smoke. Knows that T1's gonna try to stick it down. They're able to body block to help out to make sure that they can get that defuse to go through. And now you're getting T1 pumped up. Have to be feeling good. Have to be feeling confident. A judge for Buzz. A couple Bulldogs and a Spectre. Stacks just sticking with a Ghost. 4-1 split here for EDG. Clear of the Nano.
Spectre, Meteor, yep, not gonna want to peek into this one. Susses out that it's going to be the line share of the players from EDG. Pushing through Art. Space going to be given up. Plant can come through. EDG want to scale forward. They want to take some space. Sylvan, however, able to find himself a 3rd kill. Push up, barrel stuff there by Simon. With the right click as Buzz just sliding across. Styles on him a bit. The judge strikes, finds the kill, and T1, 2 players down, still able to close out the anti-eco.
I love the way that T1 is playing this right now. One of the strengths of this comp, you know, the desk was talking about it, the way the duos can play off each other. Another thing you can do here is play flood retakes really nicely because you have so much ability to keep your opponents off balance. You have the Neon, you have the Yoru to get past some of their defensive lines. Things like that can cause a lot of problems, but Sylvan again holding his ground, being that side anchor that T1 needs. That is stylish from Buzz. Love to see it on that Neon. Now you go into the bonus. Pivotal round for EDG. They love to stack up on this attacker side. They love to just try to go at you. Just go for these big executes. They were doing it all the time against G2 until G2 could prove that they could stop it. Here with the gun advantage. EDG clear the turret. They're gonna keep pressing forward. Thought maybe they might pause a bit, but nope, full throttle.
Nano 7 Meteor is ready for this. Does get taken down, however, it's nobody. Swinging the corner, finding one. Buzz similarly falling. Their advantage right back here into their hands. EDG not wanting to allow for another bonus conversion. We saw T1 achieve there on that bind. Nightfall very quickly online here for Simon. Is that here for the post play? We'll see if it comes into play. Sports Smoggy holding down Halls, finds the first Izu. Picked off, the Nightfall will go through. But so too will these kills. Just a singular casualty here as EDG get themselves on the board in round 3.
लेके जा रहा भाई पूरा एकदम
This time
खासा मार रहा
T1 tries to deny the EDG push with just 2 players. They got shut down relatively quickly. Meteor there, able to catch the 1 player. He goes deep towards the hall. Then the reveal from the haunt spots him out.
बहुत बुरा स्प्रेड दिया वहाँ पे
Yeah, okay, Buzz did it to him earlier. Fair play there. Just spam him through the smoke, whatever. Nice! That Nightfall did get invested, and that means that T1 is going to have that Cosmic Divide available potentially for a retake, and they won't have to necessarily worry about that Nightfall. It's a potential counter to that. It's going to be the op for Izu. Over on the B side, behind the screens. Sylvan on a bit of an island.
Spotting out plenty. Snack's not too far away. Starts swinging back around his Meteor. Gets himself planted over towards Art.
तुम यहाँ क्या कर रहा है
EDG start shifting their way across towards this B site. That op still laying in wait.
Got a read on a couple of the players. 2 pings came out. T1 is fully committed to this A defense, but it isn't going to quite be the angle. TP out for Izu. It's going to be a 1 and done here. Looks like the smoke is going to go up, though. Let's see if they anticipate. Might jump up on top of that box. Nope, he's going to try the other angle.
Oh, just out in the open is Smoggy. Thinking that they had this angle completely cleared. Goes for the repeat, cannot find the shot. He's get tagged up to 31, but ultimately puts himself out towards safety. Cosmic Divide now going to be called in. Buzz able to find one as nobody's going to be taken down over at Halls. Kong, however, starting to come online, finds 2, but sat down by Stacks. Similarly, gets dropped here by Chichu.
अलग लोकेशन पता है यही दो तो के प्लेयर है
Simon taking that first fight, but Sylvan able to find the first.
Not ready yet.
Now into the 1v1. You knowing exactly where he's at, but needs to try to find the timing. The swing. So we play ring around the rosy.
नहीं करना था
Identifying each other, spotting it out in the fight. Backed away. Meteor needing to get himself over towards the spike. Taps in and Chichu is in.
मीटियर गलती कर दिया नहीं करना था
EDG tie it 2-2.
Just beautiful stuff here from Chichu. Working those angles around the hall so nicely. Izu there, able to take down the smokes, but couldn't find the second shot. Took a little bit of damage on the way out. Kong, quick to find those 2 entry frags. Sylvan trying to hold the line, can't do much. And then it's the Chichu show. He's been incredible in Kong.
Cannot believe it.
गजब लेके निकाल दिया वहां से
Now from T1, broken up. Dimensional drift available here from Kong and Sylvan down to 4 HP.
T1 this time gambling that EDG is not going to make any more rotations. They're going to lose
subscribe
out
करो
the
यार
first kill.
subscribe hit that subscribe button we are close to 500
Smokes obfuscating here. As Sylvan does get a nice headshot. Overdrive going to be committed here by Buzz. Finds 1, but it's quickly shut down. Not quite the value they were going to be looking for, but Meteor on the lurk. Backstabs. Recovers a weapon. And this time, he wins out on the fight. As T1 are looking for another thrifty. Kong, however, other ideas. The plant being stuck in the swing, not coming through. Quick exit
Ooh,
back into
पहुंच
main.
गया. Euro versus Euro. कौन Euro
Handle
जीतेगा?
grabbed. Izu
Izu.
drifting across.
Izu लगा.
And he hits one hell of a headshot.
Izu
The
बहुत
last
अच्छा
man
headshot
standing
मारता
gets the
भाई.
defuse.
ये चीचू
T1
बहुत
get
अच्छा.
another MasterCard Thrifty to regain the lead.
This is gonna leave EDG fans shaking their heads. They've seen this too many times. EDG gives up these thrifties. MasterCard loves it. EDG fans not so much, but you're able to get some good value here. You get some good trades for the side of T1, and then Meteor's able to slip through these smokes right towards Art, find a couple big kills and break things open, and what a snappy shot from Izu at the end to best Kong, who has been looking really sharp this map so far. Operator again for Izu. It's going to be a weaker buy for EDG. Are we going to trade thrifties again like we did on Vine? And this is a fast hit towards B.
Very well could happen. Dimensional drift escorts them forward. Spot out on the 2. Fake out, goes through, swing onto the corner, but Sylvan find that elimination, finds himself a second off screen. Simon just get taken down, but nobody now. Starting to go crazy as he finds himself 3. Sylvan will finally
Izu बचा, चीचू और नूबड़ी.
Zizu just now makes his way over towards the site. The spike for the moment. There at Halls. Went in behind the box. It's the tap of it. He's just going to wait this out. Knows that he still does have time on his side. Wants to try to recover the weapon here. Nobody drifting down just below him. Sends out a shot, not going to connect. Drops down with that backstab. Gets closer and closer as nobody is about to arrive, about to strike. And strike he does. We're just going to keep swinging back.
इसको पता है नीचे बंदा है, लेकिन जबरदस्ती रिस्क ले रहा है.
It's just incredible how good these teams are with weaker weapons. And this time T1 has to give up a lot of space. They were playing really far back on B. And that allows some of these close range weapons to do some serious damage for EDG.
सेंटिनल ऑफ लाइट को मजाक लग रहा है क्या? ना क्या?
Just use that gun, man.
Yeah,
that was clean.
Has the Armageddon online. We'd like to not use it in this round. We once again have T1 knocked back economically, but that hasn't meant too much here. Once again, Buzz, a Bucky in hand. Solo on this B site, and right now EDG very clustered up in this position.
But EDG is just toying with them. They show a little bit of presence over at A. It forces a ton of rotations from T1, and EDG has learned from their mistakes, from their previous anti-eco. They're like, well, just don't go at them because they're just going to rotate really quickly and try to stop us.
Trying to sprint into position. Still some time to play with here. She taking their time. A huge late linger here from Simon, just holding back, trying to see any forward presence pushing out of Ace. Spotted absolutely nothing. Armageddon going to be sent here, and yet Izu.
भाई यूटिल का बारिश हो गया कि भाई.
Now going to be in play. The Pride has pushed them back, but he finds Meteor. A flash out, the jump peak, the Bucky finds him up and over the top. Buzz! How has he gotten 2? Will finally be brought down. Recon not pinging out anything. Sheriff scooped up, 20 seconds remaining. The Haunt cleared the smoke, dissipating. Sylvan still finds that shot. What a disgusting one. But EDG still persevere in the round.
This is so back and forth. EDG really taking their time on this, but it took a little bit too long. That allowed T1 to get into position to contest this plant. Oh, he just saw a little bit of that. And Izu there because of that Armageddon. How much he can do. This is beautiful stuff from Buzz. Using that neon mobility very nicely. Gets a little bit antsy there. Expects that they're going to try to replant quicker than they did. A scrappy trade at the end, but EDG, a little bit better guns, able to get through that one in the long run. Back into the op. Izu.
Kong, util in hand.
Nice.
Trying to go for a setup. Now, tip of the spear cut off. EDG thinking twice about this approach through Art.
This is tough now. Lost that entry. So now you kind of have to just methodically clear your way through. The good news is you've opened up a lot of space here towards B-Link. See if they anticipate Simon's position. Oh, Simon, great to react.
Read. Does he expect another player? He's got the spike in hand. Chichu sort of watching here for this. Simon drifting back, and Sylvan hits the transfer and guns down all three.
On cooldown.
Oh.
कार्ड मत करना नो वर्डी अच्छा स्पाइक ही नहीं है टेस्टर्स
Use some of his util to get this spike, get spammed down as he goes through the smokes. Such a difficult position to get through. Have to have one of the nastiest outplays we've seen so far.
The Nebula will fade. Izu inching closer and closer here. The swing out, and Sylvan will finish what he started, a 4K to tie it at 4-4. What a round.
I love this little change up here from T1. A lot of times when it's Meteor out there like that in mid, he's on his own. And this time they double up. Sylvan goes with Meteor, and it
hit the subscribe button, guys. Hit that subscribe button. We are close to 500 subscribers. Only 7 subscriptions left.
So often it's just Meteor lurking on his own.
Hit subscribe button.
Great little change up, a great on-the-fly adaptation from T1. And the fans back in Seoul.
Only 7 more for 500. So hit that subscribe button, guys. Hit that subscribe button.
Try to see
We are close to 500. So hit that subscribe button. Only 7 subscribers left. So hit that subscribe button and let's reach the 500 mark of subscribers in this stream.
Well and truly clear before you start making those moves.
They've done their homework. They know what to expect from T1 when they get to that attacking side. That Neon, that Yoru in play. They know that they need to.
भाई जो ही बोलो बहुत पूरा मारा है डीजे लेकिन बहुत और T1 भी अच्छा होल्ड कर रहा है मतलब समझ रहे हो बैलेंस पे चल रहा है भाई मतलब इतना बुरा मार खाया पहले T1 है स्प्लिट पे शायद EDG से फिर EDG के बराबर टक्कर में चल रहा है भाई एकदम मैच नेक टू नेक और अभी पूरा ही बराबर है पर्ल क्योंकि ये रोटेशन वाला मैप है एक जगह से दूसरा स्विच करने वाला मैप इतना अच्छा जा रहा ना मस्त जा रहा मैच
The most.
Said after they qualified, getting themselves into that grand final at kickoff, that he's going to do everything to get his position back to be able to play at this event. I think bold and stupid to say that he hasn't deserved it and he hasn't earned it. Lockdown on a timing here for Meteor to try to shove them back to Hunter's Fury as well. Opened up, just looking for a pick. Smoggy tagged up, taken down. They have to try to flood forward. No detain to be found here.
It's the third one, by the way.
Izu बचा हुआ है
3v2 at the grab wall, just pulling Kong in, stopping him from trying to reinforce this position. The peak coming in, Sylvan there again, but Chichu, how has he come away with 2? Izu and Stacks both going to be taken down. This would be a monstrous round for EDG to try to get the win. The stinger in hand. It is another.
अगर ब्लाइंडेड नेता तक ले गया तो
Chichu continues to work miracles.
It's unbelievable. 2 of these rounds are just Chichu.
Chichu ही तो मार रहा है अकेले मार रहा है
The guy is unstoppable.
How has he gotten these kills?
I don't know. Oh no! No! Oh my God! He just knows. The crosshair placement. He doesn't need to see him. He just knows where to put it. That's unfair.
What an unbelievable round from Chichu.
हाँ इसका सिस्टम चेक करा भाई Chichu से और जरूरत है
in this series alone. He is the X factor. So let's see if we can go back to back once more.
More thrifties, please.
Beltron gets the spot out. They'll know that the Bucky is in play. For the stun there on the corner. A little bit of a minor whiff there on the bounce. Sylvan peeking out. Gonna be met with a flash. With the prowling out. Starts the chase. 30 HP.
Valorant safe क्यों कर रहा है 4000 तो
Finishes the job. Stacks Guardian shot. Is able to find one. You're now on the floor, but Stacks revealed pinned down, take it down. Meteor strikes. Is able to find one. Scoops up a weapon. A bit more firepower now behind. But Simon does well to find the headshot. Cosmic Divine now going to be called in. 2v2, the dimensional drift in play. Izu just spotting them both out. Sends out the fake. The overdrive popped. Smoggy spotted here in the corners. He just gets run down. The slide in buzz gonna find it. Chicho at 5 HP this time.
इधर ये देखा पूरा नेक टू नेक मैच चल रहा भाई ये वाला पूरा नेक टू नेक एकदम टाइम ही नहीं दे रहा एक दूसरे को
This is absolute chaos. This time it's EDG looking like they've got the round one. And guess what? Another MasterCard thrifty, because why not? A great reveal on the haunt there. Nice throw from Simon, a good follow-up kill. But the Guardian, so good. Stacks hits one, Buzz picks it up, gets the ult. Nizu, not messing around this time, not going to give up another one.
मस्त लेके जा रहा है भाई लेकिन मस्त लेके जा रहा है hit the subscribe button guys hit the subscribe button for Izu.
We go again. Certainly not again, right, Achilles?
We've had second thrifty, yes.
Yes, but what about third?
What about third thrifty?
Got out.
Izu on a peek.
Yeah.
Gets Kong, gets out. Repositions here behind the screen. This site. EDG are locked out of it.
That's a huge win. Finding those opening kills, something they have been really struggling to do in this match. Even though they won bind, like the desk was talking about, they were losing in the first kill department. So getting those openers, really, really important for T1, because once they were able to find those, they were able to close out the rounds 100%. Now they need to see if they can continue to do that. Alarm bot is going to get a little bit of info. Meteor on an island on A, though.
Destroyed.
Waiting for the strafe out. Spike now confirmed. Meteor looking for a little bit more. He's able to find Smoggy right before Chichu pushes in from main. Mildly opened up. Stacks. Oh, shifting around, and Simon. It's one hell of a shot. Repositions trying to find that gun. Can't quite get them, but does get the spot out, but Buzz able to go ahead and hold his ground. Slides across.
भाई Buzz मार रहा है भाई. Buzz Izu Salman ये तो भाई इन्हें Rexa और ये तो कुछ कर ही नहीं रहा है. Kill it ठोक रहा है वो.
By Meteor. But it's Chichu again, who's just finding these phenomenal timing to step in and start finding value. Meteor doing what he can. Stack sends the dart to try to help. But Chichu was just one step ahead of that first ping. Was able to catch Meteor right in the ear.
I hit the subscribe button, guys. Hit the subscribe button.
Great map 3.
भारी मार रहा है भाई Chizu and Izu.
Judge in hand, Izu not wanting to overstay his welcome. Jumps out, dimensional drift now. Kong just trying to scout. Identifies two, they're still quite far away. Nightfall goes across over towards that art side. Nothing going to be noted, nothing going to be spotted here, but it's a little attempt at
they have no idea.
A little bit of a fake here. The spike now starting the drift.
They're both second guessing each other.
On a line, Armageddon. Gonna be sent, he's just strafing forward. Stops in his tracks, finds one. Nobody now held back. Weapon scooped up.
घुस के मार.
Meteor out to the open. Oh, it's massacred as they swing the corner. Stack's able to find two. Tucks back, 10 HP remaining. Tries to challenge for the fight, but ends up falling to the wayside.
Sylvan बचा. Smoggy आ गया.
Comes down to Sylvan. Nobody low. The tap, the first found.
नहीं करना था इसपे. इस गेम में स्प्रे करेगा बस मरना फिक्स है.
We are tied up at the half.
Switching sides.
This has just been such a treat to watch these two teams go back and forth. Oh man, cannot wait for this second half.
Just insanity the whole way throughout. The Thrifties, the neck and neck pace. The back and forth between these teams has been something to behold. It might not be the cleanest Valorant you've ever seen, but it is damn entertaining. As we go into the half, we have a special someone standing by.
चोट नहीं है भाई, बहुत बुरा मार रहा है.
One of their former players will send it down to hear from Xdefiant.
मतलब क्या ही बोलेंगे.
โหสุดยอดเลยวันนี้นะครับผมเองก็มาอยู่กับแขกรับเชิญที่หลายคนอาจจะรู้จักนั่นเองนะครับ Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here with T1 Xdefiant
สวัสดีครับสวัสดีครับ
สวัสดีครับสวัสดีครับ
Amazing. You know, we only have half time, so let's get into the question. I want to know, how are you feeling with T1's performance right now?
I think I'm really happy because I was disappointed with the first map result, but they can come back and get their momentum back. So I really hope T1 can closing out and go to the finals.
Awesome.
คลัตช์
สำหรับ
คลัตช์
นะ
मत
คำถาม
करो
ของผม
खाली
นั่นก็
गियर
สั้
डाल
นๆ
के
เลย
क्लच करो
นะว่าตอนเนี้ยคิดยังไงกับผลงานของ T1 อยู่นะครับผมซึ่งคำตอบของเขาก็เลยบอกว่าจากแมปแรกอาจจะไม่ค่อยดีใจเท่าไหร่นะครับผมแต่ว่าหลังๆมาก็รู้สึกว่าเริ่มทำใจได้เขาเริ่มกลับมาแล้วก็หวังว่าจะชนะครึ่งหลังได้เหมือนกันนะครับผม and for the next question it's gonna be a fast one
Hey,
you're
bola.
here in Masters Bangkok do you actually have some feeling you want to be up there
Every time I watch them often like this, I feel like I want to play again.
เนี่ยก็บอกว่าก็ถามไปก่
คือ
อน
ไม่ได้
นะครับ
ดัด
ว่า
กับเรา
มีความรู้สึกไหมที่เรามาดูเนี่ยแล้วอยากกลับขึ้นไปเล่นเนี่ยเขาก็บอกว่าทุกครั้งที่ได้ดูเนี่ยโหอยากเล่นแน่นอน anyways yeah one last thing you want to say to the Thai fans or even the players out there
Let's go T1!
เอ้ย
ได้
ครับสำหรับตอนนี้
Let's
นะครับ
walk
ผม
T1
เราก็หมดเวลาแล้วนะครับเพราะฉะนั้นนะฮะเดี๋ยวเรากลับไปดูในเกมดีกว่าครับ and for now that's it from us let's get back to Pearl
चलो
Let's
आउट
get
टाइम
back to
खत्म
it
हो गया है
indeed. 6-6 tied up. EDG started the series off having those clean pistol wins. The last 3 have gotten away from them. Can they tie us up in that regard as well? Gain the lead? Or will T1 be rewriting widely the entire story of their pistols and kickoff up until this point?
For sure. This is the side of the map where T1
That's
this comp
it.
is really meant to do damage. They ran 5 in a row on the attack side against DRX to shut him out, and that's a great opener for Izu.
What a shot from Izu. Kong being put through the ringer. So far here on this map, started off hot, but just hasn't been given the space. Really find that huge game taking over value, but Buzz sliding in towards dugout, able to find one. Smoggy going to be taken down, swaps over for the Ghost. 2-player advantage to T1. Chichu, nobody. Get collected over towards the side of the map. Simon out into the open. Able to find that headshot, gets the kill, but he's taken down to 40 now, whittled away at 25 HP remaining. As the shock dart does connect. Sylvan on the straight. Damage here through the wall. The haunt going to be cleared out. Simon trying to push forward. The salvo's now sent. Sylvan just trying to plant his feet, take the fight. Falls, but Meteor keeps them in with the advantage. Chichu here.
Nice, nice, nice.
Meteor will
निकाल
find the
दिया
finisher.
T1
Another pistol to T1. 4-2 in that regard. And the lead here on Pearl once again in their hands.
Fantastic entry by Buzz to clear out dugout. Really nice stuff.
I'll find you.
Then they're able to just plant their feet, get set up in these post-plant positions. This is a banger from Izu.
Spike planted.
Buzz there setting himself up nicely with his own relay bolt. Clear that space. Meteor hitting some good shots, but there's just crossfires galore. Some of these T1 players are so
मस्त
good
निकाल
at
रहा
executing
मैचेस
these attack side hits. So brutal. EDG trying to get ahead of what T1's kind of default hit towards the B side is. They usually want to get right up to where the screen is, right in front of the B site. Throw down the fast lane, TP in. As you can see, they're hiding Kong behind the pillar. you have to consider it.
Yep.
You have to consider it.
Did it in the
आए
last
बैठा हो
one.
भाई
Kong still sat here. Timing, however, going to be found for Buzz. Just swings the corner.
हाँ टाइम ही चल
Right now,
रहा
this
भाई
site is very open, free for the taking. Ooh, but so too is potentially this kill on a Meteor. Chichu. A nice little backstab of Sheriff. Upgrade.
That is not a gun you want to give Chichu.
Absolutely not. So now to a 4v4 plant here into the open from Sylvan. Buzz maybe about to have contact here against Chichu. Pulls back off the angle. Now confirms it.
पता नहीं है लोकेशन नहीं मालूम है
But Buzz.
ले लग गया
Trying to push him out into the open here, but Izu able to find one. Smoggy does go ahead and take down the enemy Yoru, but Buzz is just tearing him limb for limb.
ले गया
A 3K, 3 players surviving.
भाई
Up needs to
कितना
be carried
आराम से
over.
निकाल रहा
T1
है
move up by 2 rounds.
Yeah, T1 there, able to avert disaster with Kong Kong's hidden position. Tried to see if they could sneak by. Meteor there, caught on his lurk, so be it. Not the end of the world in the long run. Great patience there by Buzz not to challenge that Sheriff. To create that extra angle. Let his teammate deal with it when they are forced to make a move. So again, the coordination
बहुत अच्छा
starting to come
decision
together
है
for
भाई
T1. They're
T1 का
starting to look better
बहुत अच्छा decision
than what we saw in Split. Now EDG wants to make sure they don't get bonused. Don't let T1 run away with this map. It's going to be the wall this time, placed ahead. So that normal fast execute that T1 really likes to deliver on this B site, going to be a lot tougher to pull off. You could get the TP through, you can get Buzz through.
An amount of space here for Kong Kong. Gets himself slid in behind that box. Grid A main. Trying to push forward here. See if they can get into this B site. Throwing from Stacks, trying to sell some further attention.
Like that a lot from Stacks. Keep him guessing.
स्मोक डालने ही नहीं था पहली बार
Kind of expecting that EDG is going to get aggressive.
चलिए वो वॉल ट्रिप करवा दिया
No information gained off of it other than that space was clear. Meteor's going to take that timing, try to re-clear it himself. Razorvines right towards those one of the plant spots and towards the edge of Hall. Buzz likes to go that way.
Salvo's going to be sent through. Meteor arriving here at the connector, finds one, anticipates Smoggy's position as well. Can he win it out? Simon actually takes him down. Slow and steady, the creep up, but EDG very swift to shut them out.
समझ गया
And the
Plank
thing to
समझ
notice
गया
here is EDG has really done their homework on these B-site hits, the way that T1 likes to set them up. They're putting razor vines at both edges of the hall. They're using the wall to cut off access to the B site. Because if you let Buzz and Izu scale into that site, they're going to tear you apart. It's going to be a TP right behind that box you see there on the right-hand side of your screen. And then Buzz swings around the other side. They use the smokes to cut off Heaven and Hell and Link. And then they just smother you out, set up for the post plants. But EDG a step ahead with some of this Vice util already. Really like to see that. Good preparation. Now let's look over towards an A-side hit. Very important round for the economies of both of these teams.
Same play, same setup here from Kong Kong. Now we're going to start to back away.
वॉल ट्रिप कैसे हो जा रहा बार बार अच्छा वहाँ स्मोक डाल दे रहे स्मोक डाल दे रहा
Got a couple players from EDG. It's going to be a TP over. Kong Kong.
इस सब मैच में ना डेडलॉक होना चाहिए भाई लॉकडाउन करते हो
Starting to cut across. Himself into position. The star is starting to fly. Dark cleared out. TP forward slide to the back. Buzz, Izu, get one apiece. Re-swing, nobody able to go ahead and hold his ground. It's an immense amount of damage. Down to 8. The shot, however, through the wall. Simon getting the wall bang hit. Stacks gets eliminated. Player advantage still here for the side of T1. But by fairly narrow margins. Nobody to try to swing. He's good for one, but Izu and Meteor clean up the rest. And they keep T1 a 2-round advantage.
You can see how fearsome this T1 composition is. Even when you've got the read as EDG, you've got everybody leaning in, other than Chichu, to defend this. Even nobody's Tejo was sliding onto this A site, and you still can't shut it down because the executes are just so clean. The nanos, the relay bolts, the flashes from Izu.
Another shot from Izu, though.
He is
bullets curving him around that fake out wanted style.
Man's out there playing gun kata.
He is. Quick exit there from Kong Kong. Comes through. T1 wanting to up the pace here against the eco attempt. Simon going to be the first to fall. Dancing around the smokes. Kong Kong does get a nice shot. Buzz going to be taken down. Smoggy. Go for timing. Ends up falling to the wayside.
फाइट के अंदर वाइट का अंतर कर सकता है भाई
Kong Kong's hands. That could be devastating. Still has the sheriff, but he will lose his life. Sylvan gets the transition.
इवन बहुत बुरा मार रहा है
Gorgeous shots. T1 now up to 10 round wins, double digits.
एजे का लॉन्ग में छोड़ो भाई सीधा डालो इसको जो भी है
Needing to rally back. I love the pressure that T1 is creating here. We haven't seen it on these A hits where they're getting really deep back towards the secret area, back towards their spawn. And Buzz pushes that space, and that gives them a ton of information, room to breathe.
Oh my god, bro. Oh my god.
They're getting jazzed up, and they have every right to be. EDG
भारी
needing
मार
to
रहा है
silence the opposite side of the stage. Get some fire beneath them.
मुंह सूख गया बेचारा का
Silva might
ओवर
drop a
स्मार्ट
30
बन रहा
bomb
था
on this
ना
one. He's got 23 kills, 20 for Chichu. Of course, he's just been so good on this map for EDG, but the rest of the team not stepping up. Kong 7-16. That's hard to believe with how good he looked at the beginning of this match, with how good he looked on Split. I wouldn't believe you if you told me he was going 7-16 on Pearl.
Somehow they've sussed it out, they figured it out. Trying to just break him apart, dismantle him. It's been working a treat for them. At 1 point, Kong is 5-5-0. That's +2 kills, +11 deaths. We know that he's one of these players
क्या
that
लगता है कौन जीतेगा जल्दी बताओ hit the subscribe button guys hit the subscribe button
and that's what needs to happen coming out of this timeout here for EDG.
He is him. We have seen it.
hit the subscribe button guys hit the subscribe
Today
button
be one of those days. Some
they're
ults
close
toy
to
around with
500
EDG,
subscribers
though.
don't forget to hit
Armageddon
the subscribe
and the
button
Steel Garden. So if you can lure them in, I would assume that's what a little bit of this timeout is about, is, hey, give them a little bit more space potentially, and let's use that Steel Garden set up for the Flood. See if we can catch them out of position. For the side of T1, though, you do have that dimensional drift, so you're going to be able to potentially identify where that Vice is. If it's anywhere near the site that you're at, you can kind of think around it, work around it. Wouldn't be surprised if T1 thinks about diving into the B well, the B site well a little bit more.
ये डबल
Some of the
सेंटिनल
really
वाला
nasty
मैप है
executes are and where they can really set up some difficult post plants to deal with. Let's see exactly what everybody's thinking after this timeout. Cash is good for everybody to buy guns, at least in this round.
Yeah. Even that, those thrifties that were seeming like they were very reliable, have not been really bubbling up to the surface here. Some close calls. But EDG
बेचारे का मुंह लटक गया देखो
much just that anti-bonus round win
कान खुल गया
so
भाई
far here in the half.
पता तेरा मार खा रहा था क्या है
A stronger foundation for these site holds. Stop T1 from just busting down the door. Not sure what the issue is, but hopefully not too much longer before we get into this. I think we were doing pretty well so far. You and I in particular.
We had held on.
Didn't really have too many pumps to the brakes, but I guess it caught up with us. This game was way too fast-paced.
Yeah.
So it was
Hey,
something would break
hello.
down.
What a crowd we've got here today.
Hello.
Here in Bangkok. Absolutely incredible, the energy that they've been bringing all throughout this event. And what a treat they're getting here for this opening match. A lot of fans from both teams.
बैक बेंचेस ही अल्लाह कर सकता है फ्रंट बेंचेस नहीं करता है बेंचेस बहुत शरीफ है
Close enough to watch some of their players from the edge of the octagon. Whatever it is, the dodecahedron or whatever.
Yeah, I love that we have this now set up so the fans can just be right there, just below the players, watching the action, watching the reactions, ready to cheer them on at a moment's notice. I'm being told that this should be getting underway very quickly.
कौन चेक हो रहा है क्या
As Yup timer starting to tick down, so let's go ahead and refresh your memories in case you fell asleep during that 10-7 T1. 3 rounds away from closing out this series and sending the defending world champions to the lower bracket.
Oh.
EDG, a timeout call before the tech pause. What are the adjustments made?
There's that dimensional drift. Trying to identify, just sees a couple different players. TP's back over into B-Link now. Gonna clear that area as well. Ball sprung.
But starting to run out of time. Tucks into the corner, the thorn's gonna be popped. Salvo's set to try to flush him out into the open, and it works to treat as nobody. He's able to find the headshot, and Izu gets taken down. Chichu now. Play off a little bit of a timing here. The Steel Garden's gonna be sent in. Nobody. Scouting across confirms that there's no one else here in the site for the moment.
Just delayed. Meteor causing a little bit of attention
बहुत
towards A. His
अच्छा
clear of a prowler.
execute था.
Kong to rotate over to water. Now they're going to rotate through, try to pinch onto this B site. Oh, Chichu!
Fantastic shot.
मजाक नहीं, चीचू बहुत कर रहा है, हेडशॉट मारता है, इसका फोर्स प्लेसमेंट बहुत अच्छा है.
They say absolutely not. EDG. They're going to try to bring this one back. Stacks tries to make it a little bit more costly, but it's just a one casualty. EDG. Now just 2 rounds separating.
Chichu just so aware, just so ready for the angles that T1 is trying to break in through. He's having none of it. Great flush out there. Identifying Izu stuck in that corner, nothing he can do with the Tejo. Just lock him in. And then they just start knocking players down. Great coordination, great timing. T1 tried to work the middle of the map a little bit. Didn't go so well. Tried to see if they could not have to rely just on those executes. And EDG able to shut it down nicely. Something that EDG does really well is works the middle of the map on their defender side. Against G2, they were
Sentinel
so
से पेके है ना, इसलिए दिक्कत
They're
आ
able
रहा
to lock down these
है.
choke points. And they make it so annoying, and that's a great shot from Kong.
Mentioned lockdown is available, but Stack's going to be eliminated. The one player coming into the round that didn't have a weapon, just a sheriff behind. Slide in, but distracted. Picks the wrong target as Izu tries to get the little 180 flick. Just find Simon here for the moment. Kong shortly going to have to try to go for the reload. It's forced away for the moment. The Armageddon now going to be called in. Izu on a crossfire, able to find Chichu. He and Sylvan, though, very committed positions versus 3. But the cross to the side, Sylvan covering fire, able to keep his teammate protected. A tap at the plant. Smoggy now, seen here on this art side. It's a stealth drone, let's try to get that suppression across, and we'll be able to do so onto Sylvan.
Fake teleport.
It's a game of cat and mouse now.
Spike still.
I like that. 2v2 कौन जीतेगा?
Sylvan needs to push his way forward.
सलवन अच्छा जगह में बैठा है.
Trying to just cut noise. Sell that there's been a rotation across towards that B side of the map, but EDG wisely play it patiently. Quick reposition, but the salvo's not on the mark. The plant comes in. Just the stun left available. Smoggy finds the first. Sylvan going to be taken down. Izu now with everything to do it. Just 12 HP to try to do it.
हाँ भाई इटा वाले का ना.
No idea where he was. He used the fake gate crash before. They have no clue if he's still in the site or if he's relocated elsewhere.
Anti से bad.
The push getting ready to come through from Flowers. And on that swing,
Elas anti से bad.
will find his target. Cosmic Divide does get burned. Still a bit off kilter here. A bit of an overcommitment from EDG. But more crucially, they get the round win.
You can see the pressure starting to get to these players a little bit. It's a really nice opener for Kong. Put T1 down a man. Chichu, as always, so good for it. And just the tremendous patience to wait for that spot.
That's nobody.
And they're able to isolate the T1 players. Sylvan trying to cut off that art lurk from Smoggy. Not able to do so.
क्या लगता है कौन जीतेगा?
What T1 can do is they're finally put down to a weaker buy for the first time.
Trying to go back to Thrifty Town. We'll see if they're going to be able to do it. Bucky, Hero, Vandal there in the hands of Meteor, otherwise Sheriffs.
हरी मैच निकाल रहे हैं.
Gives up the
ये लोगों को mid खेलना चाहिए ना लोग.
No. Meteor's that one guy.
Meteor.
If there's going to be a hero rifle, it's going to be in his hands. He's going to be the one to turn the round on its head. An exit there from Kong. Full send on the rotate comes through. T1 trying to get back over to
Good
the same
decision T1 की तरफ से.
Be rewarded potentially. Already another gate crash out from Kong though, so he's going to be able to get over here quickly.
जब ऐसा silent हो ना मैप,
The util potentially.
समझ जाए कि भाई कुछ गड़बड़ है.
Prowler to check. They're going to try to pound him down, but no relay bolt just to force him back away from the corner. Fast lane. Skates on the site. Get ready to try to go for the plant. Off from Kong, not falling for it.
Spike planted.
Flash onto the corner, and Izu guns down two.
देखो.
Picks up the operator, takes an exit, says thank you very much.
Oh, now he's got the dimensional drift.
He's just absolutely robbed him blind. Hunter's Fury trying to call for it here, trying to track. Stacks frantically trying to line up the shot. They jump back out over towards main. Smoggy, however, down to a sliver. Chichu on a timing, pushing forward towards Art. Sylvan going to be gunned down. The counter swing from Meteor, not there. That's a window for Chichu to try to work off of. But it can't make it happen.
Yeah, T1 इतना अच्छा decision making है.
It's T1.
ना अच्छा decision making था देख रहा है जो क्या.
How do they keep getting away with these?
It's Izu again with a massive outplay as the Yoru. The pop flash catches two, and he's good for both. Ridiculous. And then the thief in the night steals the operator, takes it out of their hands. And they're gonna take the round. Tremendous stuff from T1.
निकल जाएगा T1
Working
जीतेगा.
on the map there as well, creating some attention onto that B side, able to open
अभी
up
भी
some space
EDG
towards
अगर
A.
अडाप्ट कर लिया ना
Get that plant
5 प्लस
down.
हो
And then
जाएगा.
I love it again. They're getting
इन
aggressive.
बात क्या है पता है ये लोग कोई बैकस्टैब नहीं
Not
कर
letting
रहा.
them set up for those floods.
बैकस्टैब करेगा ना
Couple of rounds
हर
they've been
बार
able to do that. They
फंसेगा.
have shut
हर
EDG
बार
out.
देखो पूरा साइड छोड़ कर कैसे से घूम रहा है.
Gotta bait this wall out though. This is something that really is going to cause them problems. And EDG's already leading ahead of it.
Sliding forward, Bud's going to be put on the floor. Nobody. Nice. Sheriff shot to find it.
He's unreal.
Chichu continues to try to shove him back. Nobody finds another. Even further value found. As oh boy, we're back on this script, eh? Let's Meteor has something
Oh,
to say
nice
about it.
shots. Nice shot. Nice shot.
Into the hands of nobody. Kong Kong as well. That Phantom, but he's been
Nice,
spotted.
nice.
He's been felled. Nebula only gonna last for so long. The turret forward out of this one. Quickly cleared out. Smoggy gets repositioned here behind the screens. The reload goes through and Meteor just a hair off the shot. Back-to-back MasterCard Thrifties once more. EDG
अच्छा खेला था. अच्छा खेला था. अच्छा
just
खेला था.
down by one round.
It's absolutely messy. But it's Chichu again with the Sheriff. No other gun needed. He might have more Sheriff kills than any other gun in this match. And Obity hits a really nice one too. But this is what I'm worried about here for T1. With that wall there, instead of baiting it out and maybe taking a pause, waiting for it, they just say, we're just going to go ahead of it. They're on a weaker buy.
SSK, hello, welcome to the live stream. क्या लगता है कौन जीतेगा? T1 या EDG?
You have to be a little bit more patient, a little bit more diligent. Don't let EDG get into those positions where they can shut down those executes. Now T1, I think, has enough together.
T1 11 और EDG 10. कौन जीतेगा जल्दी बताओ.
To the defending world champions. They absolutely will capitalize, and they've got some ults to be wary of. Simon has the Nightfall, Kong Kong has the Dimensional Drift. So what does T1 want to do out of this timeout? I got to give EDG credit. They're doing a great job on this B site, really making the site that this composition is kind of designed to break through. Very difficult for T1.
First timeout call here from T1. Still have one more in the back pocket. The scoreline so very tight-knit now. Dimensional Drift, the Nightfall, both available for the side of EDG.
A1 कुछ नहीं है. T1 है. T1 और EDG.
For T1.
पर ऊपर में दिख रहा होगा बोर्ड.
Another similar call a couple rounds ago. Just that Sheriff is Timer paused. Looks like we might have a little oopsie.
It do be like that sometimes. Well, that's okay.
Hopefully something relatively close so we can get back into this action. I mean, I heard an audible sigh from the audience as they saw the tech pause screen ring out. Frankly, I cannot blame them.
For sure.
अच्छा मैच जा रहा है. बहुत इंटेंस जा रहा है. पूरा बदला ले रहा है T1 EDG से. EDG पे सियाना बन के बहुत पूरा मारा ना. पूरा बदला ले रहा है. नहीं दिखा रहा है भाई सब. अरे तो यहाँ टच पाउस गियर EDG वर्सेस T1. EDG 10 और T1 11. कौन जीतेगा देखो. On screen है ये.
Get back into the lobby here quickly. Let's see. EDG can continue this if they can tie us up.
कौन जीतेगा क्या लगता है?
The whole way throughout.
ये मैच बहुत इंटेंस जा रहा है.
Started to slip. Now they're getting themselves back up on the horse.
It's just
जो जीतेगा
Some of these
वो
incredible
आगे
individual
क्वालिफाई हो
plays
जाए.
from, in particular, Chichu, but nobody's had some really good moments. Simon stepped
दिखा
up a
दिखा
couple times.
कौन जीते जल्दी बताओ.
Those guys that have been leading the charge for EDG. And again,
बोलना
another
मुश्किल है.
reason why they are world championship caliber players. Because they can keep hanging on even
क्योंकि
when
इसमें
their
जो
superstar
चीचू है ना
Battleground maybe isn't having his
EDG
best
में
map.
चीचू बहुत अच्छा मार रहा है. EDG
And tons of EDG and Tion fans.
लग रहा है EDG जीतेगा तुमको.
Don't know who to root for? Yeah, me neither.
It's a tough call.
वाह.
For T1, the experience they have had in internationals.
EDG बहुत अच्छा टीम है नो डाउट लेकिन
They've always shown
पता नहीं क्यों
up,
EDG
and then
मार
just got
खा रहा है.
bodied and then sent packing back home.
Yeah.
Right now, with a win here,
देखो क्या लिखे नो बस नो लाइफ बताओ.
slotted forward into another series in the upper bracket.
बस बहुत अच्छा खेल रहा
And
है.
with a chance to try to lift the trophy.
And to prove the doubters wrong. Nobody was really thinking too highly of this T1 squad coming into this tournament. They looked a little messy during Pacific kickoff. Something to keep in mind. At Masters Tokyo, it was EDG who sent T1 packing. Yeah, T1 did win the opener against them, if you remember that far back. But
ऐसा वाटर बैग मिलेगा.
EDG was the team that stepped up. That was a very different looking T1 team, of course.
नहीं गेम नहीं खेल रहा. लाइव स्ट्रीम देख रहा.
Come on, Stacks.
Get it together.
चैंपियनशिप का मैच चल रहा ना अभी.
You're the IGL. IGL that computer. Let's go.
Whip it into shape. Told them we're very close, tantalizingly close to getting back into this game and seeing what the hell the rest of this map looks like. Do we just continue to have this pendulum swing, these back and forth rounds? Do we get more thrifty?
ये हो क्या रहा है? ये टूर्नामेंट चल रहा है. Valorant का टूर्नामेंट है ना एशिया का. तो एशिया सीरीज जो चल रहा है ना उसका टूर्नामेंट चल रहा है ये. तो उसका मैच है EDG वर्सेस T1 का मैच. जो जीतेगा अभी वो क्वालिफाई करेगा नेक्स्ट मैच के लिए.
Just making sure the mouse is all good to go. Yeah, I don't know.
मुंह देखा खस्सी से मुंह देखा ऐसा.
They're both so good. And, you know, a lot of the fans are going to be supporting either of these teams no matter what happens the rest of the way. Representing Asia. No doubt about it that
अभी ब्रेक लिया. मतलब ब्रेक लेना जरूरी है. इतना इंटेंस हो रहा है कि भाई मानसिक स्थिति ही है सबका.
We're just trying to get Stacks ready.
भीड़ देखो.
He's taking his damn time with
Yeah, I was going to throw something at him. Stacks.
ये इंडियन है. ये इंडियन है.
dragged out by security.
ये इंडियन है. इंडियन है लोगों ने ऐसा करता है.
Themselves entertained. As the arena has been just absolutely phenomenal this whole tournament throughout, but now crowd expanded, the numbers growing. You'd be damn sure.
Notice me,
several days, especially that grand final, this place is going to be explosive.
Absolutely. This is already
by
great
EDG
day.
Classic.
And it only gets better. Still another amazing matchup coming up next.
T1 Susu कौन है भाई? Susu पहली बार सुन रहा हूँ.
Already delivering today. As you would expect, these playoffs, all these teams so close in their skill levels, so close in their talent levels. Preparation, everything coming to fruition right now to try to secure a Masters trophy.
हाँ तो वही तो देख रहा हूँ. मुंह देखो सबका.
I swear.
We'll just have to wait until we actually.
अरे जब हारेगा ना तब मुंह देखना, तब मुझे ज़्यादा मजा आता देखने में. Buy the Sun bundle and support. क्या?
How the series had started.
Yeah.
It looked like it was just going to be a complete wash.
It did.
It's going to come out and just be like, okay, EDG, GG.
Yeah.
2-0.
Felt like it.
Good luck in the lower bracket.
क्या नाम है ये?
What a rally back.
किसका क्या नाम है?
Great performances from both of these teams to make this just a banger series.
Well, it just shows you how much experience there is on both sides of the stage, right? Like, both of these teams have players that have lifted trophies. Obviously, the whole of EDG has. And you have players, you know, Stacks and Buzz, who have been close, who have come very close, who have been to so many international events, haven't been able to quite get there.
Oh, they don't have you on that.
Yeah, that's fine.
World bluff.
I'm okay. That's just the players. Let them have their moment. maybe someone can make one just for me and
I think
show
इसका मुंह
JB.
देखो मोबाइल में इसका मुंह देखो
That'd be good.
That'd be nice.
Yeah, get, you know,
There was somebody
show
who
some love to you guys.
There was someone who made one at Masters Tokyo, I remember.
डायनासोर दिखा रहा भाई
I have not seen.
Oh, because you're a Paper X
Paper
fan.
X fan.
Oh,
I
okay.
haven't seen that meme in a while.
पेपर एक्स का फैन है भाई इसलिए डायनासोर दिखा रहा मोबाइल बताओ
My friend, I have
गजब
bad news for you.
Do you now?
I do.
Yeah, I see it.
I have bad news in multiple ways. First
Yeah.
for that PRX fan, then for us.
Yep. This might end up being a little bit more extended than we had previously thought. So I think you're stuck with us on the podcast here for a little bit longer, it would seem.
Yeah.
ब्रेक खत्म नहीं किया
Loves when casters just yap.
It's the best.
It's the favorite thing.
This is
People love that.
You want to talk about like the
I
time.
come from Australia to see
You know.
Sure.
Yeah, it's been good.
Zach
Pow
Yeah,
goes
that's
crazy.
the goated.
ऑस्ट्रेलिया से है
My
बताओ
money, best dish in the country. Fantastic, spicy, herbaceous.
Herbaceous.
Yes. So if anyone hasn't, I recommend you check that out. But I'm being told that everything
Hello.
is taken care of.
हो गया
So now that we've really built up the tension,
अब 11-10 का मैच शुरू होगा लेट्स गो
back into the game.
लेट्स सी कौन जीतता है
4 rifles and a sheriff here for the side of T1.
Trying to set up a crunch play
अगर
towards
EDG
mid.
जीता
Couple
तो
players,
ड्रॉ
just a
जाएगा
little bit of an explore
लेट्स गो बॉयज
towards long. Flash goes out. Just using that to clear. You know that Kong or somebody be lurking around that corner. Meanwhile, Buzz stomping around, trying to maybe bait out that star, whatever it is. And the wall as well was there. That's what he was looking for. He found it.
Gets the pop. Now the cluster up here towards this A side.
जबरदस्ती का यूटिल वेस्ट हो रहा है देखो
Let's go up
मार खाएगा हम समझ गए इवन जीत जाएगा
along the corner.
Buzz could hit a nasty relay bolt.
He's gonna slide in. He's gonna get absolutely destroyed. Smoggy able to find that headshot here as the crossfire set up from EDG. It's just too damn good.
भाई क्या प्री फायर था
They're not falling for
एक प्री फायर भाई सबको ले गया व्हाट द हेल ब्रो ड्रॉ
Too predictable
टाई
here
हो
from
गया
T1.
व्हाट द हेल
There's no confusion about this. EDG is ready for it the whole way. They don't expect them to be playing so aggressively right outside of that smoke. And they just shut it down and the crossfire set up. And Buzz's relay bolt is late for it. Wasn't expecting them to be that close. Gotta work the map here a little bit more. They tried to send a bit of a fake, but because the wall is there,
भाई
EDG
क्या
knows
मारा
they
है
have that duration of that wall before they need to start thinking about other parts of the map. And they just plant their feet.
T1 want to prevent EDG from getting up to match point. They're gonna have to pull off another thrifty. 2 Stingers, 2 Sheriffs. A Hero Vandal here in the hands of Meteor.
There.
EDG for now. Very spread across the map. Stealth drone leading the way. Gets a ping out onto 1.
It's just Buzz, and T1 has been kind of sending Buzz on some solo missions to try to sell fakes, but EDG not buying it this time, committing a lot of their forces to this B site. I mean, this execute, if they commit on this, has to be immaculate.
भाई ड्रॉ हो गया पूरा टेंशन बिल्ड हो गया
In
लंका
position, Meteor. The orb grab does get 1 away from having that lockdown available. Looks like T1 calling for a re-explore across towards mid.
Stack still has the drone, so we might send that down Art. Yep, send a bit of a fake. See if he can at least keep an extra player planted over there.
30 seconds
There you
left.
go.
Potentially punishable there on the stacks. Almost gets caught. Buzz on the entry, however, going to be taken down. Chichu finding 2. Izu also taken out.
देखा
Meteor falls to the wayside, and Chichu rips them to pieces.
लगा ही था
He said, "This is my site, my tournament, my round."
EDG क्लच कर गया ले
Up to match point.
The freight train has
EDG
arrived.
देख
32
लट दे ये दे
kills
जीचू
now for
जीचू मोटा
on EDG.
चीचू मोटा दे चीचू मोटा मारा है भाई चीचू मोटा पूरा मारा है भाई अकेले चीचू
Was checked a little too late
दे
by Buzz. He turned right as he was
एस था
getting
चीचू था
shot out of the air.
चीचू
Just
का
crazy.
एस
He's
देख
just like, what
लिया
are you doing? What are you doing?
ले
Unbelievable. Now you're going to have an op. It is a full buy for T1.
ले
You have to worry about Kong Kong, the danger man.
T1 जीत रहा था T1 अब मार खा रहा है वो अद्दर
Pressure here on to Meteor. The swing
ले
off the Prowler. Smoggy absolutely nails him. The Thorns slowing up the approach. And everyone from EDG already in position.
समझ गया EDG वाला बंदा समझ गया साइड पर छोड़ो पकड़ लो T1 क्या गलती किया अब रोटेशन नहीं ले रहा है रोटेट करना चाहिए था रोटेट नहीं किया
Timing, a narrow miss.
रोटेट करना चाहिए रोटेट नहीं किया सबसे बड़ा गलती लिया EDG दे दिया
EDG take control.
जीत गया EDG खत्म जीत गया EDG देखा एक कोच का मतलब मुंह बन गया चीचू पूरा निकाल दिया चीचू पूरा गेम निकाल दिया अकेले
T1 was starting to string rounds together. T1 won the attacker side pistol, and Chichu had enough. He shut them out of so many rounds. The Sheriff, the Vandal, it didn't matter what was in his hands. He was taking T1's heads, he was taking T1's names, and EDG has taken this match.
An incredible performance from both of these teams.
मजाक नहीं यार जीत सकता था T1 बहुत अच्छा कंट्रोल में था चीचू मोटा
Start on that split. They absolutely entertained us, but they are not getting that fast pass forward towards the trophy. They're going to have to fight their way through that lower bracket. For EDG though, finding that stability when they so desperately needed it here to close out that map. Chichu just
अकेले चीचू मोटा निकाला और जिता दिया पूरा
And if he is online, it doesn't matter the performances from the rest of this team. He is good enough to get them over the finish line, almost single-handedly.
His anchoring just outrageous. His timings, his lurks, he does it all, man. And he's unbelievably accurate to boot. What a phenomenal player Chichu has become over the years. Yeah, everybody was looking at Kong Kong for so long. And yes, he was the hero that EDG needed at champs, but this year seems to be the year of Chichu. He has just been dominant during Masters Bangkok. There's no other way to put it.
Some disgusting plays from Chichu. I can't wait to see even more from him in the future. We won't have to wait too long to see those next games, but for T1 now at risk of going home. One more loss, and that's going to be it. And obviously, the competition, it does not get any easier. You might be playing against the reigning world champions, but the other teams that are in this bracket that are remaining truly are the best in the world.
I think the thing to think about here as T1 is you showed you can match with the best. You weren't able to get it done, that's got to be frustrating, but going into that next matchup, whether it be G2 or Vitality, whoever you're facing in that lowers, you know you can square up well against them. You've got some really good maps in your pool. You are going to be kicking yourself about this Pearl, but there's still work to be done and there's still hope.
Some things try to reworkshop here perhaps, but first loss on the map in the year. Not going to be the greatest feeling here for the side of T1. Time now to try to get a rest, to try to continue to iterate. Unfortunately for Autumn, not going to be getting a victory here as a birthday present. But T1, they show that they can bounce back, that they do have that tenacity.
Like and subscribe karo guys, like and subscribe karo. We are close to 500 subscribers. Only few subscribers left. Hit that subscribe button. Only 7 subscribers needed for 500 subscriber mark. So hit that subscribe button, guys. Hit that subscribe button. We are close to 500 subscribers.
And give it up for Chichu! congrats G2. Now what a game today. I mean, a dominant game
यही
on
मोटा है,
Split.
यही
You guys
मोटा
got
चीचू
by
जीता
with
है
a
पूरा
crazy
गेम
comeback
अकेले
on
से।
Pearl that almost
क्या
went to
गजब
overtime.
खेला भाई ये।
Talk to us about how today was playing against T1.
สำหรับวันนี้นะครับก็อ
क्या
ยากรู้
मोटा
ว่า
जीता है भाई।
หลังจากที่เราดอมิเนตมาหลายแมปมากๆนะครับผมแล้วก็คัมแบ็กมาในแมปสุดท้ายด้วยเนี่ยอยากรู้ว่าตอนนี้รู้สึกยังไงกับเกมที่เพิ่งผ่านไปกับ T1 ครับ
想要提问一下球球选手，就是其实今天整一场
यही
比
मोटा
赛
है
真的
मोटा
太
देख
疯
लो
狂
शकल
了。
देख लो
图
पहचान
一
लो
我
भाई
们
इसका
打
एम
非常有
कितना
统
गजब
治
है।
力，图2失利之后，图3我们又再一次回来了，再一次赢了下来。
बिस्मिल्लाह
即使是在如此迫近加时
बहुत
的情况
चॉकलेट
之
खा
下，
रहा था
能不
बैठ
能告
करके
诉我们今天面对到 T1 整体是怎样一
चॉकलेट
个
खा
感
खा
受？
के मारा है बेटा पूरा।
因为我们经常一起训练赛嘛，然后大家都比较熟悉，然后也是
मोटा
看
का
到
पैंट
他
देख
们
रहा है
其实对局中大家都很熟悉彼此的一些
ऐसा
对
है
局嘛，然后
कि
一起去破
सुतने आया है यहाँ
破
पे
解，然后或者打一些
पजामा
非
पहन के
常
आई
我觉
है
得挺
बस
有意思的。
भाई मार के
Seeing
जल्दी
each other
जाएंगे
a
और
lot
जाके
in
सुत
the
जाएंगे।
scrims, we all know each other
कोई
really
मतलब नहीं है
well,
हमको
and
इससे।
it's really fun to say we have changed a little bit like strategy or not default. Actually, it's a fun game today.
ก็สำหรับ T1 นะฮะก็คือเจอกันบ่อยอยู่แล้วในสกริมนะครับก็รู้สึกว่าเป็นเหมือนการซ้อมแล้วก็เล่นกันแบบคือสนิทกันอยู่แล้วนะก็จึงเป็นแมตช์ที่ค่อนข้างสนุกกันเลยทีเดียวครับ
मारा है
สำหรับ
लेकिन
ตัว
वो
ผมเอง
अच्छा मारा है भाई बहुत
Alright,
अच्छा
32
मारा।
kills on Pro, that's not
ये
bad.
गार्डन गार्डन हो गया। T1 भी बहुत अच्छा एक्सिक्यूट किया, फ्लैंक किया, बहुत कुछ किया।
Alright, so you guys were coming
लेकिन
into
एक बार
this with a lot
कोच
of
इसका
confidence, saying that no one
समझा दिया कि भाई होल्ड करो
this
ग्राउंड
one's
अपना
yours
अपना,
to win. Do
भाई
you still
होल्ड किया
think the
मारा है
same?
दबा के।
ก็สำหรับตอนนี้นะครับผมคือยังไม่มีใครที่สามารถเคยชนะได้เลยนะครับ
T1 को
คิด
बंद
ว่า
नहीं करना
จะ
चाहिए था
เป็น
एक फ्लैंक से
อย่าง
दूसरा
ที่
जगह
ต่อไป
मतलब
หรื
एक
อเป
साइड
ล่า
से
นะค
दूसरा
รับ
जगह भागने का। ये लोग जो डायरेक्ट उसका सेकंड हाफ पे बोला ना कि डायरेक्ट पुश कर दो भाई सबका सब उसी में
现在
सब
还是这种感受吗？
वो चीज नहीं करना था इन लोगों को।
只能说这次来这边我们就抱着卫冕的心态来嘛，谁来都得干。
We are the defending champions to come here. No matter who we gonna face against, just do it. We gonna win.
ก็สำหรับเราพวกเรานะครับ EDG
हाँ
นะก็
हाँ
เป็น
फोटोग्राफ
ชาว
ले ले
เป็น
भाई
แชมป์อ
तू।
ยู่แล้วนะเพราะฉะนั้นน่ะใครมาก็มาเจอเลยนะครับได้หมดครับ
Alright, well, lastly, but G2 really wanted to play against you guys. We saw Jonah be holding your jersey coming into the venue today. So, anything you would like to say to G2?
那其实 G2 也说很想跟我们再打一场二
हाँ
番
भाई
战嘛，
चीचू
而且
यहीं
九马
बगल
也
में
是今
चीचू
天
का
拿
क्या
着你
बोलेगा
的队服来喽。那有没有
चीचू
什么
मोटा
话想跟 G2 说的呢？
नाम बहुत गजब इसका चीचू।
Let's go。
Alright, Chichu's
मोटा
blessing
खुश है
from
मोटा
this G2.
ये मोटा
Alright, everybody now give it up
मोटा
one more
जीत के
time for
लेके
EDG
जा रहा
and
मोटा।
G2.
चीचू के लिए एक बार ताली हो जाए चीचू। बाय बाय। भाई मस्त गया मैच, क्या करें मारा है भाई मोटा। छूट नहीं पाए, मारा दबा के मारा मोटा। लाइक एंड सब्सक्राइब तो बनता है मोटा के लिए चीचू की। भाई बहुत अच्छा है ये अलग अलग कलर का वाइट रेड लैब्स का है, तो खरीदना है भाई खरीद सकता है। अच्छा कुर्सी है, महंगा कुर्सी तो आराम से सकता है उस पर। आईफोन 16 प्रो मतलब क्या ही बोले भाई, इतना अच्छा मारा है ना ये गार्डन गार्डन का। गेम 2 है वाईटी और क्या वीआईटी और G2 का 3 मिनट में। भाई सब्सक्राइब करो गाइस, सब्सक्राइब कर वी आर क्लोज टू दैट, डोंट फॉरगेट। क्या लगता है जैसा मैच किया देख के क्या लगता है कौन जीतेगा अब? अब की वाला मैच में कौन जीतेगा ये बताओ। उनको तो लग रहा है G2 जीत सकता है, लोग क्या लगता है? गेम 2 में हमको लगता ना कि आराम से लोग निकाल सकते J2।
Nah, don't do me dirty. So if you get clutch, you stand up. Nah, and then I go down.
Hello. I'm not doing the hard thing. You're not catching me on that.
Why? Are you gonna become a TikTok meme or what? We have the read! We have the read! You guys are amazing.
Good call. Good call. Nice.
Nice. Good job. Hey, Derka, I saw those shots, bro. Good job.
Well, that just sounds like an environment that I want to be in.
Sounds like an environment anybody wants to be in.
What a great, welcoming, wholesome environment. Speaking of, welcome back, everyone, to day 6 of Masters Bangkok and our second playoff match of the day. And I do have to legally say this because contractually I'm obligated to. It is a certified banger. It's going to be Team Liquid going up against G2. Sorry, Team Vitality. I'm so sorry, going up against G2. In case you guys haven't realized, I'm jet lagged and still working on barely any sleep. So your boy's trying to hold on here. In any case, though, folks, let's go ahead and dive into this one and really talk about what we should be expecting in this matchup, because I'm expecting fireworks. We got two teams that have so much talent across the board. Anything is truly possible here, but Kukuka, I know where your heart lies. I know where your heart lies.
Absolutely. I mean, Vitality, they still have not lost a single match this year. They're looking amazing. We just saw it in the comms. And is there something more comforting than just being in a global stage with your new team, with a couple new players, and just saying,
भाई अपना इंडिया का टीम का टाइम आ गया वाइटैलिटी वर्सेस G2 क्या लगता है कौन जीतेगा इंडिया जीतेगा सपोर्ट करो भाई इंडिया को इसके लाइक का सब्सक्राइब बनता है भाई
about why this roster works, this Omen player moment.
इंडिया का टीम को सपोर्ट करो भाई ना वाइटैलिटी को सपोर्ट करो like and subscribe guys.
Especially on map 3 we were
Team Vitality
and it felt like we were kind of crumble, but round after round we started and making sure that we just played together, and that led us to playing a lot better, and we managed to actually take it back on split. So I'm really happy about that, to do it in this fashion, to go to playoffs.
I mean, he's just dancing around him right now, freeing, holding his ground, but as the classic comes out, Derka gets a third. Vitality on pace to potentially steal this
मजाक में डरका टकला भाई मारता है भाई क्रॉच करेगा मारेगा क्रॉच करेगा मारेगा क्रॉच करेगा मारेगा देख रहा
People are saying that I'm a different player now and I've improved so
क्या
much,
लगता है Vitality
in a certain way, but to be honest, I'm still the same person and same player. The only difference is this year that we have a stronger baseline.
क्या लगता है कौन जीतेगा ये मैच
that all trust me, and that kind of
तो डरका का देखना है क्योंकि क्रॉच प्ले भाई कैसे करता है कि हर शॉट उसका कनेक्ट
and what matters to us is what we do.
सोचने वाला बात है ये हम लोग तो क्रॉच करता है हम लोग कनेक्ट नहीं इसका कैसे हो जाता है
Vitality is our EMEA representative and one hell
देख
of
रहा
a
भाई
representative.
ऑटो रिक्शा में आ रहा भाई
They've been unbeatable
सच बात है
this
भाई
year. They haven't dropped a map yet, a match
मैं
yet.
इंडिया का टीम पूरा एकदम गरीबी है भाई सही बात है गरीबी में है भाई जिंदगी हम लोग का देख रहा है
Stage thus far. They went flawless through it. Durka's been on absolute fire, and despite the fact that I think a lot of people expect them to
डरका नाम का डरका है लेकिन भाई डरा देता है सब
match against Dira Trex to make it here. But that actually made me believe in this team all the more, because I think in this game, they showed the flexibility that their individual skill allows them to have. They're really good at seeing what their opponent's doing, taking that moment, and being very quick to adjust their setups, being able to swing players around, put people in different positions, and these guys are all so individually talented and confident that they are just going to find success there no matter what.
To a certain extent, coming in flawlessly without dropping a match also means that you have less reps. So maybe what you're saying is very important. Adapting in-game, seeing those highlights and feeling comfortable in what you're doing for Vitality, for how this roster is looking. This is the first time in history the Vitality ever even makes it out of groups. But they still have never won against Americas, but you know, we'll touch on that maybe later. But yeah, this is looking completely different, and I love what I'm seeing from them, and I think that this is going to be the biggest test that they have so far.
I mean, for me personally, as a person who's been in esports for as long as I have, it's great to see Vitality, an organization here at a global event. Massive achievement for them. But let's actually send it over to the Vitality camp to hear from that man right there, Les, which I never thought I'd talk about being in a freaking Vitality jersey. He's talking to Jen Lee. What he had to say.
Hello everyone, Jen Lee here with Les. Now Les, 2 world champions butting heads tonight. Tell me already, who's gonna win?
Probably the player that doesn't lose.
And who's that?
We don't know.
Alright, well, they told me they have what you guys don't have, Ascension Trophy. Thoughts?
No, congratulations to them.
I feel like it's applicable to say in this instance that less is truly more because
oh my god.
No,
he could have said I never needed one.
But
you know? But he didn't. He had a chance.
But it's that you know, brash confidence and smirk that I can definitely respect from my man. He was feeling
He
himself.
could have said you also don't have a chance to.
That's true too. That's true. He is a world champion.
Maybe a stronger rebuttal.
Yeah, exactly. All right, well, let's go ahead and shift over because G2 is the first Ascension team, and as we found out, they have an Ascension trophy to win that trophy, right? So now they're going to be aiming to bring home a global trophy after falling short last year. Mimi, this team has gotten so close so many times.
Yeah, they shocked people with that top 3 at Masters Shanghai. But this year, they are truly a team that is looking to take trophies. You had a very disappointing end for G2 at Champions last year after that success at Masters. But now they've come in with Jojimo joining the roster, and despite losing to the former world champs in the group stage, they had the ultimate bounce back, winning a dominant 2-0 game over Liquid to make it into the playoffs. And I mean, looking kind of cool doing it.
Oh yeah, I gotta get my G2 Bangkok shirt.
I have one. I think there might be one in the room. It's actually pretty sick. It's actually pretty sick. But yeah, for G2 also, there's a little bit of personal things here because as Mimi was saying, yes, they had a good tournament in Shanghai. It wasn't that good in champs. And actually, Durka is the one that got them out of the tournament. So it would be good to see that kind of revenge playing on the stage.
Well, Vitality is a team that I think is very much defined by how good the individuals are, how much they can shift around, play off one another. The fundamentals are amazing with them. I think G2's game against Team Liquid was really defined by the macro. They did so well at inserting players at different points of the map. Valen, every event he comes to, he continues to prove just how strong he is as an IGL at that macro level and as a leader of guys, of players as well, to build them up to this point.
Yeah, and meanwhile, Kakuka's just huffing. She's just huffing it, right? And the Vitality copium is what she's huffing. Look at her go.
I barely need it, but it actually smells like
I respect it. I respect it. But you know what, though? I'm excited to see Leaf again on the global stage. And we all know he's a menace. We know he's talented. But he's going to be dealing with Trex on the other side of the field here. And Kakuka, you're familiar with Trex. Obviously, you know what this guy's capable of. But you also know what Leaf is capable of as well. So you can expect a heavyweight boxing match.
Yeah, absolutely. Trex has so much experience. He's been playing throughout the years in so many rosters. He also has the global experience as a duelist, as this and that. He's been so flexible as an initiator, but that's his role, being the flex player. And I feel like both in Kicks, even though they're like, I'm gonna say the smaller names just because of the repercussion that the rest has had globally, they are really key to both these rosters. And on the side of Leaf, the way that he's playing on the Vital, he's having so much impact in every single round. To me, these are 2 of the pillars for the team.
They both had their historic moments, making international events all the way back in 2021. Champions for League with Cloud9. 2022, Copenhagen for Trex with Guild when he was playing the Raze there that you're mentioning. But I think for both of them, 2025 has been a marquee year where people are really seeing how much impact they have on their teams and how much they can do on these big matches. Now, they're both perennially underrated and having their moment.
And I love also the fact that in an environment where we're seeing so many rookie players, so many new faces, we still have returning players.
Yeah.
Meaning like, yes, we were good at you know, back in the day, we still have it, or, you know, we've improved and we're already up here again.
Yeah, that I think is the best part about this game, seeing players find themselves at, you know, Leaf was a great duelist, but now he's in all sorts of different roles.
Like Gordon Ramsay says, it's all about bouncing back.
I respect that. Now, let's go ahead and hear from G2's Jonah P, who spoke with Jen Lee earlier today.
Hello, everyone, and hello, Professor Jonah P. What's up with this?
I gotta support EDG. They showed us some love on Twitter, so yeah, we're looking forward to playing them again.
All right, well, today you have to beat Vitality. The thing is, Durka has 2 trophies, Les won 2022 World Champions. How do you beat them?
We have something they don't have, which is an Ascension trophy, so their trophies don't really matter.
I don't know about that one. I mean, Les did win a world championship, but in any case, though, in this matchup, you got G2. They're going to have to face their demons here, specifically going up against Durka.
But Jojimo has a Champions Trophy himself.
That's true. That's true.
And now he's joining in with these boys. We have a very exciting matchup here.
That's true.
Between Jaw and Durka, both of them in their former teams defined the roster. Jaw with EG in the very same year, Durka with Fnatic. But now they both have a new jersey on. And the difference between the players, it's interesting because Jaw is this full-time Yoru player. He's yet to have his crazy individual moments in the same way he did in 2023. But Durka is right back at that level he was with Fnatic already, Bea.
Yeah, I think that for Durka, everybody, well, not everybody, but some people thought he might go down just by not having the rest of the environment of Fnatic with him. But he has proved that he has what it takes, that he is still hungry and he is still here to win.
Which is a massive achievement for him, honestly. Because
डरका बड़े फास्ट खेलते लेकिन एक बात है क्लच स्प्रे बहुत तगड़ा है इसका.
Little people can have that success.
And he was so incredible in their series against DRX, dropping 32 kills in a map they lost, being the first player to reach 2,000 kills at global tournaments in Valorant history. The fact that this is 5 years into the game, after he was a finalist in the first ever Masters, and he's still performing this well, is truly a testament to Durka's skill.
Yeah,
भाई क्या लगता है कौन जीतेगा? इंडियन प्लेयर या फिर ये?
It's going to be a banger. You got G2
Start
going
on
up
LA.
against Team Vitality, who moves on to face off against EDG.
वाइटैलिटी में डरका को कैसे डाल दिया भाई? कितना लगता है? आया ना?
Team Vitality. And here comes the EMEA representative, Vitality.
टकला.
As they have an opportunity to punch
ये टोपी वाला है ना ये डर का है.
to meet up against EDG. And truly, we didn't even really talk about it, but the fact that you have all these different ideas coming from all these different directions. Les is on the team, Safe is on the team, Durka, let's not forget about Trex and Kick.
Going to leave Jagamo. यही दो बंदा बचता है.
The team that won their first ever trophy back in Americas. It took 3 matches, but they've joined in the playoffs here as well.
Best go
beyond that top 3-peat from last year.
And I tell you, if you're Jogamo, you gotta love this walkout because I'm gonna call it what it is. Jogamo's the reason why we have these walkouts because his passion, his energy, the way he feeds off of the crowd is unparalleled.
And it's so cool to see him here, just a few hours away from Cambodia. I know he has family coming out to see him here today.
Exactly, and we need to think about
right?
Coming into this Vitality just by having those 2 wins, that will be Team A, so they get to decide who gets to ban first. But I think for them, it's pretty clear. I mean, America's Pearl is American. They permaban the Pearl. I don't think that we will see surprises there. And G2 is going to decide to ban the Fracture after what we've seen, and also, you know, Fracture is
G2 pick क्या bind?
that leaves the bind open again, and Vitality Vitality, just like EDG, picks right into it.
It was a 50-50 though. They would either ban the bind and play Fracture, or they'd end up with the veto they have ahead of them here. G2 knew this. They're gonna have prepared the binds coming in, but that map has looked outstanding for Vitality.
आज का मैच होगा भाई.
G2 unloaded. When I watch this map, this is what I feel like is the pinnacle of Valorant calling. The way that they're moving around the map, embedding different players on their attack side, and manipulating the defensive rotations is peak G2.
And for this match, we need that third map. I would love to get to that Haven, especially with the performance the safe half is having so far. Extremely quiet for what we've been seeing regionally. We know that the struggles for him are different. Also, the responsibility is now
क्या लगता है कौन जीतेगा जल्दी बताओ guys.
and having to keep up with his performance.
Hit that subscribe button guys for them.
In fact, I think he's in the
For our Indian players.
So things need to change if this Vitality is going to make it all the way.
Going to be a tough one without a doubt. I think that everyone knows both teams. You can kind of tell the demeanor.
We need only 7 subscribers, so hit that subscribe button, guys. Hit that subscribe button.
I think there's also just this great opportunity here. Hell yeah, baby! As a fellow Baldy myself, I love that. But yeah, I think that you definitely get the vibe here, Mimi, that pressure's on for both squads here. It's a big opportunity, and there goes your agent select.
And that's it. G2 had 2 days coming into this match. They knew this map would be in the pool, and they're going to come out with something a little bit different. It's a tail breach composition with the Yoru in the mix, and I think the biggest strength of this is what set plays you can have for actively re-clearing space on your defensive side, and how strong your stall is on the flank, with the Vice, with the Aftershock, with the tail missiles, plus a fast rotate from that Yoru.
For this one on the side of the attack, we're looking at Durka, we're looking at kicks as well, making a lot of those mid calls.
Gonna be a great matchup, and we're all ready to go. And we got just the commentators for the job. The one and only Brennan Sideshow on the call. Fellas, the floor is yours.
In the last 2 years, Vitality lead 5-3 over G2 in best of threes, despite Nico having the most match MVP.
Nico?
Oh, no Zywoo, no Honesty in this
mate,
one?
wrong game.
But Durka and Jorgamo,
Listen, no dark corridors here. This is a child's game.
Yeah, but it's a good one.
It is a good one.
This one is a sick matchup that we've got in front of us. Durka versus Jorgamo. A head-to-head that you gotta tune in for. And the first time G2 have played against Vitality in Valorant. And they're matching up here at the peaks of what we've seen from these two organizations. There's never been a time period where G2 or Vitality, these rosters have looked better than they are today.
Hard agree.
मेरे को इसका मूंछ अजीब लग रहा है भाई मूंछ कैसा रखा है यार ये पहले तो जगह में मूंछ नहीं रख सकता मूंछ अभी अभी उगाया रखता है जैसे ये तेरा क्या नाम है अरे अपना डीमन वन कैसे करके रखा था दाढ़ी उड़ी वगा ली ऐसी
Look at this, all 5 players defending on B to open this up, knowing that Vitality love doing B defaults on pistol rounds. And DRX didn't really execute this composition very well, but if I trust anybody to find the holes and do the ante, it's G2.
They're showing us something very interesting off the rip. For our beginning, Wall's going to be coming across, and they're right on the money with it. It's going to be a TP play forwards.
Trying to force them. They want the reaction to come into B.
And they're going to potentially get what they asked for. Still, it's an aid, ricocheting, rebounding out through the back and flash on top of it. Flooding forwards, Jorgamo! Destruction! But shots in the dark for safe. Might be able to equalize it ever so slightly still. They're sitting at a play disadvantage. The reclears coming hot and heavy here from G2. They've got 3 players ready. And look at that. It's the bait and switch. Drop down. Jonah P's going to be calling it. Full awareness here with the wall up into their face. There's caution in the wind. G2 very eager to play towards it.
Crazy pause in the round here called from Vitality. They got the info about Jonah, but judging where that fault line came from, you know that he's not right in the choke point. It's so tough for Les or Trex to get anything done here, but they could go for the silent drop, as Les has done. Repositions into sight.
It comes down to a bit of a gamble with the timing. G2 have just used their own wall against them. They're going to use it to regroup back through into halls. Make sure they have control out towards the back of the site. There's still a lot of unknowns. There are only 28 seconds left. They think that they could have potentially exited, and there it is. Opened up wide, but the trade was in sight. Trent's going to be able to equalize it. Less from behind. No, that's a dagger to the back, but only 18 seconds to play with in a 1v1 himself. It versus Jonah P, and time is of the essence. It's already ticking away. Spike in his hands.
जल्दी
Jonah
आ
P's
गया
given that space and that opening, but now with a fault line, right on the money, swinging wide, tapping away. Less delivers
नाइस
it.
नाइस नाइस
Bullet to the dome,
लेस
and a Red
निकाल
Bull
दिया
clutch
लेस
seal
कर
up.
दिया भाई
As easy as that.
लेस कर दिया
Vitality
भाई
have been too strong in these pistol rounds, and their
गजब
idea was not as good as G2's. But the
भाई जगमो
slowdown
वहाँ
in
पे
the midst of the
फ्रेंड
pistol
मारा
in a
था बहुत पूरा
2v3 offered
पूरा टाइम निपट
opportunities
जाएगा
to Vitality, and specifically Les, who is so good in calm, quiet
लेस
situations.
कर दिया ही सबको
Managed to silent drop both of the players out through hookah and get out behind the Viper wall for the Red Bull clutch. G2 did not win a single pistol round against EDG in the game that could have got them through to playoffs in the first time around. They can't be affording to let them drop like that,
फ्रेंड का
especially
तो
when
भाई
G2 came in with
कुछ भी
such a
नहीं
good
बचा
idea.
इसीलिए भाई
And this
सेज
map, I
चाहिए
think, is going to be all
सेज
about how
बहुत
good
इंपॉर्टेंट रोल
G2's ideas are and how Vitality can react to them.
And
सेज
to
हो
a
गया
degree,
स्काई हो गया बहुत
it's a bit of a pick
इंपॉर्टेंट
your poison situation for G2, right?
डर का ये
It's,
चीज समझते हैं सब
you're
लोग
banning bind,
हमेशा एक ही
potentially split.
क्या हो गया बफर what the hell why there is buffer भाई
Fracture,
बफर क्यों
but you've been shown up on Fracture and Bind recently, and so you can kind of direct where you think the map pool is going to go to that degree.
नेट का तो दिक्कत
They ended
नहीं
up banning Fracture. Here on Bind, and that's
सर्वर
why you're talking about
अटका
the
होगा तब
preparation we put in and the ideas. You can see some evidence of that one here to Salvos. Slow going. No damage really done, and a swing through the back of the site. Lessons alone doing that one. It's a refight attempt. Salvos into the corner. Kicks has been dropped. And Durka up towards the top, perched up, high ground angle. Plucks Jonah P out, and Trent's going to be following suit alongside Jorgamo. And running and gunning does not save the day, not the Valin. Not today.
And while it looked dangerous, while G2 got the right players in the right positions, Vitality still kept
कुछ
3
बोल
of the
नहीं रहा
rifles
है
through.
क्या हो गया डर लग गया
And so,
इसको
actually, a perfectly fine bonus round
hit that
situation.
subscribe button guys hit that subscribe button डर बनाए रखने का है
As soon as Les took that swing out into backside, he's doing
हाँ,
that.
डर बना के रखने का है
Even
hit
when
that
Kicks
subscribe
gets
button
caught
guys
here, Durka manages to navigate it with Trex acting as that great support pillar. And those are really the two players that have been performing the best so far in the tournament for Vitality.
डर बनाए रखने का डर का
G2 again though, looking to try to increase the tempo straight down short.
Yeah, quick play occurring. It's a bit of spam through the smoke as well. Durka's going to be traded out like for like. Looks like he pushed past the smoke as well to try and take that fight straight to them.
So Jorg now gone.
ये चीज हमको अच्छा लगता है इन प्ले लगा कि भाई एक बंदा हमेशा फ्लैंक करता है
Vitality's attack side on this map tends to be slow.
देखो लोगों को पूरा
spread out.
साइड दे दिया और
They
अपने
use
लोग
the
पीछे
drones
से आ
to try
रहे
to push people up into good positions, as Safe is doing now, just clearing out B long. Looking to walk down behind the Viper.
Doubled up. Looking for open fights and open sightlines. There's a flash in the face, kicks. There's no follow-up off the back of it, just a jump spot, and that's Jonah P.
लगता है कहाँ जाएगा ये लोग
for a bit of information.
मेरा ख्याल से
What's
भाई
being made?
टाइम
Vitality's
खेल रहा है
starting to stack some more bodies over towards the A side. That's why they
हाँ
want to set
पीछे
their
से
mark.
तफे मार भाई क्या एक नंबर भाई lovely lovely
Vitally important fight out towards Showers. Now he's going to be squeezed from these remaining players. Vitality know how important this position
lovely
is.
lovely
And there's just no options whatsoever for these G2
less
players.
कर दे भाई
Putting a slow squeeze on him.
भाई खुद
Valorant
less
forced
हो
to pick up the
गया
pieces, but he's rolling up to essentially a
Smoke
vacated
नहीं है भाई
site.
right side
Just
पर
filled up with the bodies of his comrades.
And remember that this is a bonus round for Vitality. It might not have
बंदी
felt like
थ्री है
it because there's full rifles on board.
लड़का मर गया
But this is a team
एक
now
बचा
looking
है
to break the
Rex
economy
बचा
of
है
G2 so early on.
Def बचा है
Incredibly early in this map for G2 to be struggling like this. Keeping
क्या
one
कर रहा है
rifle
सेव
is
करने
just
के
gonna
लिए
give
यहाँ
them
को नट्टी आ गई है
a single hope in hell. Beautifully played there by the end by Trex.
लाइनअप
Just
देख
want to draw a little bit of attention to that and look at this post-plant utility. They're essentially just throwing money
थोड़ा
into the
लाइनअप
void
गलत हो
there
गया
with the molly.
Make sure they can practice their lineups.
Yeah.
Like, can you see if that's on for me?
Tiny gap on the left-hand
Tiny gap,
side,
might
actually.
have to correct that.
Yeah, gonna cut you at the end of the tournament. No, look, the opener is a good identification of the shutdown. Jonah P, he uses Aftershock and gets caught out a little bit, but Trex does not take the fight at the beginning. when he first gets contact against Trent, he could re-swing and be confident in his own aim.
तो सामने डर का मार कह नहीं पा रहा भाई डर का डर गया
But
क्या
actually what he does is play it slow, play it safe,
मतलब
and allow kicks to come around the other side.
एक चीज हमको समझ नहीं आ रहा 4 किल पे डर का ट्रिक्स 4 किल पे
That's kind of discipline that we know
What
G2
did we
for.
see
We're
here?
seeing it from Vitality.
These teams, stylistically, they match up quite well. You're seeing a lot of opening plays here by G2. Comp's going to be suited towards it. A lot of fault line salvo, see if you can get that early pick, but Vitality, they're cool, they're calm, they're collected at the
भाई ये
beginning.
लेकिन ऑन वाला जब भाई सीन जो है ना मेरे को बहुत अच्छा लगा मालूम लाइनअप बहुत अच्छा 22 का
is
22 बोला
mid-round
सॉरी
re-clears. So when you
वाइपर
know
का
that somebody like Durka has worked up B long, or Safe has taken the teleport over to look at showers, for example, those are the opportunities that I see for G2's composition to really have a lot of
सबके यहाँ
success.
क्या कर रहा है
Not seeing that just yet. Saw it a tiny bit from DRX.
भाई ईगल पे जंप पे कुछ तो करो
Spotted here into this spot.
कुछ भी तो करो
Going to be lobbed right at him. Barely alive, man. The thread that he's hanging on to barely. It is. U2 going to be thrown straight back. There's Trent trying to bail him out, but already lost him and control towards this one. That's a fault line into the Armageddon. Slow to a crawl, but the ultimate's even slower. It's not fast enough. Quick repetition by Trent, though. This. Oh, it's catching him unaware. My God. Fans the hammer. Sheriff finds two, left on the side, and Treks alongside him. Tries to go for the spray down, but Leaf is responding, and it's left less into this 1v2. Again, a series of unknowns rattling through his mind. Jorgamo is a mile and a world away. But the time pressure is on Les. He's trying to pull some of these players out, get a bit more information, maybe a pick to make it much more winnable. G2 are not giving him squat, not giving him an inch. And now the net tightening and straight from behind, it's Leaf who strikes.
That gets G2 onto the board. Incredibly important round. And it's Trent. He's the difference maker. We called out the fact that the ultimate didn't get the value that they were looking for. Salvos were great at the beginning to try to keep Valen alive, but it's the reposition after the Armageddon went down that actually gets him the 2K. Slows down the rest of Vitality and helps deliver G2 the round.
That's very important for G2. You can't really let the snowball occur on Bind, attack side with these compositions.
Where is this teleport going? Where's the gate crash going?
Not too sure at all. I mean, he's just taking point, taking contact, wants to take the fight. He has no exit strategy. It's just an orb picked up.
Wow.
So the goal was to defend him.
He early round flashed somewhere else on the map. I've got to be honest, I can't remember where he began.
Okay.
And Trent's managed to pick up a kill just by spamming there, anticipating that Les was going to be scaling off the back of the wall going up.
His timings are quite impeccable. I mean, Jonah P's sliced them up, cuts up the fight. Spread for your troubles, kicks.
Spread default from Vitality, and we haven't seen any team really be able to punish that. Vitality have so much success on this map because players spread default, and every player is in position to really flex their muscles. We know how strong the roster is. But here, Durka goes down. Jonah P forced him out into the open with the aftershock and then just held the angle. Good for the one.
The playbook here for Vitality. Bit of a slow siege attempt. Making sure they make no noise. Got to try and get themselves into the site as freely as possible, but it's all discipline from G2 out towards the back of the side. However, Jonah P was open to the angle, and now Jorgamo is on a bit of an island. He needs a bit of help. Potentially here still, there's no committal, there's only 20 seconds left, and Vitality, they do need to get that spike down. It's a smoke in their face that makes it nice and awkward, and the call has to be made to try and fight this one through and out. Flashes in their face, and Jorgamo is attempting to be that one step ahead, spraying away. Kicks is running and gunning, but there's 8 seconds left to play with in the round, and it's just enough to get the extension they needed. Plant is down now, 2v2. Forwards is the angle, the footsteps betraying him. Armageddon's out. It's a rolling red carpet. G2, they are not the VIPs, they are not the ones to the party, but they're going to try and make it about them here now.
Leaf finds the shots, and he converts. He's a player that everyone's been looking towards at the start of the year for G2 as they were dominating in America's kickoff. Hasn't necessarily had every game with the most impact. Honestly, that has been Trent. Trent has been the player in most recent weeks, keeping them in these games, but once Leaf gets online, and you see what he's able to do at LAN, he's been a beast.
Nice, Lee!
That felt like G2's round to win when Vitality were playing with the clock like that, but as soon as the plant goes down, you're feeling good about Vitality.
Yeah.
And it takes a monster play from Leaf.
Flips entirely. Here's a punish, though. Straight onto Les, and all angles of retreat going to be covered ever so slightly. A bit of spam into the back. Les is lucky to be alive. He's dropped down to just 48 health.
Look at this unusual wall from Leaf as well that he's got anchoring onto the B site. Actually does allow Vitality to go fully through into elbow. It chops up the site.
One's close quarters. They've got the smokes at least to ensure that they've got safety there. And you are right about the wall chopping it up. Still not triggered. No detonation on it. Molly at your feet, swinging wide and out and around. All in Thunder gives you plenty of targets to pick and choose from. There's still no plant down. Kicks is isolated onto the site here. Spike in hand. He's worried. Call needs to be made here for Vitality, and there's a steel guard and lay it out just on top. A lot of ults to be expended here. Orbital strike in through the back. Leaf is a quick evacuation. He's going to be safe, and Durka wants to try and run them down with a showstopper of his own. Just sees the no way! Just whacks it into the side. This is chaos, and this is anarchy. Blood spilled out onto the sand here onto the B site. Out wide, Trent is the one who's dishing it out. Heads have been popped, but leaves it down to safe and balanced. Sticking! Not planted! My God!
Vitality are going to be gutted about that one. They committed as many ultimates as they could think of, throwing them to see what would stick. And they had their opportunity, they managed to get in, but my God, it really was chaos. It was absolute chaos. Leaf hit by an orbital strike, and then by the salvos at the end, there was an attempt for a pit to come up, and then Les got dropped, so the pit disappeared.
Ludicrous.
Never show Cadril that round.
He'll be left very, very confused.
G2 looking like they want to hold over towards B. This is the kind of trap play that I was talking about earlier, where Jorg takes a bit of contact, you have a stun.
Ready for the refight as well. Yeah, flash. And does force the TP at least out of it. Armageddon. An attempt there to push any potential players into them.
But also there's that teleport that just allows you to get out of jail for free, and that's what Durka ended up doing.
And no one from G2 on the other side to catch him. And Durka gets out, as you mentioned, for free. All being slowed down at the minute mark.
Oh wow, hiding actually there from the drone. And that's super important because it lets you dodge the suppress. It's not necessarily important to know whether or not Leaf is there, but taking out all of his Vice util would have offered Vitality an opening.
Slow walk up though, and another refight is called for, and another TP! Popped right out to the side, that's Jonah P. Popping heads while he's at it. Trailblazer, it's a fast reaction, but that's going to be an aftershock, a stun. An abundance of util. I mean, G2, they've got it in spades. Just when you think you're safe, always going to be refighting you, but how much more do they really have here? Sliders of corners and sliders of gaps, and G2 willing to double up. They have that opening with smokes are going to be dropped down and backs to these players. A bite to one of that. Jorgamo, he's ready to take that contact and catch some kills, but it's Jonah P stealing all of them.
This is a lovely round from G2. Despite the fact that two players escaped through the teleport, the double defensive reclear towards B long still got value. Because it shoved Durka onto the opposite side of the map. They're not able to use their entry player on the site exec. He had to go back through the hookah teleport to try to just end on the same site as his team. And it still also pushed Trex into a corner where he could get bullied. That's the kind of thing I was expecting G2 to do with this comp.
G2 were talking about valuable lessons that they learned off that EDG game. Almost grateful of the fact that they got absolutely demolished, right? Yeah, in the final two maps. But I think the valuable lesson they've learned is that you got to take fights. You got to be proactive. You got to be active in terms of taking them as well. The teams that have been performing the best at this tournament are the ones that make the most decisions like that.
Valen during the press conference said, I'm excited that we got exposed against EDG and a bit against Team Liquid because it is not happening again in playoffs. We're going to start hot and take over the series. And have they taken over the series here necessarily? Well, they're starting on Vitality's map pick, something that used to be a permaban for them, and they're 4-3 up after winning the majority of these like rifle rounds that we're seeing after the pistols. So as far as a hot start, as far as it's reasonable to expect a hot start on a map like this that isn't favored for G2, I'd say they're doing a great job of it. The pressure is on Vitality.
Well, certainly. Time is going to be ticking down. Barrier is going to be evaporating. Vitality have got to look for answers here. The backside of this timeout. Going for an investment with his half armor. Guardian in the hands of Kicks himself. Creeping forwards here. It's going to be using the salvos to see if they can take some of that space away, but it's a smoke instantaneously there as a response. Dirk's not shy though. Very much alone when he's taking this fight.
Reclear from G2, so dangerous.
Could go wrong though. Still. Drone. Just a body block. Straight shots from the shorty up into his face. It's a fault line as well, slowing it all the way down. Dirk barely gets out.
G2 have got a really clear game plan that they want to try to fight these solo players in the spread default. This time, forcing Durka away, it's still great, but they're not getting the pick. Can these two site anchors hold on with Jonapi and Leaf?
Seekers attempt to pave the way. It's going to be Thorns propped up as a result. Wall still not detted. Here through, round to the side as well. There's no follow-up, there's no trade. Nobody really could play into that gap, that window of opportunity that Durka just paid for with his life. Still, plan is necessary. And save, wow! He's taking matters into his own hands. Jonapi from the side. It's a flash and a repeat, but he's instantaneously traded at that. It leaves G2 into a 2v3.
Salvo's too late. Trent and Valen with it all to do.
Nice to be taken here. Valen. Working away outside towards heaven. Spots the one player, but Vitality very much got this one. Under lock. And Key. Beautiful approach to that one. Clearing out through lamps. It's a tap from Valen. Needs to try and pull these players out, isolate these fights, but he's essentially got paper mache between him and the enemies. Running and gunning, 7 bullets left to do it all. Unless a jar with a movement there into the final moment, so it brings it 4-4.
The entry from Durka did not find the value they were looking for. Didn't use a raise nade to try to clear the Thorns and jumped in. Took so much damage from the Thorns that Leaf's able to finish him off with a couple body shots. But here it is, safe, making the play to win the round. Top of the scoreboard for his team right now, and that's a big turnaround compared to what he's been able to do in the tournament so far. He's lowest player in the tournament for ACS currently, after having 2 absolute stinker maps out of 5. The other 3 he was playing fine, but we haven't seen Safe where he's able to dominate a game yet at all. If he comes online as well, Vitality are going to be nigh unstoppable.
Contact called for though. Impromptu high-low. It's Trent and Jorgamo. They're praying that there's a bit of solo play, maybe. Any of these Vitality players walking into them, but they might just be the ones to force the issue. Out wide and away. That was, again, catching these Vitality players in a bit of that transition period. Backing themselves out. There's a heal online so they can make sure that they shore up a bit of the damage that was done.
And a full rotate called. They spotted Durka outside showers, and so that makes it feel like the attacking default is over towards A. So they're trying to call this rotate, find a timing where G2 still only have 2 players defending B.
Jungwon's got good info here. Dimensional Drift's going to be used, but already Go button pushed off, but not enough to deal with these Thorns as well. The Salvos and the Util that's going to be sailing over. It's going to be stopping them in their tracks up and over though, and not anticipating that Durka would be up onto that high ground. Leaves Leaf into a sticky spot. He's going to try and buy time for the rest of his team to get back into this one here. With 30 seconds left, plan is finally going down. There is no pushback in sight from G2. Just them trying to square up and take these fights. Durka, this guy, he's not willing to take a step back. Wants to take the fight and he wants to take it now, but he has slowed it down and he is essentially the sole recipient of this site. He's going to try and hold this one down. First line of defense! Oh my god, he might just be the only one necessary!
What a beast! What an absolute beast Durka is! All tournament, for my money, looking like the best player in the world. Top of the stats, any metric. Have a look. He's not even aiming at Trent there. So the phrase is, it's better to be lucky than to be good, but arguing Durka isn't good is laughable. Don't know about that though, man. He is so talented too.
He's talented. It's better to be lucky or good. How about both?
Yeah, how about both?
That's Durka, man. That is Durka in a nutshell. Because like you said, man, we could ham on all day, I think, about this guy, Durka, being potentially MVP candidate over the course of this entire tournament. The numbers that he's been putting up are ridiculous.
He's on for greatest of all time as well. We talked about it last time we were covering Durka in a game, but if he manages to win here at this event, which Vitality are definitely hunting for that trophy, he will tie Chronicle for the player to have the most trophies. He will overtake players like Aspas. He's been at the top level since the beginning, attended the very first LAN event and made the grand finals. He's been everywhere, done everything, and now you're seeing him do it with a different jersey on. It's not to do with him being part of the Fnatic system. He's brought the best parts of it here, and his entering has just been unbelievable, actually.
Yeah.
And the Durka versus Jorg head-to-head that we were talking about at the beginning of the game, Jorg has been not really that guy on the entries. He's got the second highest first death per round in the tournament so far. Pretty much opposite of Durka. Like, Durka's still dying quite a bit at the beginning of the round, but just getting so many first kills. Jorg is actually playing a bit more of like a support role for his team.
It's one of those things as well that's worth mentioning. I mean, not that there's bad blood between these teams, these players, especially Jorg and Durka. Durka, one of the trophies and accolades that he does hold, he stole that one away from Jorg.
He did, and Jorg said he wanted revenge on Durka. Again, coming into this game. As did the whole of the rest of G2, because it was Durka, as part of Fnatic, that knocked G2 out of champs. So everybody on G2 wants to take this guy down. 1v5 kind of scenario, and he's pulling out aces on them. He has been unstoppable. And this is another round for him to kind of flex his muscles. Vitality start out slow, waiting for G2, because they've been doing a lot of early round kind of plays.
Cheeky peek. No dice though, not for Jorgemont. He's lucky, made out with essentially a haircut.
The mid-round is so quiet from Vitality.
Yeah.
It makes it super difficult to figure out where they're ending.
Making noise now though, because there's only 30 seconds left. I think they've realized it. Need to pick up the pace ever so slightly. Fault line and re-swing out through sand. That's good position to dominate control of this one now. Hookah's a bit of a problem area. Vitality have to make a call themselves. They have to dominate one area of the map, but which direction are they going to be going into? Trailblazer to potentially get them into towards back of the halls. Salvo's on top of it. A lot of unknowns going to be wrestling through their brains. Juggernaut from the side, still with the rifles in the hands of these players. It's going to be sailing them into the sunset, easily done with the trade in sight for kicks.
We saw so many thrifties in the previous series today between T1 and EDG, whereas these teams feel ultra disciplined in those kind of moments, not allowing the Eco team to sneak up on them. I mean, Vitality's defaulting and their attack side calling is designed to try to control the game in these spots.
Enemy remaining.
Durka's probably going to be the tip of the spear here again. Showstopper available for him in a round where G2's economy would be in a rough spot once more if they lose this.
Trent, it's an off-angle hold for him. Boombot's going to signal it. How do you choose to play it? Breaks it. Was in a bit of uncertainty, but here's a showstopper and there's no time for quick reactions! Oh my god! There's a clone who's tanking that one. It still gets the value. Wraps itself around the corner and it's gained entry and open access to the side here for Vitality. Jorgamo has to make a play here, steps forward, and Flash is good with the connection. Spray, but he's run out of bullets, and the return of the fire is there. Kicks. Making sure he's mightily consistent, at least to return those kills, but Leaf, hold on, got something to say about it! And Jonapi by his side. One word to describe both of these teams, it is that discipline.
Leaf next to the rest of a Red Bull, and he's like chatting to his team about how they want to adjust things, I think. I mean, that was a wild couple of shots towards the end here from Leaf. This is a wild opener as well, like you were talking about the splash damage coming around the corner. But take a look at the replay, how Leaf gets these final two. What a first shot onto Les. And then right before the stun lands, he catches safe. Those are two utterly critical kills for G2 to get back into this one. Their economy is still not saved either. They have a Bulldog. Sorry, they were going to have a Bulldog. They ended up going for the Vandal. So just a single Guardian. A lot of people on light armor. Durka has an Operator on the other side, on the attack side too. Just, again, because G2 have been peaking so much on defense, I assume.
Yeah, I believe there's a rifle waiting for him as well. It's the last round of the first half, so he might as well spend it all.
Seems particularly good against the way that G2 have been playing, because they are finding these opportunities to go for pushes.
G2 with a heavy emphasis out towards sand area. The Armageddon play to try and punish the drone that was coming out wide, but it's a quick step away. Durkas landed himself a bullet to the dome.
Wow, Jonah P. He was doing this in the prior game as well. He is an anti-op missile with the Vandal.
Durkas normally good for that. Nice to spot it out the setup. Even choosing to trigger the wall and step forwards into the fight and the fray, but that is going to be an orbital strike. Pushes him out wide into the open. He's able to navigate it well enough. No follow-up in terms of what G2 could potentially offload as a plant now coming through, but it's an aftershock to disrupt, and Jonah P.
He has the breach ult.
Could make a go of this one here, but honestly a little bit too late. Trex is going to be sticking this one plant down and out, but you choose to go off of this. Push forwards outside of triple. There's no follow-up out through heaven, so less. Oh, he's not safe, is he? It's util where that came from. Trex feeling like the issue's being forced, and the molly goes up and over just to buy him a bit of time. He's got an orbital strike in the back pocket. It's an extra layer of defense to try and win this round out! Oh my! Josh got a head on it. Salva's out towards the next layer, but that's only removed one piece of the puzzle. Vitality still in positions to play, and even goes down to the salvos anyway. Orbital strike forced out, but time is ticking. And G2, they need kills, they need to draw the blood, they need to find these players and these bodies. Kicks round to the side, and my God! Wins it out for his team just in time.
A 7-5 half is quite ridiculous. The headbutt at the end as well gave me flashbacks, goosebumps, thinking about champs. Alas, the post-plant utility simply too good for Vitality. I think though, considering the context of G2 having this at some point in the year earlier as their permaban map, and it being the first time they've played this version of the composition, they should be pretty happy with a 5-7 half. They didn't even win the pistol.
No, lost pistol and lost bonus. Still putting up decent numbers.
I picked like a freak.
Like we said at the beginning, a bit of a pick your poison situation for G2 themselves. Still anyone's game, of course. We're going to be sending it down to the floor to hear from John QT about what he thinks about this match so far.
กลับมาอีกแล้วนะครับผมยังไม่ได้บอกชื่อเลยก็กรี๊ดกันซะแล้วนะครับขอบคุณมากๆนะครับผม And ladies and gentlemen, I'm here with John QT. Don't you love the fans here?
I love them a lot.
Wow. But first of all, I would love to. They love you too. But first of all, I would love to know, with the remaining 4 teams right now we're watching here in the stadium, I just want to know your thoughts about the remaining 4 teams and who do you think would win Masters in Bangkok?
I think all 4 teams are very strong. They all have different play styles and comps. But I think if I had to choose a team, I would say EDG. I think they have the most experience out of all the 4. And I mean, personally, I'm rooting for G2 for Americas, our region, obviously. But I think EDG will take it.
Oh, right. สำหรับคำถามนะครับถามง่ายๆเลยครับว่าคิดยังไงกับทีมที่จะอยู่แข่งอยู่ตอนนี้นะครับผมทีมที่จะชนะคือทีมอะไรเนี่ยเขาก็บอกว่าน่าจะเป็นทีม EDG นั่นแหละนะฮะแต่ว่าก็มี G2 เหมือนกันที่ก็รักนะครับเพราะว่าเนื่องจากว่าเป็นมาจากภูมิภาคเดียวกันเนาะอย่างไรก็ตามครับผมคำถามต่อมาจะถามเกี่ยวกับประเทศไทยสั้นๆ Another short one. I just want to know how has Thailand been so far?
It's been really good. I like it here. People are nice. Food is nice, obviously. The vibes. The weather kind of reminds me of Morocco, so I really like it a lot, yeah.
Awesome นะฮะก็สำหรับตรงนี้นะครับชอบแฟนๆชาวไทยนะครับชอบอาหารชอบบรรยากาศชอบทุกอย่างนะครับทำให้คิดถึงบ้านนะครับ But that will be it for now, guys, and we'll be back to the game.
Well, John QT expecting that EDG were potentially going to win it all here at Bangkok, and G2 themselves as well. They're hoping to win this not opening match, I suppose opening match of playoffs for them. To potentially get that rematch versus EDG after they were ever so slightly embarrassed, and there's a replay of it. We've seen many a team, many a player attempt something like that, but it's hard to pull off.
Yeah, Lothar vindication after all these years, that's what I'm saying. My sights are set on Jorgmo though, the player with the slab head, to pick things up as he goes forwards into this half. He's on the entry.
He's not holding anything back.
Takes
Very
point.
much, like you said, takes point. It's the sacrificial lamb almost. Second highest def so far in the tournament, but it's there for a reason. It's trust in the rest of his team to be able to trade him out.
Yeah, and that's why, one of the reasons why G2 are winning so many 4v5s, because they're able to trade out Jorg and use what he's given them. He's playing the mini-boo style of duelist at the moment.
Stray shots, less chip down. Heal online though, Kix has got that one in his back pocket, so hopefully not too much more damage done. Speaking of damage, Jorgamo dropped into the process, smokes in their faces. G2 looking like they might want to try and go for a bit of a refight. Valin slipping his way in through the side, and Jonah P in the back lines. Salvos drop down, attempted to buy some time here for G2, and they've got this sight into a vice grip safe, trying to barrel his way forwards, and damage done to a variety of players, unless it's a dead man walking. He should be at this point. Trent, jump spot. Less sticks, half earth on the defuse. It's win conditions! And he's a monster player! How is he pulling that off?
He's taken so many rounds away from G2, including both pistols. Every time it feels like G2 are in a position where they've come out with a really creative round, put themselves in a good spot. Jonah P pushes through the smoke, gets in a nice final position, post-plant util all over the place. And Les is there just to drive the dagger in the back. This is the value you get from the roster quality of Vitality, and you see the frustration build from Josh RT. Because what more can you ask for at that point? They're gonna go for the force. They did this as well, playing against EDG on Bind. They found the value there.
Can they do it again? Sling is in hand.
Trying not to give away that they have force just yet.
Bolt line. Unconnects, Kicks as blind as anything, man. He's right up into the Salvos as well, trying to seek that evacuation. Les cuts it up tight into the corner. That's just only a ghost in hand. We're anticipating some level of this one, and Kicks as well, just forcing the issue. Pressing the advantage, pushing past them. Gives his team the advantage, at least in the player capacity. So 2v3, and Leaf skipping a hop towards the side here. Risks need to be taken himself, and Leaf just can't quite win that fight out. Taking a bit of a peek there. Trex knows the player's life because that discipline comes through and shines bright in moments like these. And surely spells out the death knell, doesn't it? I think for G2 in this map.
It certainly should do. Considering the Vitality win pistol and then deny the force buy. And it's Les again, by the way, who gets these opening two with just a ghost, like you were saying. You don't feel as bad if you end up dying to the Outlaw or the Vandal that they've got on the other side, but when you lose to Les with a ghost, when you had the weapon advantage, you're kicking yourself. G2 have got a very tough uphill battle now to try to upset on Bind. When we saw DRX play with this similar anti-Vitality composition, they didn't really have enough attack ideas. They got smoked. Vitality's defense looked excellent. I think it was 8-4 in the end. G2 wouldn't even get to play out all 12 rounds if that was the kind of defensive Vitality you're putting up again today.
To be forwards and a stun connects, and okay. Wrangle control, Sheriff in hand, as Les going to be removed almost instantaneously. Kicks, stray damage, stray bullet. Shower's control has been given up. Granted, on the opposite side of the map here, Leaf has got a lot of space, and that gives pivot options. They don't take the TP though. Dog needs to be broken just to deny a bit of that information here for Vitality, going for reclears of their own and the deep push by Safe. Here's one level of the TP. Will he hear the rumble of the footsteps? Yes, he does. Catching a glimpse of it. This could be a brutal one. Backbreaker for G2 because they are not anticipating. Safe himself. Running a mockery over them. It's a three-piece in a round. Whilst there could have been chances and potentially still... as long as Leaf can hit a few more worldies like that, but hard go of it. Vitality now find themselves up to 10.
I was talking about it earlier, but Safe getting online is such a big difference maker for Vitality, I feel. When he played Bind defense against T1, he had 0 kills across 10 rounds. Not that that's the norm, but Safe has occasionally been putting up some stinkers, and I think there was a lot of people looking at him thinking, well...
Paper X time!
He's had some rough performances at international events before, despite dominating regionally, and the allegations of being a choker are floating around, but he's putting them to rest at least on this map. He's looking good, he's finding his timing, still playing aggressively, and he's always got his team calling really well on the attack side. Coming up with good defensive setups and always keeping the mental and the morale up too.
Yeah.
And there's no reason not to smile for Vitality here.
Drone's broken. Yeah, Turkus Okay, rocking a hard place. He's to the TP, and he is stuck with 2 players waiting for him. Okay. Expectation there from G2, and they were thinking 1 layer ahead, 1 step ahead. The question is it going to be enough to convert in the round? Because it's a necessary one at that.
If they do end A, there's so much defensive utility to deny plant. Safe has Salvo, and then Armageddon, and then Trex has a Molly. It's easier to deny plant over towards A than B, and that's what Vitality are gambling on here in the 4v5. And unfortunately, it looks like Valin is walking right into it. There is not going to be very much time on this clock at all. They got to get a move on.
30 seconds left.
One push forwards. Yeah, time is going to be an issue, isn't it? Take's already just priming the salvo. As a peek from Les as well. He wants to try and force the issue, force the fight straight to them. Clears the way, most of the way, and it's still an Armageddon waiting into the back pocket. 17 seconds left. What is the call to be made here? Armageddon pushing forwards, but slow going is the ramp up, but Jonah P gets that plan down. Safety in numbers, G2 might have it, but Jorgamo ends up just going down to the straight bullet. Dog in your face, there's no saving that one, but the stun still gets off. Oh my god. Safety with the spam, out from triple, leaves it just to save. 1v3 scenario. Need to ISO these fights, and good luck to you. Deep stun, no peek happening. G2 have got this one in the bag.
Vitality had all of the tools they needed there to create crazy amounts of pressure onto G2, but Save, in his head, wanted to retake through lamps more quickly than he wanted to deny the plant. Maybe just 1 step ahead of his own win condition there. They did reclaim lamps control and got themselves in a nice position, but the Armageddon just came through a fraction too late. Good work from Jonah P, just sticking it there, knowing that G2 had to get the plant to win. Durka has picked up the op. Valin might be confident, but Durka's op has done disgusting things in the tournament on defense so far.
The only saving grace for G2 is that no one is going to be making their way over towards showers. They're hoping, I think, potentially that the pit placed layered down out towards B long is going to be pushing them into the direction of Durka. As you said, Josh, he's been doing disgusting things with that weapon.
He's in the wrong part of the map, though, entirely, isn't he? We're looking at the tools that G2 have available to clear the pit, and actually, there are quite a few. Looks like the Tejo's going in the opposite direction, though. And you would want to use Trent's salvos and drone to apply the pressure to Les. The rest of the team, though, is sticking around here. Are they going to use Trent's util to fake? Because if that's the case, how are they going to deal with the pit?
Still a wall down short as well. Yeah, how are they going to deal with the pit is a great question. Faultline's going to be catching onto Octagon. Will it catch onto Les, though? That's the question.
It looks like the gamble's correct. On where to stun.
Yeah, there's going to be a defense, though, surely necessary. Okay, Rolling Thunder's going to be used, concatenated, added on top with the salvos. That is the cherry. Play straight down onto the site. Aftershock Thorns. Les is lucky to be alive. Armageddon in through the back of the halls. Forcing the issue and forcing the players forwards into the open arms of these G2 players. And with the plant down themselves, they've got all the win cons in the world at this point. It's a 2v5.
What a wonderfully controlled round from G2. I mean, that's just masterfully played. We had so many questions. How is this going to work? What kind of timing are they going to be able to get onto Les? But the util was perfection. Kix got killed before he could even shoot a bullet back at them from the anchor position.
And I think he was flashed, slowed by the Thorns potentially. Salvos in his face, Rolling Thunder.
Yeah, utterly brutal. And then you look at what Les is doing inside the pit, and he's caught by the stun, the Rolling Thunder, Aftershock, getting timing by Trent. They really effectively sliced up those Vitality defenders. You give Valin time and he does call some beautiful rounds.
Yeah, he does.
Here's the stun into the salvo. Catches on both of the defenders there, I think.
Look at
Kicks. How was he supposed to escape? He was going to take enormous... Oh, that's brutal as well. That's based on the Aftershock. They know that the Aftershock has cleared out Octagon, so the spam comes through afterwards. Durka picked up the operator, and now he's got to try to find some use out of it in this round because he was completely out of the previous.
Might get lucky. Thrown up. Gonna be hearing that one. Okay, that even gets the tag on top of it. Full line, rounded about. Salvo's out through the back. There's a safety pocket to play in itself. The auto strike out wide, and Jorgamo He's just running his way forwards. Gets caught out into the open. Durka finding that value, and here we go. Shotguns in play. Do you dare step in to the nest, which is Lamps? Quick maneuvers though. G2 eager to try and take the fight through the back, and that stun does connect, but there's damage done and bodies piling up into that direction. Lamps is a bloodbath occurring. Quick reposition as well. It's discipline here. The G2 players are showcasing, making sure that they double up. No ISO fight yet. Less is not given much to work with. Still does the work. Still does the damage. Brings it to a 1v1. Salvo's online. Trex pushed back for about a moment. Smoke still down. Bit of safety to play in and just leaping into the fight. It's Trent who knocks the head of Trex clean off.
Another really well-controlled round from G2. It looked dangerous. They applied crazy pressure onto Durka and won a 3v5 afterwards. A 2v5, essentially, right? Just by having Leaf and Trent work around triple, take the right timings after dodging the utility. And they'd already crunched the rest of Vitality into backside positions. Vitality did a good job of getting value out of the shorties. But here we go, Durka's op, taken away from him, back to rifles on both sides. Economy, though, pinched for Vitality. This can be the comeback here for G2. Heard it from Valen's own mouth earlier.
The bait and switch, I think the Vitality are trying to cook up. Yeah, it's a nade. Durka was holding it over the shoulder, a bit of spam on top of it. They know that G2 have been trying to punish less jump spotting in that position. They make adjustments. Slow going though from G2, especially when you're going to be a player down. Trent has been that heavy hitter so far for them.
Trex is going to have to jiggle for some level of information. No, he backs off into Lamps. He has the orbital strike. That can buy time for the rotates. But at the moment, he looks like he wants to play a little aggro.
What a call. Walk up into the smokes by G2.
No flashes, though. They can't get into backside here.
Happy to play it slow for now. 40 seconds, though. They've got themselves into these 4 positions. Jonah P just hard commits, sticks the plant down. It's Vitality want to try and play this with their player advantage, but Durka's slow going. Off on the flank himself. Thorns, not broken, potentially slowing it down, and it does actually split these players ever so slightly. The trade isn't there in time, not by Leaf, unless he's doing quick and dirty work! Jorgamo just pulls it back from the brink, but he's just one man now, and he's got to do it against Durka himself. Nade rebounds, pushes him out! He just falls down to it!
How's he gone down to that? He got a triple kill in the round! It looked like his moment! And Durka, even he can't quite believe it. The nade was perfect. The first impulse drops Jorgamo down to 5 HP, and there must have just been a tiny cluster that rolled towards his feet.
I'll have to see that again.
Jorg gets a double defending here. Nice shots. And they're being able to kill both players in heaven.
Yeah.
What has happened here? How has that rolled so far?
Yeah,
I don't think he realized it had momentum coming off the wall.
He's taking a gamble in that spot, just walking. He doesn't want to give away any information whatsoever to Durka.
The Red Bull clutch for Durka there. One of the easier ones, actually, that he's had at the tournament. And G2 take a tactical timeout. We talked about the economy potentially getting broken for Vitality. Because it was only Durka that stayed alive, their eco actually is not in a particularly great spot. There is a chance that Vitality are going to be coming into this with a very bad buy. They'll be able to salvage at least 3 rifles, but then there could be Guardians or Bulldogs on top of that.
Yeah. Might be a judge jobber for less. Durka drops some. Oh, okay, going for the Bulldog. Okay, Durka drops the rifle to less. So,
yeah.
All right.
So it's not too bad at the end of the day. Trex is just coming in without a molly. We'll see whether that makes a difference. Vitality have not been going for these heavy plant denial kind of strategies. In the previous round, you saw just the plant went down, no problems whatsoever. Vitality wanted to play fully for the retake as Durka was pushing.
G2 have no interest working their way over towards A, not early on at least.
Who's next?
Durka's playing off sound. He's just rotating based on where they hear stuff.
There's now Hookah, spots down 2. It's going to be the fault line, does connect, out through the back. That's Durka. Like you said, he plays off the sound cues, being body blocked into the process as Thorns at his feet. Giorgamo, in his own team's Thorns, he's trying to push through into the back! It's into a blender! The rest of his team don't stand a chance, and Leaf can only do so much in a spot like that. It all just goes amiss.
It's a lovely read from Durka, though. He has the showstopper, so he doesn't need to be taking the early fight. He needs to be trying to shut down the exec when it comes. And coming out of a tactical timeout like this, he anticipates Josh RT is giving them a set strat. They're probably going to run something fairly pacey, and he just sits in spawn waiting. As soon as he comes over, he didn't even need the showstopper, by the way. He just hits a 3K, spinning around, head on a swivel. Gets the job done. Eco broken for G2. Map point vitality with ults to boot.
A map to take at this point. Smoke's primed. Salvos towards your back. TP forwards, and the flash is good. That connection, saves not long for the world. Rocket up and over towards the top. Durka was plucked out of the sky while it was happening. Orbital strike wasted in the process. Trek's not going to have that one to work with a little bit later.
He's buying time, though, for less on the flank. And they're coming back to him.
Yeah, he's just holding the wall. Is there a level of awareness for G2? Do they actually take this clear and still less? Doesn't matter if you're aware of him. Still going to rip your head clean off. Retreats, backs away. This guy didn't even hear it with the footsteps. Okay, Trent's handed relatively easy one in terms of predicting that.
Trent's also got a nice timing. Smoked off, though. Might not feel confident to go through that, and he isn't. In the meantime, I've had Jorg sat around this position the entire round.
Re-exploration. Re-exploration! It's from both of them. Jorg and Kicks. It's just Jorg who gets the better of it. Leaves Trex in a 1v3.
30 seconds left.
Salvo's flash play in through the back. Open sightlines onto 2 of the players, but a trade. It was quick. Was able to pull that one off momentarily, so 2 surviving, keeping the guns going, potentially some ults rolling into the next tier for G2 on top of it.
It's a nice entry, it's a good idea. When you have the lower economy, you want to try to set up your Yoru, close the distance. Salvos into the back of lamps, forces somebody forwards or backwards, and Jorg flash teleports in. Vitality's weaponry is not good. There is still a chance for G2 to get this one to overtime, but they are going to have to play perfectly. And they're going to need more good setups and to avoid the stacks.
Flash held, primed and ready. Kicks. Let's try and send this one. It's a fake flash play! G2 are ready for it, though.
Well read by Giorgamo there. Still manages to get 2 after he flicked back away from the false flash.
It's quick reactions. Saw a lot of thrifties just in the game earlier. Not likely, at least for this round.
No, not today. And that big ult cycle that felt like it was about to come online and tip Vitality over the edge, it's starting to swing the other way, you know. Jonah P with that plant. He gets Rolling Thunder. They've got the Steel Garden to work with. Trent's Teo Ultimate as well. There are so many tools here to deal with Vitality and keep this momentum going. Even if less, if you're looking at the ultimates on the other side of things for the defense, even if less goes for his pit somewhere, short, be long, whatever the standard kind of spots, you're going to be running into like Armageddon plus salvos, for example, that are super difficult to stay alive inside of. And we saw how good G2 were at constructing a game plan when they were given the time to do so.
Then Valen take point and hunt the kills there as well. Gets him one step closer.
Yeah, what is he, 1 away? 2 away. 2 away from an orbital strike.
Yeah, so the war chest is building. Vitality just need the 1. Sometimes the 1 round, though, can be the hardest one to get.
Enemy spot.
We'll see.
What are G2 pulling out the bank here?
I mean, they're not going towards A at all, are they, at the beginning of these rounds? Full focus over towards B.
Durka's read it, though.
He's making sure to stack it. Plenty of bodies. Durka takes contact. Flash round to the side. That's a quick dodge. Look at the wrist round to the side. Into response, though, from Kicks. And into response from Jonah B. That's a TP. Forced back out into the way. I don't think that was intentional. Flash forwards. Good connection. And putting the squeeze onto the octagon.
Valorant's got the read that they can just tear apart these B defenders, and this round, it works to perfection. Durka missing that opening kill. Massively important. And Vitality, I mean, the money is still all right for them. They still can commit to this one. The loss bonus, plus the money they got in the bank.
Slightest of angles that Leaf can play in. Steady hand going to be required, though, for what's coming ahead, because a lot of Vitality bodies, but the damage being done. Less dropped. Makes it that much more unlikely. As everybody topples on the side of Vitality. As you said, the money might still be good. I think loser's bonus kicking in for Vitality, so you don't have to worry about it too much. Trex was hoping that he could potentially get a kill build. Get one step closer to the ultimate.
Vitality have got a large problem with their defense over towards B. Durka tried to reinforce it here, goes for the flash peek, and like you said, immaculate dodge from Trent, who's been playing a beautiful tournament, played fantastically all throughout kickoff as well. Looking like the best player on G2 right now, if you're looking at a larger sample size. And Vitality themselves take a tactical timeout to try to figure out how to close things without going to OT. This is the final timeout available before you get an additional one, should G2 win the round. And they've already tried quite a lot of different things, but G2's, the util that they have available is so good at being able to separate the crossfires from the Octagon player and the player on site. And Vitality can't figure out a good way of adjusting to it. The one thing they haven't tried is some kind of sand crunch. Yeah. Double up towards hookah, play aggressive short, see if you can crunch on them in sand, and play a bit more of a B retake style.
Yeah.
But there are tons of different ways and a huge amount of experience on the side of Vitality. So these are normally the areas in which we've seen them thrive, coming up with the on-the-fly adaptation. They're gonna need it here.
The one thing that they did try a little bit earlier was, I think, less baiting Durka over the shoulder. He was able to nade when Les was stunned and the salvos came out, but that was when they were kind of opting into the B long fights. At this point, though, G2 have just been putting the squeeze kind of equally, to be honest, out towards Hookah on top of it. But again, no change in the game plan.
Well, Les is going to be ulting, by the look of it, over towards B long. Maybe. Doesn't go for it off rip, actually.
Dimensional drift. Gate Crash is going to be making its way up towards B long, gives his team the information. Last time we saw this one, Armageddon in the stun, in through the back, on top of it. Flashes in your face, and a spam to supplement. Oh, it drops the bodies, and it drops Vitality into that 3v5. Quick on the flank, though, that is Durka. And he has to be the shining light for his team at this point, but the options are going to be running short. As the time ticks, the hourglass runs dry. Ults are going to be held. Util out, spraying and praying. That is the hope. And Jogma right from behind as well. He'll grant you no mercy. OT. It's inevitable here for G2 unless Trex can pull off a miracle. With too much to work against. 12-12. OT here on Bind.
4 rounds in a row from G2. 7 out of the last 9 rounds going their way. So many more ideas, so many more beautiful set plays than we saw from DRX when they ran this kind of composition. The Tejo ultimate into the back over towards B, tons of teams are running that. But the coordination to time it immaculately with the salvos and the stun so that there is no exit whatsoever possible.
Wow, they're so lost.
They really were in that round. And actually, overall, Vitality's defense, G2 hit onto an idea and just drove it home. Now, sides swap though. Vitality with their own opportunity to do something. Early round aggression like we saw constantly from G2 in that first half.
Yeah.
Vitality were eating it up though. This time, Jorg sticks around, plays behind the box. He's got 30 seconds with which to do so before the gate crash goes offline, and he does trigger it early, disappearing back into halls.
Slow going for Vitality.
They were trying to pick this angle a ton. They realized that Jonah P does a bunch of jump spotting from truck, from lamps. It feels like Durka knows that Leaf is over there.
Yeah, might have just seen the head there. Nade rebounding. And around here, plenty of players up towards the box, but it makes it a predictable spam angle, and the wall is slippery in itself. Still Vitality making moves. A steady march. Relentless over towards the site, and they do have access at least to the first part of it. The trouble is they're going to try and detangle and get out of the way. It is G2 players. What a reaction from Valin. Get out of here. Pulling off plays like that, and with the damage done, softened up kicks. He's going to use that Trailblaze. He wants to carve out a path. Potentially some space. Shower's going to be regained. Control for it. Safe is making sure to vacuum it all the way up, and critical fight! He doesn't win it out!
That's
Leaf
ridiculous.
taking it. How do you get a safe man off now? You're going to try and fight and force the issue forwards with it. Kicks. He's the one to take matters into his own hands alongside Durka, side by side. They reign supreme, but time is of the essence, and Kicks, he's got to get a move on. Got to get a move on. Got to get a move on. Run down. Damage done. Jorgamo, more than happy to clean it all up.
Plays beautifully off the damage already done earlier on in the round from Leaf. I thought for a moment that Vitality had done enough. They're so good at being able to push in the post plant in the mid round off the back of a quick flash. But Leaf here, what is that? His peek into Showers is like the Premier peek, the crouch peek, but he's also almost stumbling over his own footsteps as he goes to take the fight. And Jorg cleans up at the end. Knew that he'd done enough damage to Kicks. And also was coming from an unexpected position.
Time to jump.
G2 with a great opportunity to close things out. They were going B time and again during regulation. Vitality have got to expect them to be heading over towards the B site. And there's a double lurk happening in Showers. This feels like fake B pressure, hoping to get the pick onto Trex. Is he going to fall for it?
It's an off angle. Lot to do. Perfect. The crosshair placement. Just needs a second one, and a Stimmy gives him an exit if he chooses to take it, but it is precarious at that still. Backs himself out. It's an opening for Vitality, a potential lifeline to stay alive in the map. See what they can do with it. Fake TP in through the corner, safe. Seeing demons and ghosts into the walls.
Fake teleport from Jorgamo. Just wanted to make sure that it was completely clear, but took the risk of getting caught by some kind of util combo. Vitality at this point realized what the game plan was from Valin. Fake B pressure into an end over towards A, but now Valen's calling a mid-round audible. This one wasn't in the cards at the start. He's realized they overstacked the site. Is it another fake pivot onto B?
It's pressure, isn't it? Clear out towards Hookah. They got 3 players up and over towards it. Bullets raining down out towards the back, but
30 seconds
no
left.
G2 players giving up this space over towards A, and they are ready to pounce at this at a moment's notice. Vitality though still with a huge player advantage, but it's only 2 waiting to receive, and Trex has to be the difference maker. And he is, at least for the beginning. Leaf round to the side. Trex with 3. Can't land the 4th. Still 13 seconds left. Spike out into the open. Now Plant needs to come online. Still Garden is ready and waiting.
Flash track.
Trailblazer round to the corner. Not broken. Timing taken. And Plant stuck. 1v2. Flash through. No way. Unbelievable. Moments of brilliance, almost there from Jonah P.
I mean, moments of pure luck. If Jonah had won that 1v2 there, full blind, Vitality would have been sickened. Trex was magical here for Vitality. And that final flash from Kicks could not have been more perfect, wrapping around triple. But Trex did such a good job not getting overly baited by the B pressure at the start of the round, picking up another 2 once they eventually finished on his site. And Kicks is there with a perfect pop flash and trade. Another opportunity. Trex is going to attack side up on Brimstone.
That's a rare one.
No post-plant molly, no armor.
That is a rare one.
Just the spirit of Boaster running through his veins. Maybe this is a call that Durka's made. Like, I once saw Boaster do this, and it worked out quite well.
On bind, out towards Showers.
Yeah. He's taking it
Won the
opposite
round.
side.
Minnie was screaming.
He's taking it over towards B. Maybe just hoping to catch the pick onto Leaf.
Jump spot.
They've been aiming to punish this quite a bit.
Yeah. Leaf's not going for it, though. 6th sense or something. Potentially there could be some trouble. He's playing ahead of his util here as well. On top of it, it's an off angle. Drone out wide. There's no way he's getting the hell out of there. scot-free, but somehow evacuates out towards elbow.
And now G2 have a good understanding that there's an attack op in play. It's going to make the exec slightly more difficult for Vitality, and Jorgamo's going walkabouts. Always got that opportunity to go back to A with the gate crash.
Fades away, that.
Oh, yeah.
He's hard committed, out towards the back. He's hoping to catch his eyes onto less potentially here. Lurking player, flash through and around. That's going to be Showers, and you hear it. Yeah, here comes the rumble.
30 seconds left.
That's a barrel sticking out, but he hears the footsteps on top of it. And oh, the prioritization of the kills. It's flawless, and it's elite across the board, all from G2. They earn themselves another chance to seal away Bind.
Jorgamo and Leaf are really turning up towards the end of this map. Trent has been keeping them in it, providing big, consistent value constantly. But as we're getting to the crunch time, the big moments at the end are coming from this combo. Leaf zips his way through the teleporter for 3 as Jorg's push on defense gets them the value. G2 on the attack side. Again, they've been heading B almost all the time. They're looking to change it up in OT.
Aggro off angle here by Durka. He's praying anybody wades in front of him, but that's going to be the drone. Spells out doom and defeat, doesn't it? Aftershock on top of it, just in case Jorgamo wasn't enough. TB forward, but my God, man, getting ahead of your own util at that point. Trade it out. This Kixer was hard committed onto the corner, and they're going to be glad for it at that point. And okay, Wrangle with a rifle, coverage there into every possible avenue. G2 paved the way to a plant now onto this site, potentially to the map win. It's all down to safe, it's all down to less. 2 versus 4. Good clearance. Clears up the potential question marks, but Valin wins his fight and Les reveals his hand. Molly won't save you there, Valin's feeling it. Puts him to bed. Puts him to rest. Bind is theirs.
Jorg is so excited at the end that he throws a drink all over Trent's lap. They can't believe what they've done. What a blow. What a sick opening blow for G2. Vitality picking this one, thinking it's a freebie, a map that G2 have not been favoring this year, and they come out with a new composition and look sublime.
Let's go! Let's go, Trent. Let's go!
Yeah, baby. Yeah, baby. Holy shit, 17 assists. I'm like Brimstone out here.
Yo, meet me in my hotel room after.
All paths end with me.
Watch me win, then watch me do it again.
Genli here with Josh RT now. Josh, was it fun watching that game?
Of course it was. I mean, this is what we play for, right? Nothing better than have a OT match on a stage game in playoffs. But I'm just so happy that the boys pulled through.
Alright, I guess you guys made a huge change on the bind, putting Jogame on the Euro, slotting in the Vice. Was this specifically for Vitality series, or talk to us about this change?
We actually had it cooked up for a little bit. We were just waiting to pull that out, and we figured, like, why not this series?
Good choice, and good luck on the next map.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Jen. And G2 Esports managed to take... Whoopsie! Managed to take Bind away from Vitality, but Jogamo so excited.
So nice. He's so nice he even cleans it.
Yeah, look, and then Trent's like, come on, man. But in any case, so welcome back, everyone. Goldenboy here, along with Kukuka and Mimi, and what a match that was. But I do want to reflect real fast on what we heard Josh RT say. This was a composition that they were like planning, but they were waiting for the moment to bring it out. Felt like the right one, and the call was made.
Yeah, I think it was really serendipitous to play this against Vitality then, because the active re-clears they had on their defense, the executes with the ult combos they cooked up on the attacking side as well. It looked so good, and they won despite how strong Vitality started both halves.
Yeah, exactly. Vitality starting off every single half with a 3-0 advantage. In fact, they have won 6 out of 7 of their bonus rounds. That is a +6 just in the overall of rounds. And as you're saying, Mimi, this kind of rounds are so important, especially because of the way the G2 was playing onto the map. Also, I'm gonna call a little bit of BS on Josh right there, because I do think that maybe they had the composition here in their minds.
Well, no doubt.
I don't know how far they were into the predicting that, but less clutching both of the pistols, and then Vitality having this extra proactive plans when it comes to the bonuses.
And this round was such a good example of the way Vitality plays to me. They're a team that likes to spread out a lot, play their individual picks, and control the map for a while. They trust players to be in those solo positions. Like in that round, the pinch back into Showers, back around from Trex there was really, really nice, but they still could not come up with the win. And that was despite a 24-kill performance from Durka. On the other side, though, Leaf had an incredible map, especially in that second half.
So did Jogamo as well.
Yeah, he really heated up the end.
Damn.
But these were some of the rounds I wanted to talk about. With G2's read on this map, I think their whole idea with the Teo breach was to go for these active re-clear rounds. In this round, they're going to go for 2 separate re-clears on this space. Stun, flash, ult comes down, and that space is denied for Vitality. Later in that very same round, stun, Teo missiles, look who's going back in the very same teleporter. This works so well against Vitality that he's going to go for a lot of these slow contact plays on you towards the extremities. So despite the fact that it required a crazy comeback, I did think this was a really good read from G2 coming out with these re-clears.
Yeah, and you know, to kind of revisit real briefly that conversation about the composition here and whether or not it was like planned, I 100% agree with you, Kuka. They definitely reacted because you got to be seeing what Vitality is doing over in EMEA and be like, we might need to game plan against that. And game plan against it, they did. Now Vitality is going to be, well, in a bit of a bad position here, but we'll see how they try and get back into this one as we jump over to Jen Lee, who's standing by with the Vitality coach.
Hello again, and hi Faded. Now you guys are the only team left in the...
भाई सब्सक्राइब करो Vitality जीता ड्रेका निकाला भाई तो सब्सक्राइब नहीं कर रहे भाई we are close to 500 subscribers don't forget to hit that subscribe button there's 7 left भाई ज्यादा नहीं और बस 7 चाहिए एटलीस्ट आज के स्ट्रीम में 7 सब्सक्राइबर होना मांगता है भाई डोंट फॉरगेट टू हिट दैट सब्सक्राइब बटन फटाफट से सब्सक्राइब करो भाई सब्सक्राइब करो वी आर क्लोज टू 500 सब्सक्राइबर सफी मार रहा भाई सफी भी निकाला है 1-2 ऐसा बोल दे रहा सॉरी सैप बैकअप कब का बात अलग है अभी होगा भाई टैरिटी का G2 के साथ वो भी फाइंड पे नेक्स्ट में क्या लगता है फाइंड खत्म होगी अब लोटस में वाइटैलिटी डिफेंड पे Valorant क्या लगता है कौन जीते
Of course, they're such strong squads that only with 8 teams, the chances are extremely high. But as we were saying in the map update, now we're moving on to Lotus. And speaking about comfortability, about roles and everything else for G2, this is their home ground.
It is. You heard Faded complimenting G2's IGL Valorant, and for good reason. The last play against their EMEA compatriots Team Liquid, G2 dominated with the mid-round calling on their attacking side. I thought it was an absolute masterclass from Valorant on this game, and they've got to be feeling confident.
Coming
up here. See what we end up getting. No real big changes, but of course you're going to be keeping your eyes on, you know, those combinations, right? Whether, you know, what you get with the
double controller
on the G2 side of things, but then also how things are going to play out for Vitality. How do they prevent G2 from being able to run roughshod all over them on the attack?
Exactly, and I have some numbers for you. G2 here in Lotus at Bangkok, they've won 12 out of the 16 post plants that they won. That is a 75%. Do not let that spike go down. And in the other side, when Vitality goes into the attack, in the one time that they played the Lotus, they won 100% of the post plant.
Jojima really heated up at that end of the last game. He's back on the Yoru here on a map he's always been good on. GV, he has a chance to get revenge on Durka for eliminating him in the Tokyo finals.
All right, well, let's find out if this one goes the distance and send it back over to my fellow foreheads for the call.
Bye, फटाफट से like और subscribe करो guys. फटाक से like और subscribe.
Excited to get into this one.
Next match clear.
There was no ill-meaning comments from the foreheads one.
Yeah, you're about to join the bold crew, I reckon.
Yeah,
give it 5 years.
I'm getting close. It's those British genetics.
Yeah,
it creeps up for us all. It really does.
Let's have a look at this map then. So we've seen plenty from these two teams. Vitality taking a bit more of the older approach, I would say, to the map, but still performing to an excellent level. And they've
Jana पे breach खेल रहा फिर से.
The 5-player stack.
अच्छा है.
Occurring though, but held down by Leaf. Okay, Ghost in hand. Sure work at Durka. Up through the gut though. Vitality not willing to slow down, but they are walking up into a few of these players, and there's that damage done. Yeah, full line into the salvos. There's nowhere to hide, nowhere to run if you are Kicks. Drop down, but there's that deep push out, but honestly, might be too little too late.
Vitality are going to need something incredible. It would be this guy on the flank here.
Safe. Okay.
Catches onto Leaf. Now there's going to be pressure behind. Eyes, heads got to be turned from Jonah. Oh no, they take the aggressive option instead, actually. Dominating waterfall control in a 4v2, but getting pinched from both ends.
नहीं चाहिए. Vitality कभी pistol round नहीं जीतता है.
Turn alongside it. Clean movement. Brings it to a 1v2 though. Definitely winnable for Safe into this spot, and he's managed to creep forwards past side angles.
कुछ कर ले भाई.
He's running away because he's got the salvos back online. As soon as he hears that first tap, he knows he's going to be able to deny. It's all to play with and all to work with. Safe still. Rocking a hard place is how I described it earlier. Don't think it was for him in particular, but it does mean that G2 going to be able to steal away here. Pistol round. Steal probably the wrong term to use as well. They were looking like they were in control from beginning to end, to be honest.
They certainly were. It was Leaf that opened it. The guy that looked like he came online in the midst of Bind. Found that dominant performance, the form again, that just looks so scary. We've seen outrageous Lotus defense plays. Usually on defense, to be honest, with him being able to find the timings to push out. But here on the attack
strong
side,
है भाई G2 यहाँ पे बहुत strong है. देखते क्या करेगा Vitality.
Winning an important pistol.
अच्छा है. Vitality अगर अच्छा खेल दिया ना बहुत हो सकता है. Subscribe करो भाई. Support करो team को. Vitality को support करो भाई.
G2 could not win a single pistol against the game.
Live को support करो भाई. Indian player को.
6 out of 6 went to Edward Gaming. It has been an area they've been struggling a little bit, despite their great rifle performances.
Definitely so. It's like playing Valorant on hard mode. Pistol around window, snowball.
ये जाओ ए बेवकूफ. दूसरा जगह हम रहता ना अभी तो फ्लैंक मार के कहां से कहां घुसता ठोक के आ गया था.
Information over towards C. He's using a jump peek technique here. Now drone finds 2 of them.
Lost 2.
Trying to trigger out a trap play. Jorg playing way ahead of the rest of his team. Just because he's always got the opportunity to escape. He doesn't pull the escape lever. He does end up going down. But I think he's generated an advantage for his team that they should be able to convert. But you'll see a lot of this. If Vitality have got trap plays around the map, Jorgamo goes in first to try to defuse it. And that's one of the reasons, honestly, that he's got such bad first death per round stats. Is because he's playing the bomb defusal agent.
I mean, he's the sacrificial lamb. They said they sacrifice him and they hope they win the round. Usually ends up being the case here. Vitality have got players tucked down onto the side, and that's a good paranoia at that, and a good swing on top of it. Opening picks found, but these players are weak as anything, and that Marshall in the hands of Leaf will make it look filthy. Still, Guardian, anything could happen, especially if they line up just right. Kicks, smoke off to the side, but we're safe falling. Exchanging the weaponry, trade hands multiple times.
क्यों गार्डियन लेके मुंह पे क्यों चढ़ रहा भाई?
With 3 players living.
सेव करना.
Where Kicks wanted the smoke to go, he couldn't get an angle where you could tap and make it really feel believable. G2 still had that line of sight from tree. Doing a little bit of damage though to G2's economy, making the bonus round a tad worse. It's been a hot minute since we've seen a G2 bonus though.
I know.
They've just been struggling with the pistols so much in a lot of their matches here.
Here's a skirmish for
Smokes play ज़्यादा रहता मैं चीज़ देखा जितना भी इसमें रहता है.
It's also another opportunity where you can just send Jorgen or Jorgen Valin both because they have the opportunity to escape.
Kicks. He's gone up top. Hold on.
They don't
flash
know.
into the face. They don't know at all. I mean, either side just unaware of the fact that he was perched up onto the high ground. Valin
जबरदस्ती kicks गया था मार
to
खाना.
make himself known to Vitality, and that's a rifle handed over on top of it. And the shot is good. Backing away, Durka. A couple of cheeky peeks himself, and Jorg, like we said, he's got the gate crash, so gets information, gets out.
Rotate कर रहा.
Pushed himself into
Leaf
an
क्या कर रहा
aggressive
है?
position. Loves lurking on this map. Always got to try to keep an eye on where he is. Calling for reinforcements to go for the B pop, and Safe is here, but gets dealt with so snappy.
Still out wide. It's all on Les to do the most into that spot, and the trade is instantaneous.
Effort
By
हुआ
G2 opens it up for an easy plan onto the B side. Horn not necessary to be dealt with as well. There was no tags, no connections onto the G2 players, and with Vitality in this spot, Durka Tret's got to be thinking about saving.
Gutting kind of feeling. Durka's so used to having massive impact in these kind of rounds, and Valin
क्या कर रहा है
has been
यहाँ
able to
पे
call on their
Twix?
attack side around Durka.
Cut.
We haven't really been saying his name anywhere near as much as I was expecting.
सेव
And
कर
it's
रहा
not
है
because,
यार.
in my opinion, he's having a bad performance. I think it's because Valin's finding these gaps, these openings, to try to abuse Vitality's defensive setups. If you think back to Bind, the amount that they were just hammering B, XX with huge amounts of util, but Durka's playing the floater and couldn't quite get in position for early fights. Here,
जबरदस्ती जाके मरा.
what is going on at this point?
It's a weird round, isn't it?
It is very strange, actually, because if you're gonna do some kind of re-clear over towards Rubble, you'd expect there to be a lot of util used or some way, someone to help Kicks. In theory, that should just be a instant death from Kicks when he takes that teleport. They must have thought that there wasn't a chance Valin could be across. Don't know how they were that confident, though. Leaf's got an Outlaw staring into 3 people with light armor. Another Leaf classic.
Bottom line though.
Less.
Yeah.
Safe has light armor.
Okay. Walls in his face though, so Safe. Once he doesn't open himself up too wide here, should be safe. And a bit of B presence. Posturing here by G2. Make sure you can vacuum up the orbs.
झूठ नहीं बोल रहा. वाइपर कब से इतना बड़ा और मारने लगा भाई? पूरा जगह छेक ले रहा.
Here they go.
Oh well, okay, Jonah P. No worries at all, man. Steady hand, steady aim. He knew that the horn was going to be dealt with.
Slightly too late.
पहला जगह हम रहता कहीं
Or
कुछ नहीं
too early,
करता
I
साइड
suppose you
होल्ड
could
करता.
say, but exactly as the rest of G2 were crossing behind.
Thorns down.
ADS though, that's Safe, just trying to answer back in any way possible form that he can, but it's an onslaught that's going to be facing him. Drops himself down. It's a hard anchor position from Safe. He's got to get value into this spot. Util out into the hands, but return of the fire is there. Leaf sees it. Tantalizing upgrade onto the floor. He's going to be receiving the rifle on top of it, but Kicks with the smoke in. He's running rings around. Though. He's already found himself too. TP cuts it south across, and surely he's done enough to potentially get this round win for Vitality. 2 versus 2.
Still have the paranoia to work off as well. Could hit both of these players in tree. Throw the paranoia, allow Les to open door. What are they going for here? What's the combo play?
Shadows traveling. Splitting up for the time being. Paranoia, that's a double blind. Near-sighted as both of them. They're just trying to cut sound cues away. keep a series of unknowns into the play, but Jonah P forced to reveal his hand. It's 3 in a round 4, and will he get the 4? Yes, he will!
क्यों?
You couldn't get better crosshair placement there from Jonah. He still had aftershock and stun to play off the back of.
Vitality ऐसा चूतिया ऐसा क्या खेल रहा भाई?
Playing the supportive breach style. No, I must use
ऐसा लग रहा बेटा ये ब्रॉन्ज लॉबी है क्या? सही बोलेगा नहीं?
He's going to kill both of the players hunting for him on the lurk, and then he's going to finish out by just holding
सब्सक्राइब करो भाई, सब्सक्राइब करो. G2 जीत रहा है. Vitality हार रहा है.
Been picking up the Guardian in a bunch of rounds and still hitting great shots.
Wake up in the morning,
hit that subscribe button. Hit that subscribe. We are close to 500 subscribers. Only 7 subscribers needed, so hit that subscribe button hard.
A Red Bull clutch for him.
I think that's incredibly indicative, I think, of just the
Time
overall
out the
attitude
Vitality.
coming into this game.
The thing is, Vitality are the same way. Whenever we've listened to the Vitality comms, Safe is always, you know, doing some kind of tune.
Simple the funda.
Hyping up his team, smiling, laughing.
I think that's what you
Easy
get
jeet
out of a lot of
sakta,
teams in
easy.
our top 4 at least now is that cold confidence. If the going gets rough, they're never quite worried. I mean, the going is
इतना easy जीत सकता ना Vitality आराम से जीत सकता, खाली होल्ड करना है. जबरदस्ती का ट्रैक्स ना पीक ले लेके मर रहा है. सारा बंदा जबरदस्ती का पीक लेके मर रहा है. अबे ओलुंग का प्लांट है, ठीक है, ओलुंग का प्लांट है, ओलुंग को पीक लेना है, हम लोग को नहीं लेना. ऑफ एंगल में बैठ जाओ, धक निकालो, किल हो गया खत्म. एक जन को सी पे छोड़ दे रहा, सी फ्री में दे रहा. सी और ए रीटेक करना बहुत टफ होता है, ज्यादा तो सी. ये रीटेक तो भाई आराम से चलता है, सी खाली छोड़. अब ये लोगों को कोई ना बैकस्टैब नहीं करता है. यही चीज है, हम बीसीटी में एक चीज देखा है, कोई बैकस्टैब नहीं करता. हर बार हर राउंड में एक जन बैकस्टैब करो, देखो आधा बंदा पीछे देखते रहेगा, आराम से उधर से पुश कर. सिंपल सा भाई. इसलिए ब्रॉन्ज लॉबी सिल्वर लॉबी अनप्रेडिक्टेबल होता है. और ज्यादा बंदा लोगों जितना भी हार्ड स्टक बंदा है ना, सिल्वर और गोल्ड पे रहता है. अच्छा बंदा हार्ड स्टक होके, तो बहुत अनप्रेडिक्टेबल लॉबी. कोई प्रिडिक्ट नहीं कर सकता कि बंदा क्या करेगा नेक्स्ट. जीतने के लिए लोग कुछ भी करता है. और जो हायर टीयर में खेलेगा ना, उन को भाई अगर ए जाना है तो लोग ए ही जाएगा, चाहे जो हो जाए. कोई लर्क नहीं करेगा, कोई कुछ नहीं करेगा. अगर 2 बंदा वहाँ गार्ड किया हुआ है, ये भाई साहब को जाके पीक लेना है. क्यों जबरदस्ती का देखो, देखा यही चीज बोलता है. अपना अपना ग्राउंड होल्ड किया, देख वाइटैलिटी जीता. और ग्राउंड होल्ड करो अपना अपना, जबरदस्ती पुश कर रहा है. फ्री किल्स, डीप 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 खत्म. लेस पूरा लेस कर गया, बोला ना. खेल सकता है, आराम से खेल सकता है.
just talking about it prior. That undefinable element of just, I don't know, being ice cold, I guess.
देखो
Every round's winnable, they know it.
जबरदस्ती
One
पिक
intel
करना.
though is going to be expended.
Huge amount of damage actually though.
अच्छी
Doom
गया
does
सर,
drop down to
टीपी मार
20 kicks. He's on 72 health. They got flashed and stunned into salvos.
जोगोमो क्या कर रहा है मालूम है, यूटिल वेस्ट करवा रहा है अपने.
Idiot up safe. It's going to be a wall in his face.
Who's next?
On a tap off instinct. As soon as he hears the ult pop though, he knows that, okay, well, there's a bit of danger here. One's going to be used to slow them all the way down. And Jorgo's just hoping and hunting for a bit of information, but he's missed the B main player. And if he wants to go for this one, yet he's exited out and right from the side. Les strikes back once more. Armageddon paves the way. But Snakebite to slow down the approach. Vitality have got this one under complete
टीम
control.
छितर गया सीजा.
They're going back into kicks here. Softened up from earlier. Only
देखो समझ गया, नाइट किक्स किया. Yeah.
God almighty, just ducking his way out of
Flex position में सही है.
twists and turns into this round. story being told by G2, but they might not like it. Aftershock up close and personal, and Leaf is the one to try and capitalize. Snakebite round to the side and a rolling thunder. Why not? Throw it into the mix, but you've been slowed down to a crawl and creeping around from behind. It's safe. He reveals the hand anyway.
चल पा रहा बहुत अच्छा एक नंबर एक किल है चलो बढ़िया बढ़िया स्प्रे
Even a nade running rampant, yet somehow G2. How the hell have they done this? They forced Trex into a 1v2. Starts to tap, no bullets left. He needs to try and find a fight early on, walking right in, and Jonah P just does not lose.
जबरदस्ती का भाई जबरदस्ती ट्रैक्स और ड्रैगन जबरदस्ती का जा रहा है
Jonah walked out, took a swing, pushes his shoulder up against the wall and spots two heads.
जबरदस्ती का जा कर मर रहा है
And then on the other side of things, a jump through the pit with a shorty manages to find Trent to kill. This is a 2v5. The first death to a nade, that's unlucky. And then look at that lineup, and this jump through. Crazy.
Absurd work from G2.
And they don't need these. This is one of the first halves that they've been able to get off to a lightning hot start.
When your form's good, you don't slow down.
Every kind of coin flip fight
is
going their direction. The spams through the smoke.
They've been passing around the horseshoe.
Ice बहुत strong है
Feels like it. Take down Vitality, you got to be good, and sometimes I guess you got to be a little lucky. And G2, they're looking on fire right now.
देखो जबरदस्ती का पीक ले रहा है 5 बनना है यहाँ पे सब पीक ले लेके मर रहा है
Toppled.
They are destroying the EMEA representatives here in the first round of the playoffs. This is not like buying a back and forth affair. This is destruction. This is them flexing the superior power of their composition as well, I think. And also Valin being able to make a difference in the IGL department. It's credit to Vitality that we've not seen that at any point so far this year. A reminder that this team is 6-0 since forming this version of the Vitality Super Team. If G2 are able to close this out, and they're looking good for it, it would be Vitality's first loss of the year. The first loss with this roster, with Durka and Les joining the team. Many others have tried. Top teams, top IGLs. It's taken something pretty special today to put the pressure onto them and make it seem like a possibility.
पीछे हट सकता था
Vitality have come back from
पीछे हट सकता था आगे जाने क्या जरूरत है भाई किल के चक्कर में
against DRX, where they were down something like 6-2 and had to recover, ran it all the way back.
जगह में कुछ नहीं कर रहा बस दे दे रहा सीधे देता
Is that triple headshot play from Les?
The caliber of players, you're going to get plays like that occasionally, but the trouble is you just need a bit extra against G2 because it's a strategy. They've got them matched.
Well, the two top performing players for Vitality in this tournament so far have been Durka and Trex. They only have 2 kills between them. Here, Durka flies forward with one of only 2 hero rifles.
Hard pushes,
line, salvos, and okay,
all back
and somehow still gets away with a pick.
That's ridiculous.
The entire premise of that fight by G2 was just, okay, we're going to refund.
इतना util waste किया खाली एक
we're going to exit out. We don't want to commit into it. And somehow, they still get a pick.
And they waste the showstopper completely. They have taken 30 seconds in the round, though. And if they head over here towards the C site, it's got some of the Vice util and one of the hero rifles.
Joggerman straight in there, less. Trying to make the most of it with his crosshair placement and precision. It's the name of the game for a player like him. It's good for that one. Found it potentially even footing for his team to walk into this, but not quite in the gun category. And okay, well, leave.
Buying time for Durka's flank.
It's the important thing.
उसे नहीं कर रहा है इतना डरा हुआ है
that rifle in hand. Might get open access, and yes, he does. So Lee falls, safe, follows.
देखा एक साथ खेलेगा भाई एक साथ सब साइड से मारा कोई कुछ नहीं
on the board for Vitality, both off the back of triple sheriff shots. The Durka flank, though, was expertly orchestrated, and Vitality looked more in control in that round after dropping kicks. despite the fact it is still the MasterCard Thrifty coming through. If these are the rounds that Vitality are getting, it's still going to be a very difficult battle out here.
Subscribe to guys, subscribe to me, subscribe, don't forget to hit that subscribe
So
button.
much damage, Kicks slow to be able
Only
to
7
escape.
subscribers needed, so hit that subscribe button please.
But it's
I
Vitality
will
still
much
come away
appreciate
with the round. Great shots from Safe.
if we hit that 500 mark today on this stream.
Beautiful. And that's what you get with this Vitality team. They've been crafted. It's a bespokely built team.
8 round में 2 round
For
जीता.
trophies, accolades, titles. Despite the fact that they've got their eyes on the prize, which is champs itself. That is a fast beginning by G2. Eager to take control towards B main and even potentially flip the door. Get a bit of clearance now going in towards C. Les will have to respect that when he backs away soon enough.
But Vitality have full rubble control here. So
Nice
G2 are not
call,
planning
man.
to do something quick
I
on
like
the
it.
early round, which they're clearly not. We're at the minute mark. They're going to find it more difficult.
Bait and switch by Vitality. Leaf's going to hear the jump spot. He thinks it's just the one. Still.
Do not want to give away a sound cue here.
There's thorns, detted, there's spam coming your way, and a wall's dropped down, but luckily, Kicks has provided
They're
that
fighting
smoke
Mount.
prior.
Ren, they're about to fight Mount off the horn. No, they decided to back it up.
The difficult one. The wall going to be popped open. Somehow Leaf wins out that fight.
They are calls they
Options
go easily.
mounting up.
Must
G2, they can
खेलता है.
take it into many
Must
different
call.
directions here, but they set the sights over towards C.
करना पड़ेगा वहाँ पे जबरदस्ती पिक.
Yeah, and
उन्हें
Vitality still
जबरदस्ती
have 3
पिक करके
players
भाई
here
मर
applying
रहा है.
salt
मतलब
back.
ऐसे थ्रो कर रहा
Fade
है.
ult.
Here's the difficulty. How the hell do you chew through this? You can't exactly bide your time and wait this one out. Got to try and just send it.
ये
Take the
चीज़
fight
लेकिन
anyway.
मस्त लगता है हमको
Pistols
देखने
in
में.
hand and the timing has been
Valorant
caught.
का.
And right there,
ये
you're in the shadow arm at that point, Valorant. Not ready for the fight. It's going to be
जैसे
coming your way.
ऊपर का
Les
व्यू दिखाते हैं एरियल व्यू
Trek
बहुत
safe,
गजब
all
लगता है,
before that
खूबसूरत
time
लगता
to
है.
play
अभी
into the
व्यू
side
खेल
with
रहा
the Nightfall hot on their heels. Jonah B is supposed to try and get that plant down. Then you got to win that one out. Drop down with a spike in their laps. This is a Vitality round, all sealed up, nice and pretty.
They are starting to come back into this game. Crucially, Durka and Kicks having control over Rubble gave them the right defensive read on what was going on. And also,
कॉल देते रहे भाई जीतेगा तू ये.
from Leaf, but at the same time, they were thinking about going for a double fight. They had safe and less
कॉल दे रहा
grouped
मस्त
up
निकाल
with a
रहा
haunt over the top,
है. एक तो भाई
thinking that they
चिकन
wanted to go for
मशीन
a
दे
mount
रहा
reclear.
है.
When the horn got broken, Vitality called it off. If they'd gone for that, they might have lost the round outright then and there. And instead, they had the patience
वो
to
देखा
hold
देखा
on,
लग रहा है.
keep the stack on the
कुछ
C
देखा
side,
देखा.
and win it out through good macro play.
Vitality able to drag themselves ever so close to the potentially evening up this half.
This round though, Vitality not controlling Rubble.
डेडलॉक क्यों नहीं खेलता कोई? डेडलॉक के लिए भाई बंदा लोग 10 बार सोचे अंदर घुसने से पहले. 10 बार.
Refight flash, but well, they're way ahead of it.
एक डेडलॉक ने एक और एक कॉम्बो ले भाई.
Necessary, it was ordered up onto a platter. Les is happy to oblige, and that sees his perfection in motion. Safe, happy to slam it down, but caught. Reload out into the open. There's no defense. There's no correction for that one here. It's an open A site with a plan going down now for Valen.
Leafs on the backstab too. Nobody with tracks to try to clear this.
Pocket to play in.
Ideally, you want to go and clear over towards Rubble to start this retake.
Roller Thunder cuts this one up. This is for Leaf to potentially take a peek and fight out towards stairs. Wins it out. It's laboured, it's precarious, but he plays his life in the end because he sees it and hears it. Trex in his face. It's a necessary one, but he's causing a distraction and the backstab play. This is off the charts with the game IQ. It's buying time and win con possibilities for Valen, but he's just one man. 31 health. Leaf needs to win these ones out. Clearance, it's all about the timing and takes the peak with the smoke in play. Kicks are sticking all the way. Spam of the run and gun just does not save you.
Great defense from Trex. He played that situation just as well as Leaf did.
Like and subscribe. Difficult. It's working.
Both of them playing their life, and as soon as Trex realized that it was a bad fight that he was getting lured into, he calls for the rest of the team to accelerate on the retake and instead go towards site, put that Omen smoke down, start the defuse inside of it. This is now 3 rounds in a row that Vitality have got, and they are back in the game.
Nice! Nice! Let's go, guys. Let's go.
And the biggest reason that Vitality are back into this one is because they've been able to lock down one of the sides. couple of rounds ago, round 9, we saw them hold with Durka and Kix over towards Rubble. Round 10, we see Kix alone holding Mound, allowing the whole of the rest of the team to stack the other side of the map. It makes such a huge difference if they have the macro defense set up. G2 have got to do a slightly better job of being able to push these players back. And now as they go for this early round map control, they're going to be meeting Durka with an operator who is having a slow map right now, 2 and 8. I was giving credit earlier on to Valen for being able to call around Durka. I feel like at this point he actually has had a lot of these opportunities to get involved and he's just not quite found his moment.
Struggling.
Bearing in mind he was coming into this looking like the best player in the world.
He might just get his time in the sun here and now. Guess what? A lot of bodies waiting for him on the other side of these barriers.
Hit the subscribe button, guys. Hit the subscribe. We are close to 500 subscribers, so hit that subscribe button. Only 7 subscribers needed for getting the 500 subscriber mark. So don't forget to hit that subscribe button.
Gets out scot-free. Triple walk-up Vitality. 3 players on towards the C site for G2. Need kills, I think, to make this one winnable. Durka, it's not one to overpeak. It's an off angle. Just being held in case there is that walk-up.
What's the timing on the haunt here? Prowler sets him up.
Takes the peek and takes the shot. Almost takes 2 of them out for it.
यही चीज हमको डरका का बहुत अच्छा लगता है.
Oh, that's so good from Trex and Durka.
You wanted to see more from him. You're getting it here and now.
ये जो डरका का एक से अच्छा लगता है. अगर डरका पिक किया, मतलब क्रॉच पिक किया किसी पे, तो मरना एक बंदा कंफर्म है. हाँ
4 in the round from Durka, 1 away from a showstopper and a 5th on the board. Vitality doing such a good job of getting back in the game. And G2 tripping over themselves a little bit here. I think in this round, once Kix gets the opening kill against Jorgamo, you could kind of have a bit of a read of, all right, well, we know that the Omen is not posted up towards Rubble. What if we try to accelerate the lurk on the A side of the map? And instead, they just stick to their guns over here. But Durka's so aggro, he disrespects so often with his op. He's an incredibly tough player to play against. They're going to do the same again.
Incredibly well orchestrated. Dimensional drift, though, is one thing. And it's going to be spotting out 1, 2 players here. Fault line's going to be coming through. Exiting early. Kix has broken his bloody ankles. It's up to the rest of G2 to see if they can do a bit more with this one. And Leaf does return with that 1 kill. Armageddon. Lay it down a little bit prior. It's going to be wasted, though. Trent not getting too much done with that one.
That is so sick. Kix just TikToked him.
Go ahead, boys. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Safe though. Go for a bit of a re-exploration here. They lost a lot of information over on the A side of the map. So Safe wants to pick some back up.
Ooh.
Into his prime.
Nice, Safi.
Perfect timing. With all that mid-round information that he gathered. He got a bit more than that, didn't he, though? Not just information. Kills, bodies toppling on the side of G2, and it leaves it just down to the 2, Trent and Leaf. They have the easier side to get themselves into. Kix will at least be forced to respect a bit of this util.
30 seconds left.
That sound cue's made, and now Stampede going to be occurring. Pit, lay it down, why not? Might as well just throw everything into the mix to try and win this 1 round out. Orb through, snake bite, and Trent spam down, spray down, snake bite of his own. Leaf could be a miracle worker, but my god, how the hell do you tangle with this one? It's a Pit versus Pit. Heavy blight now, lay it down over towards the C site. Decay damage to pocket the play in. Players highlighted reload ordered, and Kix eager to chase him down. We end this one at 6-6. Vitality. They pull off absolute heroics to make it even here.
What a magical comeback. What a sick outplay from Kix towards the end. Destroys Jorg. But the story of this is Vitality getting themselves back from 6-1.
ये जो मारा ना ऐसा बहुत मस्त मारा भाई, बहुत क्लीन था. Subscribe bro, subscribe. We are close to 500 subscribers. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button. Don't forget to hit the subscribe button. We are close to 500 subscribers. Don't forget. And we are 7 subscribers left. Get on the 500 subscriber mark. So don't forget to hit that subscribe button. क्या लगता है guys? G2 versus Vitality ड्रॉ चल रहा है भाई फर्स्ट हाफ. सेकंड हाफ में क्या होगा? जब वाइटैलिटी को मिलेगा पुश करने का मौका. वाइटैलिटी जीत जाएगा. देखो ड का ऑफेंसिव में अच्छा है, डिफेंस में अच्छा नहीं. जहाँ तक हम G2 जो है वो तेरा ऑफेंस में इतना अच्छा भी नहीं है. निकालता है डिफेंस. ओके ओके. लेट्स सी क्या करता है इस बार. लेट्स सी होता है.
Longer finish to that first half of Lotus. Vitality just coming out swinging, bringing it 6-6. As you mentioned, Josh, it was 6-1 at some point. And you got to give all the credit in the world here to an individual like Safe, to be honest. The calling was just phenomenal, but on an individual basis as well, being able to step up dispelling some of the narratives that potentially were chasing him heading into this event.
And heading into this match. Like I said, he was the lowest ACS player at the event coming into this game. And there are so many questions floating around Safe because he dominates regionally, and then he hasn't really been able to translate that into success at LAN.
इंडिया से इकलौता एशिया से
Fallen off once they got to
वाइटैलिटी
the
पे. एक
biggest
और बंदा
stage
था
at the global
जो
events.
टैप के साथ और आया था.
Dispelling
वो शायद
any
नहीं है
choking
इसमें.
narratives, being able to revive himself, revive the team as the leader and get back into things. What kind of pistol is he going to call here? They're looking to take a bit of mount control.
Ooh. He's taking a bullet to the brain.
Trying to set himself up to be the win condition, but they've got double lurkers. Safe and less. Both detected, and G2 are not biting on this. A lot of the pressure was coming through on Mound, but with there being double lurkers, they're pretty convinced it's not going to be a 3-player exec into C. They're leaving Valin alone there.
2 straight shots. Catching onto less, excuse me. Orbs up. This is Vitality trying to fake. Potentially like the lurker still coming through, but the rest of the team straight back at it. Oh, Trent just sees it. Barrel poking wide. Reveals the hand here for Vitality, and now Util offloaded.
Fake pivot B. See if they can draw something out of Jorg or Jonah.
Players aren't budging though, not for now.
I mean,
okay, Durka.
It might not be a fake if Durka realizes there's no one here.
Not committing, he's got so much space here. He's going to be calling for the rest of his team to just follow through behind him. Why not? Following the tailwind, because he's got so much bloody space, and Leaf left to see if he can contain and maintain composure. Towards it, realizing it, they've given up the sight, and there's an angle here.
Yeah.
It's a heavy lick Durka gives him, straight to the side of the head. He's going for more, man. Re-exploration, these timings that Durka's taking. Straight out of the page book of Team Liquid, almost. They threw it out. Just gets caught onto the corner there. There's 3 players of G2 eager for a bit of a bloodbath now, out towards it. 4 steps forward into the smoke. Kicks, trying to be cheeky with it. The shots rattled off. Fire's going to be exchanged. G2, though, are the ones who are slowly edging this one out. Jonah P onto the defuse. Not even getting the half, but surely trust defense necessary. A reload by Trex. He just needs to spam and stray shots to go his way. And it's not happening. Not today, not in that instance. G2 with a pistol round.
गलत जगह प्लांट करता तो सी जाना था सबको.
What a turnaround, what a difference compared to Bind. And it felt like Vitality had the macro. I mean, they completely exposed the way that G2 were holding B.
यही चीज का बात करता हूँ कि जब टाइम रहता है तुम्हारे पास ज़्यादा तो हम लोग को हट करना चाहिए, प्लांट नहीं. प्लांट करने चक्कर में हमेशा गेम जाता है, हम ये चीज जानते हैं. अभी वही चीज हुआ. बी पे प्लांट कर दिया, सैंडविच हो गया.
Should have the read. 4 players buying full armor against this. They've been doing their homework.
There's a lot of the danger of the round. They could be facing, as you said, they've done their homework. Jorgen. Oh! Okay, overstays his welcome. Cuts up towards Rubble, and Jonah P very much alone when you're pressing forwards like that. Looking to potentially defend the gun. The Guardian was dropped down. Too late for that, though.
And if you allow Durka to get too many, he's going to be looking up.
Might be
getting back in. I'm sure they're all just taking it nice and slow and steady.
It's a server attack कर रहे लोग का.
Thankfully they are.
All good.
Here's a little smoke for Leaf to play inside.
Or just granted him a potential gift. His own teammate is setting that one up, so Leaf dominating it nice and early.
Safe might call the acceleration here. Considering that they pushed all the way out through Mound. Should be a timing.
Pixel angle. Jonah P feeling the heat, feeling the pressure. It's definitely being turned up against him now, and he's going to try and hold it down towards the back of the side. And shots fired, Kicks returns it. Straight back at him, straight towards the back of the side, but it's going to be bullets to the back for Trex. He was just none the wiser into that spot there, and Kicks, head on a swivel, time running short, pushed out into the open, to the arms of Leaf.
A lot of damage done. Everybody on G2 bought into that round, making sure that they would not get caught by Durka's Outlaw. They get the round win, but it's pretty big economical damage that Vitality have been able to do. And Durka's 2 away from a showstopper, so I don't think he'll mind coming into this one with a Bulldog. I mean, it's probably a good idea for someone else to
guys.
drop him a Phantom, but
I like enjoyable.
look how
Leaf
rough
just
this bonus round is.
तो दिमाग लगा रहा.
Leaf doing the same thing, going for the Outlaw purchase. 3 players actually with light armor that you might be able to snack on.
Less. Barely gets a handle on the drone.
G2 playing a bit of a pack system over towards B, leaning A, trying to drive people into Leaf, and that is where Vitality are going.
Oh boy, here it is. Time to shine, son. Step up to the challenge, step up to the mark, and he's not shy, is he? Still, it's Les who takes that swing, and he was the one who was healthy with the armor. The only other player that could have taken that fight. Discipline in the moment, but now, oh, double face, triple face by G2. Trex just catches wind of it, backs himself away. Put a bit of a wedge in through the middle of the map, and Vitality are forced to slow it down and re-clear it because the spike.
गलत है scene.
Balin's made the right call here.
Oh, walkabouts again. Nice and active. We'll see if Safe though can put a stop to it. He's only got the stinger into his hands. Spike exchange and dropped around. It's going to be the fault line in through the corner.
Oh, ball.
30 seconds.
Can't step forward too much here, but as
आगे बढ़ भाई.
Running against them here.
Less करते, less खुद less हो
Off
गया.
to the side, and Jonah B's looking around all over the bloody place. Trent takes a peek from on high. Cuts Durka straight out the picture. 15 seconds. Vitality got to get a move on, and they need to defend this spot and position. It's a safe plan. Up for the posture, this one back. It's a 3v3, and Kicks are on 10 HP taking this fight. Surely not as ideal. I mean, he's going to be calling now for Safe. Joining them. In hands, but listen, bullets answered right back through the wall and more. Up through the top, needs to be a defense. Oh, Jog is hitting absolute waldies and a double face. Oh my!
ये चीज़ है, holding का time है, hold नहीं कर रहा.
So much damage done at the start of the round. In some sense, it's picture perfect the way that they deal with Leaf's Outlaw, because they allow the 2 players with full armor to tank it. But that drops everybody, like, the 2 players with full armor are then on 10 HP, and you're trying to convert with a player advantage, but with a health disadvantage, and once more getting chipped down by G2.
Round like that, I mean, I'm pretty sure I heard the audience grow.
It's very similar to the pistol, where Vitality get themselves into a good position but can't hold on in the post plan. G2's B retakes have been very slow, very controlled.
Due to control लिया हुआ
It'd
match.
be if I was Vitality, but they're going to send it again on the eco. Very classic play.
Outlaws rattled off, fired off. Jonah P stands and delivers. Off to the side, TP in, but there's no one else to play off the back of that one, so the damage done, and you can mow them all down.
What the
it's too
hell?
predictable, it's too easy when you play like that into the hands of G2.
The pressure, the squeeze is on Vitality now. It's almost
पूरा
identical
लपेट लिया
to the
भाई.
first half. G2, they've won the pistol, they've won a bonus, they're running away with things. We need to see the same adjustment that we saw in that first half, in the second quarter from Vitality. Where is the adjustment? What kind of attack strats can you pull out of the bag? What kind of big plays can you get from individuals like Les or like Save?
भागा भागे बंद करके आराम से होल्ड कर खेलेगा, आराम से उठेगा। ये लोग इतना भाग रहा है ना कि भाग भाग के चक्कर में मार रहा है। इतना ये लोग भाग रहा है ना, ये मर रहा है। सिंपल सा चीज है, रोटेशन नहीं लेना है। एक को बोले तू वहां लड़, भाई तू उधर लड़, और एक जन बीच से लड़ कर लो। जो लड़ करेगा, मान लो ड्रैका लड़ कर रहा है, भाई ड्रैका मारेगा। मार करते रहना इसको। ये जहाँ मार करना रुक रहा है, खत्म हो जा रहा है। यही छुतिया जैसे स्टार्टिंग में टिपक जाए। ये और ट्रैक्स जबरदस्ती सैफी तो मार रहा है। सैफार कितना मारेगा? अच्छा खेल रहा है सैफ, 14 किल पे है। मतलब जबरदस्ती का भाई, ये जा जाके जान दे रहा है। यार ट्रैक्स और डका यही दोनों नीचे है, जरूरत है।
There's only 4 teams left in the playoffs, and that double map veto advantage, it might feel like a long way off, but if you're
आराम से खेलेगा, अभी भी गेम जीत सकता है, अभी एक मैच को लड़ जाएगा। इकोनॉमी भी चेंज हो जाएगा तुरंत।
A massive map pool problem.
It's huge. It's going to be on their minds, and a vital one for Vitality. Outlaws revealed, playing in Jorgamo, bait and switch. Should be a level of awareness here. Yes, there is. What a flick. Crosshair placement wasn't quite ideal for Jorgamo to take that one, but you're absolutely right, Josh. I mean, Durka, almost a hospital flick is what it looked like, but definitely adjusted in time. Here's a showstopper. Let's loose and finds a body. Leaf, there's no retreat from that one, and my God! He's running rampant! Seems like every time Vitality get into a timeout, Josh, and you ask for more, you ask for that step up from Durka, he's ready to shut you up!
He did the same thing on buying, didn't he? Where he needed to come alive, and he instantly responded with a phenomenal round. He's just done it again. It's not the same level of consistency necessarily that we've seen from him earlier in the year, but he's there in big moments to help Vitality muscle through. He's going hunting again, seeing if he can get up to another showstopper.
Yeah, sure, why not?
And any kind of damage here is decent. Safe and less still have a little bit of money, so as long as they don't lose more than 2 rifles, they're gonna be fine. And you're not worried about doing stuff like building up the Rolling Thunder. Jonah P's already got that one online. Yeah. 7th for Vitality, getting it on the board. Really very precise entry. And then the Haunt catching Leaf.
Beautiful all round. Questions were asked of him.
Now Jonah P is coming into the next round, Brent, with an Odin. And that's going to apply a lot of pressure to anybody that tries to lurk over on towards A. Les has been doing this quite a lot. I saw him start the round over there, and then he back over to the rest of his team.
G2 eager to draw blood. Want to try and take the fight forwards, but Jordan was the one going to be backing away. Bit of a retreat. Goal hopefully to pull some util out. Force Vitality to clear out towards Mound, which looks like they've done relatively successfully.
Can Vitality re-clear over towards Rubble and push Val and Jonah P away? It's tough. Anytime this Viper wall goes up, Jonah P is going to be trying to spam it. To be honest, he's running a little short of bullets though. He'll be able to do one wave of heavy spam, and then this Odin's going to be more of a liability.
Attempt to pre-fire onto that space. Conventional drift to re-clear out towards Mound on top of it. So Joel gets the info, spots out less.
And he plays Leaf forwards into the corner.
Oh, the bait. That's unbelievable.
Same spot Jorg got cleared from before, though.
Level of awareness still here, but they just take the initiative and they take the fight straight to them still. Vitality of players lagging behind, and they just played anti-flash as a result of the positioning, and Jonah P has got a few more ults to spare. Rolling Thunder, Armageddon, offload it, Salvos at your feet. There is no safety. You cannot survive that one. It's an onslaught coming your way, and G2 find themselves with a player advantage now in a potential retake. They're happy to play it with pack mentality, group up together, give Vitality the sight, give them the space.
Lurker's actually got great info though, because he controls Waterfall. So as this comes through, they're going to know that all three players are coming from in front.
Might be all on Durka to this point. Nightfall expended, aftershock into the side. Durka draws blood, finds the one. Barrel spoken wide, Trex with the other, and leaves it down to Jonah P. Bit of spam, Odin, not the weapon of choice. Not by any means. But how the hell do you even get into there? You just can't cross past them.
These are the two players from Vitality that were struggling to get started on Lotus. They were like 1-8 or something to start the map. And now winning those clutches, playing those situations really beautifully. The aggression, I mean, the trade out through Mound is great, because G2's plan was a pretty solid one. Yep. Very tricky. You see what it means there to Vitality. Careful with the PC.
Trust me, I've been abusing this desk. The monitors, they've been struggling to hold up. Don't want to be banging around a little bit too much, but Vitality being in this spot, I mean, listen, they're going to be casting their minds back not too far away, first half of this.
Yeah, exactly the same as the first half of Lotus. They were able to make the adjustments and they came out on top. Or at least they drew it level. I suppose I shouldn't say they came out on top. It was a 6-6 half, which would mean OT would be on the horizon here, just as it was on Bind. I don't think that that's an unrealistic expectation. I think it is possible for Vitality to come out with something like that. It's the final timeout here available for either of these two teams. Last chance for the coaches to get involved.
All out. On for Lotus. Can mean the difference here for G2. Sitting nice and pretty, sealing it up 2-0. Potentially getting that rematch against EDG. I know they're hoping for it, they're hunting for it, but Vitality are a different beast, different caliber of team. You kind of need to be honest, to even just be in the top 4 here at Bangkok. But they themselves as representatives now for EMEA in this tournament.
It's going to be a triple fight from G2 over towards Mound. They've tried a bunch of different Mound fights. What's different here? Looking to try to take the engagement instead of tuck somebody behind the box.
One more player as well. Valance joined them.
Well, it's one more player until Leaf starts trickling off. Can't stay here too long.
Kind of broken. Ready to util. Potentially clear them out towards Mounds. Vitality.
I do like this though from G2. Early pressure over towards Mound. Make it feel like you're fighting that one on defense. And instead, the stack is now re-exploring B. They could hunt the Lurker here.
Yeah.
Or are they just following the noise? It feels more like they're just trying to follow the noise and flood defend.
Still a minute roughly into the round here for Vitality to get the squeeze onto these G2 players. It's a slow burn, as you said.
And look at the call from Vitality going back over to Mound, the area that originally G2 were putting up the most resistance.
Very good.
They leave safe on A.
Safe will be hunting, hoping. Can potentially get that pick. And meanwhile, primed and ready to pounce. That's Vitality.
There's a paranoia here, and Leaf could open the door if he's feeling particularly bold. Safe gets away with it. They're going back into him.
Doors open, doors open. Leaf's forwards! Leaf! God damn, man! Finally a bit of stray spam into the box, but time's running short of Vitality. They've had thought themselves. They've run out of the options here. 5 seconds, barely enough to get this plant online, but they still need to deal with Safe and just drop down. No free shot. He knows he has to play his life here. Vitality, they go full speed ahead. Give up on the flanking play, and there's a pit in their face to deal and contest with.
The faster you go through the pit, the more chance of a spray down, though.
Contagion already ordered up here from the Vitality players, up and over the top as well. Rebounds away, just drop it into the bodies. They're bumping into each other, man. Into the knives and into the fray. And a fight won out by G2, at least momentarily, but is it even planted for Safe? That is the question. Tucked to the corner, Salvos. Just can't quite get his body on it, man. G2. Strogamo with full peace of mind that he's going to be defended into that spot. And that 11th round earned.
Safe. Couldn't get it done there towards the end. The time pressure onto Kicks had forced him to plant in a bad spot. He was worried about just getting it denied. Having somebody spam him through Waterfall, for example. So many pivots here, though. Vitality trying to call a really slow, intentional, intelligent attack macro and getting caught by Leaf, who'd pushed forwards behind the box. Leaf has been a monster this series. They're going forwards into a rubble fight. First one of the game.
Yeah. Explosive. Not what we've been conditioned for, but as the curtain drops. So does Kicks. Lensron drift in through the back as well. That was an evacuation attempt, and he got all the info that was necessary. 2 players immediately out of the picture and out of the fight here. Vitality. It's going to be a scramble to earn your way back into this round. Round 20 for G2. They won that 12.
Does feel like the first nail in the coffin.
Pixel angle. Jonah P. Usually perfect on it. Tracks and less to do it all in this spot. Respect given.
So much respect. In spots like this, sometimes it can be too much. You give the Vitality players a bit of space where they can walk forwards and isolate a 1. But G2, they're known for being disciplined.
Paranoia, Snakebite to respond. Trex. Util of his own, waiting into his hand. Forced out into the open as Leafer takes that first contact. Skipping a hop straight into their face. Judge and play, and they know exactly where Les is. Another full defuse. They're min-maxing in a moment like this, man.
That's so good. Jonah P and Valen were talking about the first time they ever stepped on stage at a global event. They're reminiscing about Iceland, and they said, yeah, that time we choked the 10-4 lead against Optic. And they were thinking about it, they were like, is there really a way that we could have won that event? And they both decided, no, actually. The first time that we came to a global, there wasn't really any real world where we were winning that one. And now they said, whenever they qualify, they feel like they can win the trophy. And I think you're seeing that quality and that belief in themselves here today. They're on the verge, 1 round away from knocking Vitality down into the lowers, delivering them their first loss with this roster.
Almost unthinkable, I think, for a lot of people coming into this one. There's one thing I know about this Vitality squad. I'm not going to be calling it quits until that round reaches 13. Be fighting for every single inch that G2 are willing to give them. Door opened up wide. It's a slow siege attempt at a round. Poking and prodding.
Locating target.
Hoping there's openings. Drum's going to be broken.
I have the spike.
G2 have a date. Upper bracket.
There.
Teleport taken from Jorgamon. The rest of Vitality grouping up over towards C. They have Steel Garden to be able to get in onto the site here. They know that Valen has mostly been anchoring.
Steel Garden. Good push back. I mean, listen, Valen can't quite run himself out of there, but it's going to be Util going to be used to try and push them back and away on top of it. Clone in their face. Have to try and contest and tango at least with that orb, and now it's more time for these G2 players. They're in through and out. Vitality have got to try and force the issue and take the fight forwards, but which direction do you face it in? That is the question. Smokes dissipating, Util forwards, flashes are blinding them. And how do you stand your ground against this one? Spraying, praying, winning the day. Shots are fired. It's precise by safe, but he's rampant, and listen, flicking around all over the place. There's no safety to be found for him, but a concerted Turka deep onto the site. Dodges his way past most of the Util. This is cheeky from him, and it's almost necessary as well, yet still Leaf wins it out. 3 versus 3. G2 trying their hardest to not be denied that chance, that date with Destiny, a rematch with EDG. The moments like this, Vitality, they're going to fight for every single possibility. Time ticking. Leaf's on the low ground. He's got to get a bit of a move on, and I think they've done it. Vitality have bought enough time. Still alive.
The plant position, much better this time. Not the same amount of time pressure onto Kicks, so he's able to pop that down in a better position. They even had a deep wall at Waterfall, smoke the cover. A much more composed approach to going for that C execute. Starting to figure out the way that G2 like to hold it with just Valen in the late round alone. 3 more, though, required of that kind of caliber to be able to get us into overtime. Trent is coming into this one, looking to try to close things out with only a Sheriff to his name.
They're expending everything, including the Util at the beginning of this one. Rubble fight to be taken. Thorns dealt with. A weapon of choice for Trent, but might be able to do some work with it still. Odin spam, spraying away. Jonah P, he's going to get pressured now. He needs some bailout. Defense is ordered up, still Kicks his way ahead of it. Jonah P's been dealt with, still. Spraying and praying, running rampant into the back of the side here. Jorgamo! He's handed it. Target-rich environment. Potentially the nail in the coffin. Up and over the top. Information. It's granted, it's given over, and garnered. Armageddon forcing them out into the open. There is no comfort, there is no surviving, and G2 get what they want.
The first team to be able to take down Vitality. 6-0 this year with this roster before G2 matched up against them in the opening round of Masters Bangkok. G2 learned from their loss against EDG and their struggles against Liquid, came out here all guns blazing. They were looking for revenge against Durka, who eliminated them at Champions, who took a trophy out of Jorgamo's hands in Tokyo, and they got it here. I mean, they kept him to mortal levels of impact.
It really did. Downplayed the kind of impact he's been having all over the Bangkoks so far. Take a bow, G2, you deserve it as well. They bounced back quite nicely, honestly, after the defeat and loss to EDG. There's been a few series since then in between that, but as we mentioned, they get that dance once more. Them versus EDG is what they've been waiting for, playing for here. And a chance still for a trophy. This wasn't an elimination game at the end of the day.
भाई लेकिन जो ये बोल रहा है हार के अच्छा नहीं लग रहा। Vitality कभी नहीं जीतता है कोई चीज। इस चम में देखा है Vitality का।
And we get to see now whether they've truly learnt in a specific way from that matchup against EDG. When we first saw them play against each other, we were talking about it being potentially a grand finals preview. Well, it's certainly going to be at least an upper finals preview. And Vitality are going to try to make the run back through the lower bracket. And if there was any team in this tournament that wouldn't be as affected by the map pool disadvantage, if indeed they do make it to a grand final, it would be Vitality. I feel like their map pool is probably the best out of all of the teams, but that wasn't enough to give them the advantage here today. In fact, even Safe playing significantly better than he has been, not enough for them here today. Outcalled, outgunned, outthought. G2 looks so good.
They truly do. They're coming into this tournament, honestly, cold. Feeling like they can win it all is the major difference, honestly, from back when they have attended international events before in the past. It's a different G2 here today.
At very minimum, G2 are going to equalize their best ever performance, right? They made third place podium finish before at a global event. And this team is hunting for so much more. They got revenge on Durka today. They're looking for a revenge on Kung Kung tomorrow.
Oh my god.
What more does the future hold?
Two people can't play the game. Good shit, Trent. I don't know how you lived.
And still potentially up in the air, of course, with Bangkok, as we mentioned. Our games for tomorrow are all going to be decided in terms of how those shake out. Yet to be seen.
What a day from Leaf as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Best of two
the
भाई।
first half of Bind for Leaf to come online, and what a performance he's had.
देख रहा निकाला है भाई मानना पड़ेगा G2 है भाई गेम।
That conclusion, I think, for multiple narratives.
डरका से बहुत ज़्यादा expectation था और डरका डुबा दिया भाई।
Coming up next as well. We're going to be sending it down to the floor now as well for that Verizon post-match interview, and I believe we have the professor standing by.
A clean 2-0 for Team G2 against Team Vitality. I'm standing here with Zara and Jonah P to talk about it. Now, first of all, massive congrats, Jonah P. I mean, you guys just beat the EMEA Super Team, and it seems like you guys are growing stronger and stronger day by day. How do G2 keep beating these super teams?
สำหรับนะครับผมคำถามแรกคืออยากรู้จริงๆนะครับเพราะ G2 เนี่ยแบบไปได้สุดมากในเรื่องของประสิทธิภาพนะและ performance ของเขาหรือว่าผลงานที่ดีนั่นเองนั่นก็เลยอยากรู้ว่าทุกซุปเปอร์ทีมเนี่ยทีมรวมดาวของเขาอะ
भाई रशियन है कैसा क्या है गजब दिख रहा है।
I think the loss to EDG was a much needed loss. It sounds weird to say, but it was our first loss this year. So we took we took a lot of research from that game and to learn more about ourselves, and it's what we needed for today.
นะก็สำหรับการพ่ายแพ้ที่ EDG นะครับเป็นการพ่ายแพ้แรกของเขานะครับซึ่งเขาก็ต้องเรียนรู้นะแล้วก็ปรับใช้นะครับซึ่งตอนนี้เราก็ได้เห็นแล้วนะว่าเป็นยังไงกันบ้างครับผม
That was the stumble you guys needed. Well, speaking of EDG, you guys will be playing them again. Now, last time, Valorant kind of forgot that you guys won a map, but hey, you only need to win 2 maps to make it to grand finals. You think you can do it?
We're gonna have the rematch buff against them, so 100% we can do it. We love our friends at EDG. We're great friends with them. We always do content together, so it's gonna be a great game.
คำถามก็คือถามว่าเจอ EDG อย่างเงี้ยนะครับจำได้หรือเปล่าว่าต้องชนะ2แมปนะถึงจะชนะเกมนะเพราะครั้งที่แล้วไปชนะไปแค่แมปเดียวเนาะก็บอกว่าตื่นเต้นนะครับผมที่ได้เจออีกก็ต้องรอดูครับว่าผลงานจะเป็นยังไงต่อในแมตช์ต่อไปที่เจอ EDG ครับ
Alright, quick message over to EDG.
You guys are amazing. You guys are world champs for a reason, but unfortunately, a tier 2 team coming from Ascension is going to take you down this time.
และนะครับข้อความถึง EDG นะครับคุณคือแชมเปี้ยนนะครับคุณคือทีมที่ยอดเยี่ยมมากๆครับแต่น่าเสียดายนะครับถ้าคุณน่าจะโดนทีมที่ขึ้นมาจาก Ascension โค่นล้มครับ
Alright, thank you, Jonah P. And I really love what Valorant was doing on stage, so let's hear it one more time for Jonah P.
आधा स्टेज खाली हो गया आधा से ज्यादा वेव पे तंग दे रुका नहीं सेकंड मैच के लिए
Oh, that was awesome. Thank you, Jen Lee, for that. Of course, great to hear.
पूरा
from
स्टेज
Jonah
खाली
P
हो गया
there
भाई
as well. I love that when he said it, portion of the crowd was like, "Oh," and then they translated it, and the rest of the crowd was like, "Oh, snap!" I love it. It's good drama across the board.
I love the way you've seen the confidence build for G2 over now the first and
तो भाई
second
मैच
year
खत्म हो गया
in
यार
the International League
आज
of
का 2
Americas
टीम था
and
2
coming
टीम
to
का
these
मैच हो
global
गया
tournaments, to be more willing to give it to people in interviews a little bit, and also just seeing it on the stage here, a 2-0 victory over
भाई like and
Vitality
subscribe
after
करो
that
भाई like and
impressive
subscribe
now-one comeback. Truly a statement for G2.
G2 जीता है भाई
And even in this second one, right? Like there were some
only 7
moments of
subscriber
realism we were
left
seeing from
don't
Vitality.
forget
We
to
thought
hit
that
that
maybe
subscribe button
they could push
yeah
this
close
a little bit
500
further,
subscriber
but
mark
they came back and they did it on style, and I cannot wait to see what they're gonna have ready for EDG tomorrow. We revisited all the stories. Hopefully, we get another banger. We get another 3 mapper, but we have a little bit more of the G2 that we saw today on that last map.
Oh, for sure, for sure. Now, of course, with day 6 of this competition coming to a close, here's your playoff bracket. And EDG and G2 will move on to our upper finals, and
next
then in
match
our lower
audio
semifinals, winner will move on to the lower finals. There will be T1 and Vitality.
That's another rematch.
And yes, it is. And we saw T1 today. Man, they were 2-3 rounds away from being in the position where EDG is right now. It's got to sting. But when you think about it, though, Kakuka, both of these teams, T1 and Vitality, certainly feeling these losses, given how things shaked out, right? Vitality been undefeated throughout the start of the year. That's a stinging loss. And then T1 being only a couple rounds away from being in that upper final.
Yeah, absolutely. Now is the time to see if Vitality have what it takes to bounce back and do it in the shortest amount of time possible from today on to tomorrow against an opponent that you have already played up against. And for the first one is the ones that I'm most excited for.
Jonah P said they needed the loss against EDG. I think it's a question of whether Vitality needed that loss today against G2. Like you mentioned, first series that they've lost thus far this year, undefeated to this point. But for G2, I know those guys are going to be hankering for the rematch against EDG. A lot of times you give a little favoritism to the team that lost the first time, having looked back on that game. But EDG, I mean, we were talking about it just before. They're a team that always plays the level of their opponent. They rise to occasions like this.
Oh, they truly do. We were discussing it before because I was like fascinated. I'm like, wait, I remember last season, EDG very much. When they wanted to get in the mud, they get in the mud. When they wanted to play like high-quality Valorant, they'll play high-quality
GB,
Valorant.
it was muddy, and I think tomorrow they're going to need to lock in a little bit.
And what makes this matchup very fun for me in the EDG G2 match is that it feels like this G2 team has, it looks exactly the same except for swapping out one player, but it feels like it's just a completely different team. So this is not going to be the EDG that, you know, they're familiar with, or sorry, the G2 that they're familiar with.
Yeah, exactly. And for example, they today changed that composition on Bind. Maybe if we're to see the same maps coming in tomorrow, we see a different face also from G2, more willing to not only learn from their mistake inside the game, but also outside of it.
And it is funny what he said there, that they're a tier 2 team from Ascension that's going to beat the world champions. I think that's so interesting because both these teams in their original cores came up at really the same time.
Yeah.
When G2 qualified to Masters Reykjavik 2022, that was still before we watched EDG play their first ever international match as a team. And that was, what, 3/5 of what the team, or wait, 2 out of 5 of who the team is today. But still that core of Valen, of Jonah, who and of course Trent as well. So 3 that have been together for such a long time. Versus in EDG, who has been on the come up in the same way, but have reached those heights of being a world champions. Versus G2 that had to go down to Ascension and prove themselves.
It really does show you how the journeys, how all that really, when it combines together, it does feel like way too poetic, almost as if we wrote it in a script. But I promise we did it, you know. That being said, though, I do want to, at the very least, before we close things out, just touch on T1 real fast, because we haven't really had an opportunity to talk about them coming into this one, backs against the wall. But look, if I'm T1, I know that Vitality have all the pressure on them because they are the undefeated team. That is a crappy situation to find yourself in, losing in a moment like this when you've been clean all season long.
Absolutely. You're the only second seed that is remaining in the tournament. You're going against the strongest out there in EMEA. And also the match was, you know, there has some very close moments. I pray that tomorrow we get to see Fracture again from those two teams, because there were so many tells and so much to learn from it that I really want to see if in such short time they can change those things.
Stylistically, I do think it's a good matchup for Vitality that proved the
चलो गाइस, प्लेऑफ खत्म हो गया आज के लिए, बस इतना ही। अब चलते हैं थोड़ा प्ले इसके और, ठीक है, अब मैचेस खेला जाए। अब होगा भाई, मजा आ गया देखने में, अच्छा लगा भाई मैचेस देख के भाई, इंटेंस था। सबसे मजेदार था T1 वर्सेस G2, इसका EDG का भाई, मजा आ गया भाई, वो मैच था भाई। मतलब समझ रहे हो, इतना इंटेंस भाई, एक क्विक सेकंड, एक झटका में एंट्री, एक झटका में भाई पूरा गेम खत्म, इतना ज्यादा इंटेंस। हम लोग का भाई ऐसा नहीं होता, हम लोग यहाँ पे भाई ब्रॉन्ज लॉबी, सिल्वर लॉबी से सबसे ज्यादा टफ होता है। मतलब क्या ही बोले हम। और ज्यादा से ज्यादा क्या करोगे भाई, और इतना ज्यादा इंटेंस था, बंदा लोग पीक नहीं देगा बैठा। G2 बहुत अच्छा काम किया। G2 क्या किया मालूम है, वाइटैलिटी के साथ पीक ही नहीं लिया भाई, बोला ना हम पीक नहीं लेगा, पीक लेंगे तो भाई किल करके निकले, यही चीज है। और G2 आराम से निकाला। अब वही चड्डा का भाई हमेशा पीक अच्छा रहता है, इस बार देख रहा भाई पूरा ऑफ जा रहा है, पूरा ऑफ जाने का वजह से भाई पिटाया, लगातार पिटाया। यही चीज होता है, अच्छा से खेले तो अच्छा होगा। भाई कभी गोल्ड में रहता है, कभी प्लैट को जाता, गजब सीन है भाई इसका। बेच तो दिया इन्वर्ट, अब आए तब तो ऐड नहीं करेगा तो कैसे होगा बताओ। आ रहा हूँ, जल्दी आओ तो, वेट कर रहा लॉबी पे, आएगा तो जल्दी है, लॉबी पे वेट कर रहा है। लाइक करके जा, लाइक करके जा, लाइक करके जाओ, जो भी आ रहा है स्ट्रीम में लाइक करो भाई, लाइक करो। पहले 7 सब्सक्राइबर और चाहिए 500 सब्सक्राइबर। और कितना दिन बचा है? 7 दिन बचा है, कितने दिन बचा है? प्रिंस भाई, प्रिंस आ जा। नहीं आवाज नहीं आ रहा तेरा।
हेलो आवाज आ रहा अभी आ रहा है
अब आ रहा।
ठीक है चल लगा टीडीएम
तुम पुश टू टॉक पे मत रख, तेरा पुश टू टॉक पे रखना कोई फायदा मंद नहीं है, तू बोल ही नहीं पाता। साहिल आ रहा बोल रहा, चैट पे लिखा आ रहा हूँ।
टीडीएम लगा ना तू आने दो उसको क्या कहता ये सब चीज का टेंशन यहाँ जितना पड़ेगा वहाँ उतना ही पड़ेगा, खाने पीने रहने का खर्चा ज्यादा है।
कौन है, बॉबी है क्या?
बॉबी आया हुआ
भाई मजा आ गया देखने में। G2 वर्सेस ये G2 क्या है, ये क्या नाम है, सॉरी
सेंटिनल और टीएल
नहीं T1 और नहीं T1 और इसका EDG का भाई मैच था, एक झटका में राउंड खत्म, एक झटका में।
अरे बहुत स्पीड खेलते भाई, मतलब इतना स्पीड खेलते ना वो लोग।
कोई स्पीड नहीं, एकदम स्लो खेल रहा है मालूम है, लास्ट मोमेंट में एंट्री और एक झटका में पूरा ही होटल। इतना बुरा ना।
नावी तो गलत हुआ नावी के साथ। सेन जो हारा ना रे ठीक हो गया, सेन का ऐसे नहीं हारा।
सेन कौन सा अच्छा है, कोई अच्छा नहीं है। EDG या G2 के साथ मैच पड़ता सेन भी हकता है मालूम है। इनवाइट भेजा हुआ मुझको, आए तब तो पहले तो काट दिया। मेरा मस्त चीज आया हुआ लेकिन पैसा नहीं लेने की, जा रहा कल से जॉब करेगा तब जाके पैसा आएगा।
हाँ ମୁଁ ଅଛି ମୁଁ ଏପଟେ କଟି ଯାଉଛି ହେଲା ମୁଁ ବିକି ଯାଉଛି ଗୁଡ୍ ନାଇଟ୍ ଏଣ୍ଡୁ ଗୁଡ୍ ନାଇଟ୍ सुमंतु गुड नाइट
एवरीबॉडी गुड नाइट।
अरे उधर बोल रहा हूँ आपको नहीं।
मजाक नहीं, साहिल का आवाज कभी इतना कम आता कभी इतना ज्यादा आता ना, क्या बोल तेरा आवाज माइक का कभी इतना ज्यादा आता कभी इतना कम आता ना, अभी एकदम कम कर दिया, इससे ज्यादा और कम करेंगे ना बंद हो जाएगा।
तो मैं क्या म्यूट कर दूँ?
नहीं म्यूट नहीं, तेरा माइक कितना मैं
मुंह से दूर रहता था।
हाँ
You have good taste, my friend.
डिस्कॉर्ड में साउंड नहीं जा रहा, अगर आप बोल रहे साउंड बहुत ज्यादा आ रहा।
अरे डिस्कॉर्ड का अलग है ना, उसमें देखो सबका हेडफोन एक जैसा नहीं होता है, सबका हेडफोन एक जैसा नहीं होता है, ठीक है, सबका माइक एक जैसा नहीं होता।
वही तो मैं बोल रहा हूँ डिस्कॉर्ड अच्छा है।
अली शेरिफ गार्डियन और ये देखा भाई आउटलॉ मैच में, भाई मजा आ गया।
मच्छी देखो मच्छी पड़ा हुआ।
Let the killing begin. Away with you.
Get out of here.
Smoke's down. Stim beacon here. I win again. Out of here.
अरे यार
बंदे मारता ही नहीं रहे भाई, 90 डैमेज हो रहे बस।
So close.
साला ये फ्रेंजी लेके खाली फ्री फायर किया हुआ है, फ्रेंजी ले
दो बंदे बैठा हुआ है।
हाँ वो मर नहीं रहा है। मार ही नहीं रहा उसका अभी मरा No. अरे यार 110 तो कितना डैमेज देगा उसको हम अपना का नाम ही नहीं ले रहा
कौन है ये यार
अरे उधर मार रहा था
मेरा गोल इतना स्प्रेड हो रहा है उसको बिल्कुल नहीं हो रहा
क्रॉस कर
New stage in 10. Launching smoke. Stage 3.
यार ये क्या
अरे यार
मैं हूं ही नहीं यहाँ पे
On my mark.
अरे साला कोना में कैंप कर रहा है सेफ के जैसा खड़ा था बेटा कोना में
Right here.
ये क्या बंदा है भाई
One suppressed. Charge your ults.
पुश कर स्पॉन पुश कर एल बंदा है इधर तरफ हमने पहले वाला बंदा वहाँ पे
That's a good spot. I have this.
अरे मर क्या नहीं रहा भाई बंदे
10 seconds until stage change.
अरे रे
Teleport's ready.
बॉडी शॉट
अरे यार
Final stage.
वाओ भाई मर का नहीं रहा मेरे से यार चिड़ लग रहा था
पांच गोली पैर में खाया 144 डैमेज तोड़ा कह सबको मारेंगे कोई दिक्कत अरे भाई डैमेज नहीं हुआ बंदा 80 खाली क्या हाल
क्या मार नहीं रहे यार मेरे से
Right here.
भाई क्या
It's you and me.
एक बार आगे जाना है 2 किल लेके आना है भाई
They are so dead. Charge your
सर बज गया भाई सर बज गया जेट का
भाई टूट जाते हैं ना जो यही चिड़ लगता है
उठेगा नहीं हो मार खा रहा था अभी सब वहाँ पे मारो लेफ्ट मत जाना
भाई यही चिड़ लगता है यार अचानक से ब्लाइंड होता नहीं है फिर हो जाता है निकला मर गया
आरएनजी में 2 किल
भाई जेड वैंडल चला रहा है ना मेरे को तो और भी लगा
तेरा पूरा रेना रेलो को मार रहा ना
सेल्फ फ्लैश करना सीखना
ऊपर पिक ले भाई 120 व्हाट द हेल, पैर पे गोली रजिस्टर नहीं हुआ। एक तो नाम में होगा बेटा, तो ऐसा रहता है। देखा राइट पे एक बंदा है कोना पे, मार।
Get out of my way.
4 किल चाहिए डुबाना मत, 21 बार मर चुके तुम लोग चक्कर में। इधर फिर मर गया। वो कोई दिख ही नहीं रहा, राइट ही से मार रहा हूँ मैं, राइट से। फिर बम्बल भी मारा लास्ट में।
हाँ नहीं जानता।
मारे दौड़ा दौड़ा के एकदम सबको। भाई मजा आ गया मैच देख के ना भाई, बहुत मजा आया हमको। एंगल होल्डिंग हम समझ गए, क्रॉस हायर प्लेसमेंट कहाँ होना चाहिए। पंपी लगा रहे
कुछ भी माउस लाना है भाई, बहुत फ्रस्ट्रेशन है मेरा माउस ना। मुझे लगा अपना मैं बिना हाथ के खेल रहा हूँ। क्या बोल रहे अरमान भाई, बहुत धीरे बोल।
Match found.
मैं बोला जो नीचे जो गन स्किन आता रहता है हर दिन, वहाँ पे क्या मतलब जो वेपन खरीदे हैं सिर्फ वही गन आता है ना, मतलब वो गन नहीं आता है ना?
क्या चीज?
अगर हमने कोई वेपन खरीद लिया तो
क्या स्टोर में आता है आता है, लेकिन उसमें चेक मार्क बना हुआ रहेगा, तुम उसको दोबारा नहीं खरीद सकते। हाँ
अभी मेरा में आया नहीं।
जल्दी रिपीट नहीं होता, बहुत रेयर होता है। जो बंदा लोगों के पास हर एक स्किन है गेम का, क्या उसका में नहीं आता स्टोर में?
आज दिन नहीं है मेरा, आंख सेट नहीं है मेरा अभी तक। बताओ जो बोलोगे वो लेके खेलो।
अभी तक सेट नहीं है आप? वाओ,
अभी तो आया हूँ।
फिनिक्स ले हेलो फिनिक्स रेज मतलब मैं डीएल लूं या साइफर लूं, बताइए तो रिजर्व ये।
डीएल बोले तो
डेडलॉक ले
क्या बाइंड है?
रेज का ले रहे हैं आप?
साइफर मत लो, साइफर काम नहीं आएगा, डेडलॉक काम। डेडलॉक बाइंड का किंग है वो, समझ रहा है। हम देखा प्रो प्लेयर कोई डेडलॉक यूज नहीं करता। डेडलॉक यूज करेगा ना भाई, बंदा हग देगा पॉइंट में, समझ रहा है।
कुछ वन ड्राइव तो पैसा लगता है हर महीने। आईक्लाउड में 5 GB का पैसा लगता है।
क्या बे आए
हर महीने पैसा लगता है। हां ये
बॉबी है बॉबी।
ओहो बॉबी भैया ने
खाली जो ये खेला ना, ये 100 GB का गेम है गेंशिन इम्पैक्ट।
उसको खेल रहे आप? ओ हेलो
नहीं खेल रहा, बोलता आईपैड क्यों नहीं?
Another raise? I bet she's fun. I need kill her.
भाई ये मैप में मारा है भाई।
Reloading.
EDG
Reloading.
इस मैप का ना, जो आज स्ट्रीम चालू किया ना, जो फर्स्ट स्ट्रीम का स्टार्टिंग से जो पहला मैच चला, 3 मैच EDG वर्सेस T1, भाई जाके देखना वाला मैच।
मूड नहीं है भाई वो सब देखता तो मैं भाई, वैसे टाइम नहीं रहता, एग्जाम चल रहा है, उससे टाइम
नहीं देखना वो मैच को, एक झटका में बोलता ना गेम कैसे खत्म होता है, वो तुमको दिखेगा। पूरा लास्ट तक होल्ड किया लो, लास्ट तक, उसके बाद एक झटका में पूरा मैच पलट गया।
वाह वोमेंस मैच क्या है यहां पे?
हाँ अभी मत जाना उसमें, गलती से VCT वाला स्मोक है, अभी VCT देख के किया पक्का, पीछे भागा होगा लेने के बाद। देखा तो मालूम है ना, VCT देखा है इसीलिए वहीं बैठा हुआ है और हम कुछ नहीं कर सकता।
अरे रिजर्व
तेरा HP देख रहा है, तेरा पीछे है। तेरे पीछे
Spike planted.
Enemy spotted B.
Reloading.
वो गन चाहिए। हट 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 हट।
Last player standing.
HP नहीं है रे। HP रहता तो निपटा देता।
No surprises.
One enemy
I hear
remaining.
you.
90 दिया हूँ भाई इसको, लेकिन हील करता है।
बात हील करता का नहीं है, बात इतना सिंपल सा है ना।
टुक्के नहीं रह सकता यार।
भाई अच्छा घुसा था वहाँ पे। रेज और
Let us see what they have
तो
planned for
तुमको
us.
जरूरत क्या था घुसने का, हमको पहले ये बता। तेरा टीम यहाँ है, तुम वहाँ क्या कर रहा था? तुम बोला भी नहीं कि तुम वहाँ जा रहा है।
कौन लिया स्पाइक?
मेरे पास है।
रेजर स्पेक्टर।
Does anyone have funds?
वो ले लिया जा।
Careful there.
वाओ।
I am everywhere.
इतना आवाज करके तो
इधर से आवाज दे सकते, उधर
ओमेन है, ओमेन ओमेन।
है बंदा है।
आगे जा। तेरे को जाना होगा, हम नहीं जा सकते। फील्ड नहीं।
Enemy spotted B.
आराम से। नाइस नाइस।
नहीं था है ना।
पीछे जा रहा हूँ। सुन ना, रोटेट मार। फॉल बैक कर। हाथ मार, फॉल बैक कर। अरे आठ।
Spike down. Attacker spawn.
आरएनजी भाई।
One less. Ultimate ready.
अरे आजकल आरएनजी बहुत कर रहा है बंदा लोगों।
Target spotted B. Pull them to their grave. Nothing.
नहीं पकड़ा है?
I have
राइट
the
पे,
spike.
राइट लेफ्ट दोनों।
Last player standing. Spike down. Attacker spawn.
भाई भाई आरएनजी में उनको 5 गोली मार दिया।
हाँ वही तो बोल रहा, आजकल आरएनजी ज्यादा कर रहा है
I
लोग।
got your back. Just, you know, from the front.
आरएनजी ज्यादा हो रहा है, समझा ना? कहते ही है। सुन ना साहिल, मिड होल्ड कर, ए पुश करेंगे।
क्या भाई मेरा माउस नहीं चल रहा, फिर भी मैं आप लोग के ऊपर हूँ। क्या खेल रहे हो भाई?
तो किल नहीं आया ना यहाँ पे।
अभी 2 राउंड हुआ है।
पहला राउंड में 1 किल निकाला, उसके उसमें वो राउंड में तुम 2 किल निकाला।
ये राउंड में 3 निकाला। हो सकता था बट नहीं निकाला। 90 डैमेज दिया केजे को, बट कोई नहीं है मारने के लिए।
मैं स्मोके नहीं करता, देखो अभी के। एचपी नहीं है।
Here.
डैमेज है।
Here. Reloading. Enemy spotted A.
Reloading.
मैं बैक टैप कर रहा हूँ।
Reloading.
प्लांट कर साहिल।
You lose.
देना लिया। मार लो है।
Planted. Healer down.
One enemy remaining.
मेरा गन उठा ले। लैंप्स पे अंदर है, तेरा अंदर है। सुना रे लैंप्स। नाइस, लास्ट को लिए हेडशॉट लग गया।
Now they
मर
are
जाता है अरमान, जो कवर छोड़ के आएगी ना मर जाता है।
रियल टाउन हो गया।
नहीं पड़ गया होता बाबू।
एक टावर पे सेफ पिक दे रहा है ना क्या?
चलो चलो।
सर रेजर है, रेजर है। ये टावर के लिए रेजर काफी।
ए सा कौन पीक ले रहा वहाँ पे बता।
ये सेफ।
हाँ हो जाएगा, चल 1 टैप।
Here.
साइलेंट।
वॉल क्या होगा पता है?
आवाज देके जा रहा था ना। तो और उठाऊंगा।
ठीक है जा ना जा, और बैठा जल्दी।
अरे वॉल है।
पीछे आ जा, छोड़ दो सब। भाई समझते ही नहीं बोल
Reloading.
Enemy spotted A.
Shadows traveling. They found my trap.
पीछे बंदा
Get him. Spike planted.
Terminus.
हॉटगन लेके आएगा भाई
One enemy remaining.
Teleport's ready.
भाई किल बस का दिया कोई मेरा
Reloading.
Look for my shadows. They will hide you.
दिशा मेरे को भी चले इस बार इसको चाहिए
दे दो मैं नहीं दूंगा बस
5900 तेरे पे है मेरे पे 3700
हम एक चीज समझ गए ड्यूलिस्ट कोई काम का नहीं है जब तक वो अंदर नहीं घुस सकता आजा लॉन्ग से जाएंगे
और बुला रहे क्या
नहीं
वेट रुक जाएगा ओमेन तो क्या करते
बैठा हुआ है लेफ्ट कॉर्नर ऊपर टॉप पे लेफ्ट कॉर्नर पे हो अबे माँ कसम नहीं जाना मत जाना लेफ्ट कॉर्नर पे जा जूझ लेके वेट कर साइलेंट हो जा
पीछे से भी आता है
पीछे देख बैक स्टैप देख साइल निकल तो
टीपी मार सकते हैं आ रहा होगा पीछे से देख के उस टाइम में आ रहा था वैसे
चलो तो इधर से जाएंगे उधर से जाएंगे ही नहीं
अरमान भेज रहा है
हाँ ठीक है जा अरमान के साथ पीछे टीपी मार गया कोई किल चोरी हो गया
ओ भाई अरे यहाँ पे अरमान भैया
Spike down A. 30 seconds left.
किल आया देख रहा
गोली उसको बड़ मारना
Reloading.
Last player standing. Spike down A.
हेलो एक बात बताओ नहीं मेरा बात नहीं उसका मत किए क्या रेजर पे पता है ये क्या क्यों
हम देखे हाँ
दौड़ रहे हैं ऐसे अरे रानन कर रहे वो एक जगह पे बैठा हुआ है एकदम ऐसे छुप के ऐसे बैठा है
ऐसे करके बैठा था
ऐसे छुपा बैठा हुआ है उसको मार रहे हैं ऐसे जिगल बिग पबजी खेल रहे
पहला गेम है इसकी कोशिश कर रहा हूं पहला गेम
पता नहीं पीजे पे मेरा रजिस्टर नहीं हुआ 0 डैमेज हुआ और वो मेरे को 24 दिए हैं
They are so dead.
अरे नहीं रहने दो ना लेट में देते हैं
Cover going out.
यार नेट डाल सकता है क्या बम बकेट डाल बोल रहा तो साला ये है कर रहा है
Spike down A.
करते रहो लेट अब से मैं नहीं जा रहा पिक नहीं ले रहा और
नहीं मालूम
इतना लेट करते हैं ना मैं नहीं दूंगा और पिक
बोल रहा बम बगी डाल वहाँ कोना पे तो बोलता ये है
भाई इतना कचर में कुछ सुना ही नहीं दिया
Last player standing.
वो बोल रहे एक ही बात बोल रहा हूँ
टाइम लग गया देखना वॉल बैंग
Please do not mistake my
हम
smile.
टीपी नहीं मारना
I
था
take
यार
this all very seriously.
Need a drop.
हाँ भाई उसको बाय मैंने दिया
Reloading.
मेरे को बाय नहीं मिल रहा इसलिए नहीं दूंगा नेक्स्ट टाइम मैं नेक्स्ट टाइम बाय नहीं दे रहा मुझे
इसको भाई चाहिए मैं ऐसे ले लेना
नहीं चाहिए
वो पता है ये इजी है अरमान थोड़ा सा सुन के खेलेगा ना बोलते बम बगे डाल तो वहां डाल रहा नेड हद है भाई तुम
यहीं पे है ऊपर में
सुनना स्पाइकलेस
Spike dropped.
I have the spike.
नहीं है
Cover going out.
नो वो स्मोक में छुपा हुआ
Cover going out. Spike is down.
Spike down B.
कहां बंदा कहां टीपी के अंदर है
हाँ हो
player standing.
कितना टाइम ले रहा देखो।
कोई नहीं, उधर थे अरमान भैया, पूरा घूम के आए, क्या बोल सकते हो।
वहाँ कोई नहीं है। यही आदत इसका बहुत खराब है। गन में गोली है, उसको चेंज करके गिरा हुआ गन उठाना जिसमें गोली नहीं है, फिर बोले भाई गन में गोली नहीं था। बहुत खराब आदत है ये चीज।
30 seconds left.
वो नहीं है केजे यहाँ पे, उसका दिख
नहीं
रहा
नहीं
है।
रुकना रुकना, हाँ वो चीज नहीं, यहाँ शेष था।
10 seconds left.
Spike planted.
वेट कर यहीं पे, वेट कर। ये अंदर
One enemy remaining.
Wait for me. Grenade.
मेरा फ्रेम में नहीं आ रहा, झूठ के बोलो कितना गंदा FPS लॉस होता, जो भी होता, मेरे फ्रेम में नहीं आ, टेलीपोर्ट कर गया सेज। पता नहीं तुम लोगों को क्या ना
रन नहीं ठग रहा।
बहुत गंदा, मतलब इतना खतरनाक गंदा ना, क्या बोलूं।
One bullet per enemy. That should be enough. Yes.
हमें तो रख दो फोन।
Reloading.
ओमेन को 45 लगा पैर पे गोली, मालूम है मेरा हेवी पिस्टल का। हाँ तो वही तो बोले पैर पे लगा, उसको हेड पे लगना चाहिए था, क्रॉस है वहाँ पे।
उसके बाद इसका बॉट 4 गोली मार दिया।
बात इसका बॉट उसका बॉट का नहीं है, तुम जो
Reloading.
उसको सेज हील दे दिया है, 40 डैमेज।
चढ़ा हुआ है यहाँ पे सेज, यहाँ ऊपर पे चढ़ा हुआ है ना वर्ल्ड।
तुम हर बार अरमान बात में जाता है तेरे टीम को बैकअप नहीं, तू एंट्री फायर जबकि किल्स पे खेल सकता है। क्या करता है तू देख, तू लर्क कर रहा है, वॉल टूटने का वेट कर रहा है। सेज वहाँ नहीं है, सेज आगे है, मेरा मुंह का सामने था सेज आ रहे। अब क्या करेगा, मर गया। उनको रहना चाहिए हम लोग, सर तुम रह रहे उधर।
वो एंटर नहीं दिलाएंगे बस।
हाँ मरेगा।
भाई तुम लोग सब बोल लो भाई, जा रहा हूँ, कम से कम ट्राई तो करने दो या कॉल दे दो कि भाई।
Last
अबे
player standing.
तेरा नीड का वहाँ जरूरत है साइट क्लियर करने के लिए। और फिर तुम अरमान मेरा बात सुन ले, मेरा बात सुन ले, तुमको अगर लर्क करना है ना, ऐसे खेलना है, कोई दिक्कत नहीं, तू सेज लेके खेल, हम नहीं बोलेगा तेरे को कि तू भाई लर्क मत कर तू।
Reloading.
हम तुमको क्या बोला?
मैं तो बोला था फिनिश लेने का ही लिए तो फिर इसको।
हाँ
फिनिक्स अच्छा नहीं भाई, नहीं खेल पाता हूँ।
हाँ तो बस वही चाहिए ना। अब तू रेड ले रहा है तो तुमको भाई वहाँ पे यूटिल डाल के क्लियर करना है ना साइड, तू क्लियर नहीं कर रहा है।
कितना है बस, नहीं
हर बार तुमको वार्ड जाना है। सीधा वाला में डाल, कॉम्बो कर, रुक जा, अभी मत डालना, अभी नहीं डालेगा।
No escape.
बच देखा, बोल बच गया, बच गया।
Enemy spotted A. Reloading.
किल चाहिए, यहाँ बंदा है,
You should run.
लैंप में बंदा है।
मैं नहीं कर सकता
आ कबे मार देता हूँ, बैठा हुआ है बेटा, लैंप्स के पास ही था, घुसे ही नहीं कोई लैंप्स में, कोई लैंप्स में नहीं घुसा।
One enemy remaining.
Pull them to their grave. Nothing there.
लैंप्स में अभी भी।
हाँ आप डालने वहाँ पे बोले थे। नेट डाल कहां
Looks like I was the stronger.
नेट जनरेट
Reloading.
सुन ना
अरे आप एक बात बताओ नेट नेट में कितनी बार डालूं आप पहले वहां पे बोले नेट डाल
अरे
अब
ई
क्या
ई
बोल
वाला ई वाला डालने बोला।
अरे सुन अरमान मेरे को एक बात बता, हम तुमको जब कॉल देके वहां पे लैंप से बंदा तू क्या ही नहीं गया लैंप?
क्योंकि हम बैकस्टैप देख रहा था, बैकस्टैप से ओमेन को मारा, रेना को भी मारता, तू मरा तो फिर मैं आ गया। मैं चुपचाप बैकस्टैप देख रहा था, मेरे को 100% मालूम था
ओमेन टीपी करके गया था, एक बंदा था ठीक है पीछे, आगे तेरे को खेलना है मेरे साथ। अरे भाई एक तो इधर से आया ना, निकल साइला बिया 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 बिया।
आपको भी बोल दिया मूव कर ले।
ये आ रहा तो मैं चक्कू लेके भाग गया हूँ, तेरे आगे हूँ, तू मेरे आगे।
लॉन्ग से आना, इधर उधर से। केजी है यहाँ पे, सिर्फ जल्दी है। सही फेंका नेट, सही है। केजे अभी भी अंदर में मार दिया। हम मर चुका है, तुम लोग हो ना कहाँ मरा। अरमान अभी भी नहीं देख रहा है, छोड़। वहां से ना केजे सीधा सीधा खड़ा है, दिख रहा है।
My ult's ready. Satchel out. Out of charge. No escape.
पूरा फिक्सेटेड हो जाता है अरमान तुम एक ही बंदा पे। चल भाई दे, नहीं छोड़ो, मत दे मत दे मत दे मत दे मत दे।
अरे लीजिए।
अरे नहीं चाहिए नहीं चाहिए नहीं चाहिए नहीं चाहिए, सेल आउट कर रहा हूँ। अल्ट है मेरे पे।
ये लो।
Need a drop. Stay safe.
अल्ट है मेरे पे, चलिए हम बोला था।
They are so dead.
वही लॉन्ग पे रहना तुम लोग, जब बोलेंगे कुछ जाना।
लॉन्ग पे बंदा यहाँ पे देखा रेना शायद।
आट बे यार, हमको मालूम था बंदा ऑफ एंगल पे होगा। नाइस शॉट, ये अच्छा था। देख गलत जगह तुमको अरमान, यही चीज तेरे को मना करता हूँ, यही चीज तुमको मना करता, हर बार मना करता है। तुमको पता नहीं है वहाँ बंदा है, कि तू नेड फेंकर भाग गया है।
You will not kill my allies.
तो रेव करके निकल गया। ये कोना में रेस था मालूम है, ये कोना में तेरे को बजा के गया। उनको वॉल तोड़ना ही था।
Last player standing.
Wait for me.
आगे देखिए।
नेट डाल, बॉक्स से टकरा कर डाल।
अरे
तीनों तरफ बंदा।
कोई तीनों तरफ बंदा नहीं है, हर बार ओमेन पीछे से आता है। अब समझ में आ रहा है तुमको हम क्यों बोला था नेड उस समय मत फेंकना। वो अंधा का तरफ फेंक देता है,
We lose everything after this. Spend it.
तू अंधा का तरह यूटिल वेस्ट करता अपना, मालूम है।
ओमेन का एक भी बार में स्मोक नहीं देखा।
I could use a drop.
नहीं करता है।
कहाँ किया है वो? हाँ अजीब बात कर रहे हैं अरमान भैया, कहाँ देखे? मैं तो देखा नहीं हूँ एक बार भी।
एक बार डालता है, एक तो सिंगल स्मोक।
उसको पूछिए कि स्मोक कहाँ गया।
ओमेन स्मोक करना
आता नहीं है उसको शायद।
वो खाली पीछे आएगा डुलिस्ट का, सेंटिनल का पीछे।
Target spotted B.
Spike down B.
Enemy spotted B. My ult's ready. Get it.
ऑफ है वहाँ पे।
भाई वो लोग उधर प्लांट करने जा रहे हैं, स्मोक नहीं दे पा रहा भाई तू।
One enemy remaining.
देते रहे भाई, कल हो जाएगा, गेम खत्म हो जाएगा, देते रहो।
एल्बो पे गया वो, एल्बो एल्बो।
That's a good spot.
अरे वो दे रहा है,
प्लांट कर वे चूतिए, प्लांट कर।
4 घंटा लगेगा। अरे वो नहीं दे पा रहा है।
Okay, quick break.
बोल रहा प्लांट कर तो साला प्लांट नहीं करता अरमान। देख तू, देख ले, तू प्लांट नहीं कर रहा है। 3 बार बोला तेरे को प्लांट कर। अच्छा तेरा सामने है, हम
पीछे से खत्म कर सकते हैं गेम। क्यों क्लच होना प्लांट करने का चक्कर में?
तुमको बोला प्लांट कर। सुन, हम बैठा है ना, ऑफ लेके हम बैठा है ना, हम देख रहा ना एंगल, तुमको बोला प्लांट करना। इतना काम तू नहीं कर सकता है। वही ना बोलते, तू कॉल देते, तुमको कॉल पे खेलना नहीं है। तुमको बोलेंगे तू आईजेलिंग कर, कॉल दे, तो तुमसे होगा नहीं। बोलेंगे खराब लग जाएगा तुमको, वो अलग। तू लेता है की प्लेयर सब जो कि है ना, है ना। बच गया बंदा है वहाँ पे।
मेरा गेम लैग कर रहा है।
बच गया खोपड़ा से। फिर
केजे कोना में, केजे कोना में।
वन नेट फेंकेंगे क्या? मेरे पास ये है।
कहाँ से फेंकेगा? पहले से नेट फेंक चुका है।
अरे
प्लांट हो रहा।
Spike planted.
प्रेस साला।
क्या? ये भी मर गया।
One enemy remaining.
Reloading.
देख आराम से तेरा किल निकल रहा है, समझा? 3 किल निकाला ना अभी तुम। तेरा यूटिल से ना वही ना बोल रहा है, तेरे को कॉल दे रहा जब तेरा पार्टी, तो उस पे खेल ना तुम। क्या प्रॉब्लम है? सिंपल।
स्पेक्टर दीजिए तो।
Does anyone have funds? Merci.
वैसे ही स्मोक दे, और जैसे पहले दिया था। स्मोक देना नहीं आ रहा।
In we go.
हम स्नाइप कर रहे हैं राउंड।
My ult's not ready.
Enemy spotted A. Stay down. Multiple enemies A.
फिर से बंदे घुस रहे क्या वहाँ?
हाँ ये जबरदस्ती देख ना, 2 यूटिल अपना वेस्ट कर चुका है। विश्वास खाली सैचल बचा है, पुश कर रहा है। अब बात
मिड में है, मिड में है।
बात पूरा खाली छोड़ दिया है बेवकूफ। ये ना बोल रहा है।
बी
बी ही था यार।
बी कैसे है?
पीपी के बाहर एक बंदा आवाज है।
ओके ओके, वो घुस नहीं पाएंगे। टीपी से उधर से आपके साइड से नहीं घुसेंगे।
बंदा वॉल बैंगर।
Spike down B.
बेचारे को धर दिया मैं इसको।
वो पता है रेना लो था, रेना को
किस पे था? आप पे? ओ ये पिस्तौल?
क्लासिक दे तो मेरे को, ये गोश्त दे तो मेरे को। कौन फेंक रहा?
कौन लिया गोश्त?
हम लिया नहीं, जरूरत था क्योंकि लॉन्ग डिस्टेंस दिक्कत होता ना। वहाँ बी पे साहिल है तो बात देख, तू बात देख भाई।
स्मोक दे ब्रो।
रिसॉर्ट पे मार, तोड़।
किधर है?
बच गया।
छुप गया
Spike planted.
Excusez-moi.
केजे लॉन्ग ही है, लॉन्ग या एथलेटिक सामने होगा, दिख नहीं रहा।
लॉन्ग नहीं है भाई, केजे लॉन्ग नहीं है भाई,
लॉन्ग पे ही है।
लैम्प्स पे लो है केजे।
वो इसमें क्या?
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
8 पे
एक बंदा लॉन्ग को तो मार दे।
हमको लगा हम लॉन्ग पे इधर गया, कम नहीं था ना मेरे को, इसीलिए तुम बोला।
Need a drop.
Does anyone have funds?
और ऑफ कर देगा तो ऑफ खरीद लेना, मैं दे रहा हूं।
ना ना ना, अपना ही चाहिए। 3000 क्रेडिट है वहाँ पे, ले सकता है, नहीं ले सकता, ले सकता लो फुल सेट, हैंडल ले लेता।
तेरा मार्कर में जब फंसा ना आता हूं।
That works.
अरे वॉल कर दिया ना सेज घुस के, रिक्स उठा के।
भी आ रहे,
रोटेट कर रहा।
नाइस नाइस नाइस, कितना डाल फटाक सा गया।
Last player standing. Spike planted.
बंदे घुस गए यार, ये ओमेन के साथ नहीं रह सकता मैं अकेले।
तू आ मेरे साथ आ, तू मेरे साथ आ, मेरे साथ आ सर।
Take aim, Zenfire. Let's.
समझ बस तू आ। इधर इधर साहिल, इधर आ, उधर मत जा, इधर आ।
उधर नहीं होता है उधर। अरे यहाँ पे कौन रहेगा तो फिर भाई, बी पे घुसता
छोड़
है
दो
तो।
छोड़ दो छोड़ दो छोड़ दो, अरमान खेल लेगा।
अब तो दे के जा रहा हूँ।
यहाँ पे एक ट्रिप लगा, ठीक है, एक यहाँ पे।
A gift.
नेट डालना जब बोलेंगे, ठीक है। अभी मत डाल। यहाँ एक सेंसर लगा फटाक से, बात पे एक ही लगा है।
अरमान भैया को दे गया।
वहाँ नहीं चाहिए, बात पे चाहिए, देखा हम बोला ना।
वॉल तो है ना,
बंदा यहाँ सब मेन पे।
रोटेट किया,
होल्ड कर, भी रोटेट मत करना, होल्ड कर। तुम लोग पे बी 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 पीछे पीछे पीछे।
मैं स्मोक कर, तेरे पे स्मोक कर।
मेरा वहाँ ट्रिप है।
साहिल भी जा, आसमान।
लॉन्ग पे रहना, बी लॉन्ग पे।
टीपी मार सकता है, समझा नहीं।
लो
103 दिया था अरमान भैया उसको। 103।
Spike down B.
भाई मिस क्या भाई, स्पाइक ओमेन पे तेरे सीधे में बंदा से पीक देगा।
Teleport's ready.
One enemy remaining.
नाइस रे रेजर, नाइस शॉट। अंदर में
Reloading.
पुकी उठाना, पुकी उठा।
Make them regret their choice of profession.
मेरे को पैसे चाहिए भाई।
Need a
किसी को
drop.
है? अरमान भाई बाय
I
दे
could
दो।
use a drop. Thank you.
उसको मत दो।
बाय मांगना, मैं दे रहा हूँ। शील्ड विल्ड खरीदना, बेच दे उसको, मैं दे रहा हूँ।
अरे है, टेंशन मत ले, दे दिया हम, साहिल को दे दिया। मेरे को खाली एक किल चाहिए, वो हो जाएगा।
अरे तो फिर उसका वेट का है। अरमान भैया फिर से उधर
Spot.
मेरा अल्ट पूरा गलत हो गया।
That's a good spot.
अरे आप उधर का ही चल गए।
ये ना लगे तमाशा लग ना यहाँ पे। पेमेंट ऐसा मेरा इस पे सेंसर पे।
Spike down.
नेड कर, नेड उड़ कुछ कर।
3 बंदे आगे तेरे, एक 3 मेन पे स्मोक कर।
आक माँ कसम, अगर एक गन उठा लेता ना, हम सबको मार देता वहाँ पे।
Last player standing. One enemy remaining. Spike down.
वही बंदा है
सेंसर लगा दे, वो अल्टीमेट भी मारेगा तो फंसेगा।
स्मोक में बैठना नेट कर
No throwing net.
सही है नहीं फंसा
अरे यार
नहीं फंसा था नहीं फंसा बोला भी हम नहीं फंसा देखा सही लेकिन फंसा नहीं
पैसा ही नहीं बच रहा यार इसको लेने के बाद। अरमान भाई के पास भी नहीं होता।
सेव कर ले एक राउंड अगर ये चाहिए तो हम दे सकते हैं स्पेक्टर दे सकते हैं तेरे को भाई मांग दे रहा
Where's the phantom there?
Does anyone have funds?
नहीं फील्डिंग बहुत टाइट था, ए मेन पे हमको पीक
ये मेन पे पीक नहीं देना तेरे को नेड चाहिए था वहाँ तेरा नेड अब हम भागे
नेड किया तो तब जाके लो थे बंदे।
अरमान भाई इधर
Fire in the hole!
शावर 3 बंदे लो है।
You will not kill my allies!
शावर्स पे है। शावर्स पे।
You should run.
केजे यहाँ पे
तेज है वहीं साइड पे।
आप ऊपर आ सकते हैं ना वापस।
नहीं आता।
One enemy remaining.
तेज यहाँ लास्ट मार
Teleport's ready.
मारना वहीं मार।
Spike planted.
मेरे को गन चाहिए रुक जा
किधर उठा ले क्यों नहीं उठा
चल ना उठा लिया
कुकी वाला गन है क्या कहीं देखे
है तो उठा लिया
Returning.
अरे
कहाँ ये
फैंटम दिला
कम चाहिए ये लो
मेरा लैग हो रहा है पता है इसलिए
Anyone need something?
अरे नहीं चाहिए भाई है
तो मैं इस बार बी जा रहा हूँ ठीक है इस बार बी 3 पीपल कर रहे हैं
भूल जाता है कि अब चेम्बर है गन का कमी नहीं है भाई
बी जा रहा हूँ रेजर ठीक है
A gift.
मैं भी बी पे हूँ
तो रेज ना बहुत गुस्सा होगा मालूम है क्या है अल्ट निकाला और वहाँ टीपी मार लिया हूँ लहर गया होगा जो पूरा
आ रहे बंदे सर
हाँ तेरे पे
अरमान भाई पीछे घुस चुका है अरमान भैया
साइड के भाई
अब तुम काहे नहीं ले हो
मारा 2 बंदे एक साथ कूदे 170
Spike planted.
वो तो धराया नहीं ना बात यार अरमान थोड़ा सा और बैक करो मारो नाइस वन ओ सुने अरमान भैया आप भी
लोता
पीछे
Last player standing.
एक नहीं हम बीफ किया मेरा गलती है हम बीफ किया
अरे
I feel the strain. Block it out, Omen.
अब हमको बाई चाहिए होगा क्या ले ले
भाई लेना
क्या बाई ले ले तू चला ना अब है मेरे पे भाई मेरे को बाई का कमी नहीं है हम एडजस्ट कर सकते हैं
ना अभी
हम जा रहा बी पे लग रहा है इस बार बी आएगा लोग से
मेरे को भी वही लग रहा है एक बार जीत गया ना तो थोड़ा सा रेला गेम हो
मेरा पैकेज लॉस
नहीं है के पे
तो ये जेट के पे
अबे जेट छूटती है हर राउंड जाके मर रहा हो इससे
यहाँ पे बंदे घुसे आई नीड बैकअप बी बंदे घुसे
खुल लिया
Spike down B.
अरे कीजे मरा नहीं 78 केजे ऑन हेड मारो वहाँ
Nightmare's over.
एक और है वहाँ पे क्रॉसर वहीं रखना।
Last player standing.
मैं क्यों निकलता हूँ हेड मारने के लिए भाई बता ना मतलब क्या
Match point.
Okay, which gun to pick this time?
घुमाता है बंदा मर जाता है कर दे रहा मैं मर जा रहा हूँ नहीं पता
तुमको बैठे रहना था वहीं देख करके दोनों के एक साथ।
अरे मेरा पार्टी मर गया था मैं कैसे बैठूं इसलिए नहीं ये बात ओडिन दे
Does anyone have funds?
आल्ट किया यार, रोक रहा हूँ बंदों को, मैं क्या करूँ?
मैं पूरा जल्द से जल्द मेरे को बैकअप दिया
हम लोग तीनों ही हैं जरा ऊपर पे मेरा
That's a good spot.
जेट डिस्कनेक्टेड। ए जेट को रिपोर्ट मारो।
अभी नहीं मार सकते
बनना है यहाँ पे क्या में।
ठीक है मैं शावर देख रहा हूँ स्प्रे टाइट नहीं है पहले
बंदे आ रहे
तेरे पे।
I'm too far. I'm too far.
अभी तक नीचे आ रहे मेरे पे आ रहे।
आ रहा हूँ।
ब्लाइंड
लास्ट राउंड है मालूम ना, हारना होगा ना तो हार जाएंगे। बंदा हुक्का में है।
Spike down B.
That's true. Teleport's ready.
पीछे उस पे जेट के पास एक है।
Last player standing.
54 क्या करूँ भाई आवाज आ रहा है।
One enemy remaining.
And 4.
Oh wow.
I really am fantastic.
पीछे
अरे साला कुकी उड़ी गया। बोले ना एंगल हम समझ गए कहाँ क्रॉस आयर रखना है, समझे ना। देख लिया ना हम G2 और इसका समझ गए मैप का पूरा।
बोल रहा हूँ पुटिंग दीजिए तो पोकी वाला।
Does anyone have funds?
मैं बिना इसके खेल रहा हूँ सीढ़ी।
Let's make some chaos.
तेरे को चाहिए कुछ? अरे साला टीपी गलत हो गया।
That works.
बंदा है यहाँ।
So dead.
लगा नहीं बंदा। बच गया। नहीं बी पे भी है। पीछे
साथ में कोई नहीं है।
बी पूरा खाली छोड़ा हुआ है यार। हट जाना मत आगे, रुक जा।
Spike planted.
यहाँ बंदा है।
Satchel out. Fire in the hole.
Cover going out.
No escape.
Last player standing.
कोलैटरल ले गया।
Attackers win.
चल तक चूतिया मार चुका तो अपने
लगता है जब सकता नहीं है ना तो भाई गाली देगी। एक तरफा मार रहा तो भाई क्या करे यार।
बहुत बुरा मारा भाई वहाँ पे, इतना बुरा मारा भाई दुनिया बुआ दिया भाई। फिर भी हार रहे हैं ब्रोंज में हार रहे।
ब्रॉन्ज गोल है तो गोल्ड तक की तो हार्ड होता है, उसका थोड़ा हार्ड होता है। फिर ब्रॉन्ज में आ गया, बस ब्रॉन्ज सिल्वर हो रहे हैं हम खाली। और हार रहे इसी हार रहे यार, कोई बात नहीं। रेड कारपेट पे चल रहा है भाई पूरा।
भाई मैं बोले ना अपना टीम ये नहीं कि उसका टीम अच्छा।
Match found.
तो रैंडम्स देखो बोल तो रहा है। स्टाइल इस बार हम लोग साथ खेलना, अल्लाह कुछ नहीं करेंगे हम लोग, पूरे एक साइड खेलेंगे।
मैं तो आप तो किस
कौन क्या ले रहा है?
अच्छा
नहीं दे सकता था हम चैम्बर, लेकिन अभी हम देगा नहीं। ये पूरा सीजन चैम्बर ही लेके खेलेंगे। चैम्बर से मालूम फायदा क्या होता है कि ऑफ करना भी सीख जाएगा तुम, अब पिस्टल भी चलाना सीख जाएगा, समझ रहे? एम सुधर जाता है, यही फायदा है।
याद है कौन से लिया था क्या लूं
अरे
बताओ?
सब वो ये ले रही है, आप ले लो ये फिनिक्स। हाँ ले सकते ले लो, रेस भी खेल सकते हैं आप, खेल रहे
फिनिक्स
ब्लाइंड ही नहीं। ओमेन ले ले।
मेरा टाइमिंग इतना खराब रहता ना नेट का, तो मैं मैक्सिमम में
तू
ये खेलना क्लोब खेलना।
सबसे बड़ा प्रॉब्लम क्या है तेरा मालूम अरमान? तू अंधाधुन यूटिल यूज करता है, अंधाधुन। तुमको पता है कि बंदा वहां, लेकिन तू वहां पे दो यूटिल मार देगा। सबसे खराब तू चेंबर खेलेगा ना, हम गारंटी देते तेरा गन उन सब खत्म हो जाएगा, क्योंकि तू इतना बुरा स्पैम करता है पावर।
दौड़ते
पुराना लैपटॉप है भाई।
एक सीजन अगर हम इसको चेंबर खेलने बोल देना, ये ना रो देगा एकदम, एक ही दिन में रो देगा।
हंसी लग रहा।
एक बंदा था आज खेले थे एक मैच, वो बंदा हमको बोला भाई हम 60 हर्ट्ज पे खेलता है, तुम लोग तो 144 में खेलते हैं। फिर भी वो बंदा 60 हर्ट्ज में टॉप फ्लैट कर रहा है, और गजब का एक्यूरेसी उसका। मतलब सोचने लगा बात है कि 60 हर्ट्ज में कितना अच्छा रजिस्ट्रेशन है, तुम समझ रहा है? उतना 144 में नहीं होता है।
इधर सी खेलता ना, एक खेलेगा बी खेलेगा।
कौन स्टाइल क्या लिया तुम? उमेन लिया है, एक काम कर, उमेन लिया तू भी है, बिया साइल बिया अरमान। ए पे रुक हमारा ए पे।
बी पे कहां स्मोक करो यार?
अरे बी रहे तब दोनों साइड तू दे पाएगा सर। ए पे बंदा
कहां?
ए पे बंदा आ गया, बता रहा नहीं पे बंदा होना तो आ गया बंदा। सब लॉन्ग पे।
3-4 बंदा चढ़ गया ऑल ए।
तेज ले लिया
ये प्लांटिंग।
Spike planted.
कौन था यार? नियॉन दौड़ाया था।
One enemy remaining.
आठ पे
बॉल करके उठा ले, बॉल कर।
Last player standing.
पेस छोड़ दिया लेफ्ट साइड तुम।
को ब्लॉक करना था ब्रो, एंट्रेंस को ब्लॉक करना था, इट वाज इजी।
अरे कोई नहीं भाई, खेलने दो, इतनी लट।
वाह
Their omen may be a nightmare, but I was never scared of the dark.
ये दे तो स्पेक्टर देता है।
Does anyone have funds?
हम बोला नहीं पे साउंड आ गया ना, टिकर मार रहा था बेटा।
ये तो मेरे को
क्या?
Does anyone have funds? In we go.
टिकर मार रहा था ना, आवाज आता वहाँ से।
ये बी पे है, मैं बॉल कर रहा हूँ वहाँ पे।
फिर से
That's a good spot.
ओए पे अरमान बैठ पे
मर गया।
मैं था नहीं भाई, थोड़ा सा पीछे था।
कहां देख रहे हो भाई? सब गटर देख रहे हो क्या?
गटर में भी बंदा है, लॉन्ग पे भी बंदा है।
देखा कितना?
Spike down A.
ए
Spike is A.
गड्ढा बंदा है।
Cover going out. Reloading.
मूव करिए।
One enemy remaining.
देखा ना?
Spike down mid.
मिड का वो विंडो पे।
Teleport's ready.
एक AFK मारो। AFK है ब्रो।
ये आओ मार पिक्सल।
प्राइम का स्पेक्टर है इसमें भाई। क्या बुरा मारा रे नियन मेरा।
They're challenging us.
नहीं दे पाऊंगा भाई।
हम लोग पे कौन से पता है ना? प्राइम का भी, इसका भी है, क्या बोलते हैं अपने पे? 2 है, आयोन भी है एंड उसका
पूरा नाम तो नाम ही नहीं लगाते। आयन ज्यादा अच्छा चलता है। जब भी तुम ओवरहीट करता है ना, आयन का आवाज चेंज आता है फायर करने का, स्प्रेड बढ़ता है।
ऐसा नहीं, ए पे बैकअप चाहिए भाई, ए पे नहीं खेल पा रहा।
आपको आपकी तरफ भी बैकअप चाहिए। मैं सावर इधर देख रहा हूँ, मेन देख रहा हूँ, आप उधर देखो।
हम भी जा रहा। सी खाली है पूरा। छोड़ सी मूव कर। सी पे बंदा घुस चुका है भाई। ले आरएनजी कर देना।
Spike planted.
टाइम लगता है यार, क्या
अरे अपना टीम पूरा खाली छोड़ दे रहा है कैसा।
अरे
Watch your eyes.
One enemy remaining.
वैंडल उठा अरमान का लेडर बाद उधर ही कहीं पड़ा हुआ था लेफ्ट साइड पे जहाँ वॉल है।
We good.
फैंटम
We
है
good.
फैंटम उठा ऐसा फैंटम उठा।
Do they still want it? Mad guys.
पूरा साइड खाली छोड़ दे रहा हूँ तो घुसेगा नहीं भाई बंदा। हम सी जा रहा कॉल देना।
ए बैक साइड खेल रहा हूं ठीक है।
That works.
ऐसा लग रहा फिर से सी आएगा। देख लिया ना पूरा खाली था। हाँ सी 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 सी
Spike down.
बंदे वहीं पे
HP नहीं है।
टीपी नहीं कर पाया ब्रो। डीएस
अरे यार सारे की गोली लगी बस उसकी ही लगी।
कबे कितना को मारेगा। ओमन बचा दिया।
Careful now. Reload him.
Spike planted.
स्प्लिट होके खेलना था तुम लोग।
Last player standing.
29 दिया हूं भाई बॉडी ब्लॉक हो गया किसी या तू
तो होगा
तो
नहीं।
आगे जा रहा हूं।
अबे वो मेन था ओटी। अरमान तेरा कॉल इतना गलत था ना इसलिए पिटाया।
अरे वहां पे नापा था फ्री फायर बहुत बुरा दे रहा था।
हाँ तो भूल जाता है क्या ये ओमेन है।
तो पिक्सर और ये सेज और ये ना
दो है।
आइसो पार्टी में। हाँ
सेज तेरा फैंटम देना भाई दे रहा हूं।
नियॉन का ऐसा हेडशॉट दिया है दोबारा नहीं आएगा। कंप्रेशन मारे।
मैं जा रहा हूं गैरेज ठीक है थोड़ा सा चेंज किया।
A gift.
फिर से सही पूरा अग्रेसिवली। स्मोक नाम ले लिया।
दे दिया स्मोक। अरे
फ्लैश मत आओ।
Reloading.
लैग हो रहा है। हम जा रहे हैं।
नहीं मार पाऊंगा सब लो है 38 29 60 ये भागे।
Teleport's ready.
Spike planted.
That's 3. My ult is ready.
हेड उड़ा दिया। 40 डैमेज वैसे हील कर लेगा।
One enemy remaining.
लवली। रेना कट नहीं है मेन पे। भाई साहिल का गोली अजीबे टाइप से गया भाई देखने लायक था।
The spike is diffused.
It seems these strangers want me dead. Yeah, they're not the first.
सेव कर रहे राउंड हम ऑफ कर लेंगे।
गैरेज देख रहा हूं मैं।
हर बार नहीं यार मार खाया मेरे से। एक बार भी नहीं।
They are so dead.
I must stop their Reina. Hi!
Spike down A.
You will not kill my allies.
Come on, let's go.
तू फंसेगा और बोलेगा मैंने क्या ब्लाइंड करेगा। मैं तेरे साथ नहीं था ब्रो।
Someone's A.
लेफ्ट पे यहाँ लेफ्ट पे अभी भी है।
Teleport's ready.
अबे नहीं करना था ये मार। स्मोक का अंदर है बंदा।
देखो बी पे प्लांट हो रहा है।
Spike planted.
ओमेन 103 पीछे भाग
Scatter going out.
Last player
अरे
standing.
साला हमको मालूम था पीछे से आ जाएगा, हमको मालूम था पीछे से आ जाएगा, मालूम है, इसीलिए हम पीछे देख रहा था।
मैं एक को मैं मारना एट अ टाइम मैं कितना मारूं?
नहीं नहीं तेरा गलती नहीं है, हम भी पीछे बैठा है। गलती
यहाँ पे मार्कर दे सकता है क्या?
That works.
आगे लेके वहाँ देंगे तो यहाँ से पुश हो जाएगा, यहाँ दोनों तरफ देख सकते।
कॉल्स देना
ए पे
रोटेटिंग है
क्या है ऐसा तो रुको वहीं पे, वहाँ बंदा आएगा।
Teleport's ready.
Spike planted.
हाँ कहते हैं सी पे सी सी सी
Last player standing.
आग कबे एक का हेड उड़ा दो इसका।
You thought you were safe. Shadows
यही है तेरा राइट पे। नहीं कर सकता था, तुम कुछ दोनों के एंगल पकड़ लिया था।
Friends of ours are not too friendly.
Can someone get this? Thank you.
तेरा अच्छा चला लेते करा। देख रहा रोटेशन आखिर में बोला सी ही पे गया।
Bonne chance, mes amis.
हम साहिल का साथ करा और अरमान भी वहीं बगल में था, कॉल नहीं तरह के भाई प्लांट हो रहा था।
कोई बोला ही नहीं, वही तो मैं बोल रहा हूँ, सी प्लांट हो गया
सब सी पे देख, अभी भी नहीं बोल रहा है।
Spike down. C.
अभी भी अरमान नहीं बोल रहा देख।
यहीं पे है बोला तो भाई।
हाँ बोला तुम
70 नियॉन दिया तो कॉल सी पे भाई
नहीं दिए हैं आप, म्यूट करके देंगे तो फिर क्या बोल।
Spike planted.
Thanks. Reloading.
अंदर है तेरा, एक लेफ्ट पे और एक सीधा पे।
खत्म, एक जन डेफ करो, डेफ करो।
One enemy remaining.
नहीं है वही है, सेव कर रहा हूँ।
I'm ready.
81 दिया यार।
रूम क्या है?
अरे भाई
ये इधर जा रहा हूँ।
फिर हमको ठीक लग रहा है ब्रेजर।
हम जहाँ जा रहा हूँ वहाँ बंदा ही नहीं आ रहा डर से, क्या करें हम बताओ। ब्रॉन्ज लॉबी है, ब्रॉन्ज सिल्वर बन के।
Careful now.
There they are. Get out of here. Come on, let's go. Too slow.
स्मोक दे रहा आप लोग के सामने या नहीं? थोड़ा और मान
लेफ्ट कॉर्नर
सब स्मोक कर रहा अभी। अरे गलत स्मोक मेरे से।
मार्क लो है, क्या को ले लिया?
Spike down. C. One enemy remaining.
Lovely. उठा कौन ले गया?
तो हार गया नहीं करेगा।
तो बोला नियॉन मेरे से पिट रहा, नियॉन आई सब पिट रहा है।
नियॉन नहीं सकेगा भाई, चेंबर से नहीं सकेगा।
तेज से तो और भयानक होता है, पी नहीं पाएगा।
That's a good spot.
साल खत्म हो गया।
अब ये आएगा वो लोग, ये जा
साल खत्म
सारा नहीं जा
The hunt begins. Spike down A.
बोले ना मेरे से दूर भाग रहा है, जान रहा कि एंट्री नहीं ले
गटर
सकता।
पे बंदे, गटर पे
इन पे पिट गया यार, सारे यहीं बैठे हुए हैं यार। मारो
बच गया।
पहले बार में मारने
Spike down A.
गड्ढा गड्ढा गड्ढा
हुआ नहीं इससे, रुक गया।
नहीं मेरा माउस पर गया था, मेरा माउस पर गया था। हम समझे तेरा बात।
One enemy remaining.
Careful there.
पीछे देख
एक
रहा।
बचा यार, स्पाइक होल्ड करो ना वहाँ मेन पे, लेजर पे।
That works.
हो सकता है ये AFK हो सकता है क्योंकि दिखा नहीं
AFK नहीं बाबू, वो लर कर रहा।
हाँ नहीं AFK नहीं,
लर कर रहा है वो। मेरा तरफ देखता रहा।
अरे वो AFK ही है वहाँ पे, AFK था। हाँ वो छुप के AFK गया है।
Even with numbers, anything can still happen.
तुमको पता है रेना बच गया, रेना को मारा हम, उसका ब्लाइंड में लग गया गोली।
पहली लैला ब्लाइंड में मेरे को गेको पे रेना का ब्लाइंड का आवाज है, इसीलिए
रेना
ब्लाइंड मारते यार, आपका ब्लाइंड में पहले मरता वो, क्योंकि वो पहले धरा है।
वही दिक्कत है।
सीवर्स जा रहे हैं अरमान भैया,
तू जाना है, जा सीवर्स।
ऐसा ऑफ लेगा, मेरे को वैंडल दे।
Show me a target.
यहाँ पे क्या कर
आ रहा है बंदा, यहाँ है। वाव ठोक दिया। क्या है यार, क्यों मैं वहाँ जा रहा हूँ, नहीं जाऊँगा।
Rain is down.
हट अभी।
100 मेन पे, एक गटर पे है, एक मेन पे।
Spike down A.
एक गटर पे था ना।
ले गया स्पाइक। ऐसा सी जा, ऐसा सुन रहा सी जा।
गलत था, पता स्प्रे ही कितना गंदा दिया ना। सेज को हील कर दिया। सी पे प्लांट होगा, सी पे प्लांट हो रहा है, सी पे बंदे हैं। वॉल हो गया।
वो मालूम था इसलिए बोला उसको सी जा, तो बेटा गैराज में वेट कर रहा है।
30 seconds left.
क्या बोलेंगे हम।
Last player standing.
प्लांटिंग पोजीशन पे अरे कर रहा हूं।
Spike planted.
रजिस्टर नहीं हुआ, कोई शॉट रजिस्टर नहीं हुआ मेरा।
Last round
किसको लगना चाहिए था।
We cannot keep up. Can someone get this? Thank you.
Reload him.
वैंडल रहता ना, खत्म कर दिया होता।
I need this.
तुमको मालूम था, इसको बोला भी। हेलो आयशा, तेरे को सुनाई दे रहा है? हेलो तेरे को सी जाने बोले तो गैरेज में क्या कर रहा था बताता हूँ।
Who will I spot first?
कहां खेलेगा?
हाँ बट
That's a good spot.
कहाँ ए पे सिर्फ दो ही दिखा हमको।
मार दिया रे मेरे को।
अबे
टीपी हो गया था, नहीं हो पाया बस।
Spike planted. Last player standing.
ये स्पीकर में खेल रहा है बंदा। ऐसा
Switching sides.
इसको राइट लेफ्ट नहीं समझ आ रहा, स्पीकर में खेल रहा है।
मतलब इतना बुरा मैं जोक किया मेरा। 2-2 3-3 बंदे इजी था मेरे लिए। क्या बोलूं?
वो पता ओमेन को हम 34 दिए हैं, पैर पे लगा उसका गोली, जब किसको लगना चाहिए था हेड पे।
को दिए भाई 4 बॉडी, समझ 4 बॉडी में नहीं मरा।
तो तुम क्या चीज से मारता? फैंटम से ना?
फैंटम से भाई।
फैंटम में 5 गोली लगता है, 4 में।
Can someone get this?
यार इतना हेड मिस कर रहा ना, क्रॉसहेड देख ही नहीं है, बंदा देख के स्पैम कर रहा है।
हाँ ये साहिल, पहले पकड़ तो।
भाई एक बात बताऊं, तो 70 दिया हूं मैं, नियॉन को 70 दिया, बट उसको मार
अरे हमको
किल भी हम लोग से कम है। देख के रिजर्व भैया को
ऊपर है, ऊपर है, ऊपर है। नियॉन उड़ा दिए, राइट से मेरे को सेज मार दिया, राइट कॉर्नर पे है। देख अरमान तू फिर गलत देख रहा है, देख साहिल को बैकअप नहीं है कोई, गलती तेरा है।
enemy remaining. Team Ace.
झूठ नहीं बोले। अबे तुम नसड़ी है क्या? हम मरा तुमको, हम बोला भी, साहिल भी वहाँ देख रहा हूँ, वहाँ प्लांट कर रहा है, तुमको कंट्रोल लेना है, तो क्या किया? गैरेज में रुक गया। साहिल मरता प्लांट करते हुए फोकट का।
Does anyone have funds?
दे मेरे को फैंटम दे तेरे से।
Does anyone have funds?
तुम स्लो खेल रहा थोड़ा ना अराउंड। बच गया ओमन, स्मोक में ओमन बच गया बेटा। ओमन है यार, ठीक है ये आ गया।
अरे आ जाओ, बैंड को दो मन चला आएगा क्या?
बच गया फिर ना। साहिल एफके है क्या?
Last player standing. Spike down A.
भाई तू बोल के घुसते ना, कहाँ घुसना है? मत बोलना, मैं तेरे को क्यों फॉलो करूँ?
अरे तुम अपनी माँ के तुम्हारे आना बैंड कंट्रोलर खेल तरीके से।
One enemy
नहीं
remaining.
नहीं खेल रहा, तू भी खेल ले अपने ढंग से। क्या उखाड़ लिया तूने?
अरे छोड़ ना उसको, छोड़ ना उसको।
क्या कर रहा है भाई? कुछ नहीं कर रहा है, तू है वैसा ही उसका बच्चा सा। बोलना आता और कुछ नहीं, वही तो तेरे को वही आता और
चुप हो जा भाई,
लोग का बच्चा। हाँ यही सब सीखेगा ना,
चुप हो जाना भाई।
यही सब सीखता है तू और कुछ नहीं। म्यूट है भाई, इसको म्यूट करो साले को।
हम तो टीम वॉइस चैट म्यूट कर दिया है, बहुत पहले म्यूट कर दिया। जबरदस्ती स्लो क्रॉच करके उसका मुंह पे जा रहा है।
जाओ कि नहीं किया, स्लो करके गया।
हाँ तो गया ना।
पता नहीं मैं क्यों जा रहा हूं, स्मोक के अंदर जाके टीपी मार देगा तो पता नहीं चलेगा।
अरे तो तुमको बैठे रहना था।
Let them try to get.
रुको मैं ये करूँ, मैं बुकार के भेज।
हाँ बोलना क्या, एंगल देखना था ना पीछे।
तुमको वहीं रुकना था, तुमको वहीं रुकना था मालूम है।
Does anyone have funds? Merci.
ये मेरे को विजल पे स्पेक्ट्रम 11 सेकंड है।
Does anyone have funds?
अपोजिट में जाऊंगा
अरे दोनों को तो हम बहुत पहले ही वॉइस म्यूट सेट कर दिए।
ये म्यूट कर दिया
अब मालूम है।
मैं तो बोल रहा यही चल रहा है यार, वो जिधर नहीं जाएगी उधर जाऊंगा।
ऊपर चढ़ गया लब।
भाई मार लो यार, 104 दिया रेजर भैया।
तुमको पता हम कितना लो है?
Enemy removed.
Last player standing.
बहुत लो था, वन शॉट था, लाइट चढ़ लिया था ना इसलिए।
The MVP is mine. Let's do this.
सेव कर रहे राउंड हम।
Reloading.
नेक्स्ट राउंड देखते हैं क्या कर सकते हैं।
सेव करो सेव करो सेव करो, फाइल सेव कर, पूरा फुल सेव कर। क्रेडिट नहीं है समझाना, इको राउंड के लिए टेस्ट करना दोस्तों।
इधर जाते हैं।
होल्ड कर, किल्स निकालना, कहीं कहीं नहीं जाना। वुमेन को हम ले लिए, लेकिन साला नियॉन जाए ना पीछे, बंदा है हमारा, 2 बंदा रखा हम।
तो 105 दिया हूँ यार, कोई है नहीं उसको मारने के लिए।
कर जा बंदा जाता ना, ले लेता हूँ।
That works.
पीछे से आ गया बंदा, कोई नहीं देख रहा था पीछे।
नियॉन भाग गया वापस।
लो है 52 है।
तो थोड़ा ना रुकेगा, अब हिल लेने जाएगा सेज को। इसका स्पाइक दे, इसका स्पाइक दे।
Stand aside. My ult is ready. Show me a target.
Spike down B.
उसको बॉडी को बैकअप दे, उसी के पास 2 बंदे हैं।
अच्छा
नहीं कर सकता वो, रुक जा।
राइट में के लेफ्ट में क्या?
Last player standing. 30 seconds left.
मिस कर दिया, मिस कर दिया, हम मिस किया। अरे हम मिस किया, हम मिस किया,
Prepare yourself. We fight once
मिस
again.
किया। प्रॉब्लम क्या मालूम है, हमको गन का चक्कर में था, हम बोला वेंडल उठा लेंगे मार देंगे, लेकिन वेंडल
नहीं दे सकते छोड़ो।
तो स्पाइक दे देना, स्पाइक के लिए चिपक रहा, स्पाइक दे दे चुतिए को, छोड़ दे, कांड करना दे।
ठीक है थोड़ा देर बैठता हूँ, मैं उधर खेल रहा हूँ।
होल्ड कर, वहां से आएगा, आएगा वहां से आएगा मालूम।
अरे अरमान भैया
नहीं हो सकता भाई, नहीं हो सकता, इतना गंदा है मेरा, इतना गंदा।
दौड़ के आया, मारा और चल दिया हिल लेने।
कैसे मार दे रहा है, कोई छोड़ रहा है। ये प्लांटिंग बीच से घुसो जल्दी। हाँ सुन गया,
सब भागा, 3 बंदा वापस।
हो गया डेफ हो गया।
नहीं होगा, होने दे,
इसका डेफ हो गया, छोड़ दे।
हमको किल चाहिए।
Teleport's ready.
तू ऐसा प्लांट करेगा तो क्या होगा?
Forgive me.
हड़बड़ी है इसको।
Old habit.
चलो हम लोग प्लांट करेंगे, इन लोग को नहीं दे रहे, ठीक है ना?
साइड क्लियर नहीं है, 4 बंदे हैं, प्लांट करने छोड़ो।
Reload him.
एनिमी तेरे को प्लांट करने दे रहा है भाई, थोड़ा स्लो खेलना, टाइम देख तो अच्छा मार रहा है तू, ठीक है थोड़ा स्लो निकाल ना भाई।
नहीं दूंगा,
साइड कंट्रोल लेना।
साइड का 3 बंदा, सुन ए
नियॉन आएगा, मत पिक लेना, यहाँ नियॉन आएगा इधर।
मरने दो।
ए जा सकता हूँ, पता तेरे को।
चलो वही तो, चलो रिजर्व चलो।
ए आओ,
अरमान भैया मूव।
साइलेंट।
अरे यहाँ रहना है।
Enemy spotted A. I have the spike.
Spike down A.
गलत पिक ले लिया था, क्रासा प्लेसमेंट नहीं कर पाया। सिटी कंट्रोल अरमान, आगे जा अरमान फटाक से।
यहाँ पे
हाँ, यहाँ का कंट्रोल ले। आया,
My ultimate's ready.
अंदर जा, यही रुक।
Last player standing.
रिलोड।
Come on, let's go.
गैरेज से आ रहा बंदा मार देगा, हो गया छोड़ दे।
मैं सीवर
अरे यार सीवर उधर पे अलर्ट रखो।
हाँ तो मरो, बंदा घुस गया दोनों यहीं से, डेफ हो रहा है, आधा डेफ कर लिया।
अरे एक तो
तू एक किल निकाल लेता तू मर जाता, वो हाफ डेफ किया हुआ था।
एक बनता है यार।
सुन, साहिल जब मरा ना सुनो साहिल जब मरा ना तेरे को उसी साइड जाना था गड्ढा में अल्ट मार के। तू जा रहा कहाँ है जहाँ बंदा ही नहीं था? क्या करने गया था वहाँ पे?
नहीं
बंदा
पता।
तेरा अल्ट
जहाँ पे
खत्म
मैं
होने
मरा
का
हूँ
बाद
बट
आया।
मुझे वो नहीं सुनी सुनी सुनी।
हाँ
नहीं कर रहा ना, मैं वहां नहीं घुस रहा, जहाँ से बंदा रश कर रहा था मैं वहां घुस रहा था।
कहाँ से
वो
रश
घुसा
कर
नहीं
रहा
जब
था?
भी वो
कहाँ
घुसा
से
ही नहीं
रश
ना,
कर
वो
रहा था?
एंड में आया पूरा
अरे
ऊपर
तो
पे।
भाई नहीं घुसा तो वो मैं क्या करूं?
तो वही तो तेरा गलत गलत चीज है। बच गया नियॉन। डैमेज है हील क्या होगा?
अब वो हमेशा वही करता है, दौड़ के जाता है, एक मारता है, फिर जाता है हील करके आता है।
वो आता है ये लेने के लिए।
और
नहीं नहीं वो पीक लेना आता है कि बंदा कितना, एक बार मिल गया इनको हट जाता है।
Spike down A.
I'm
लगा।
back again. My ult is ready.
ये दोनों पार्ट में चल रहे हैं। वो देखो क्या है यार, 2 हेड लग गया वो भी इसमें, पिट गया वो।
Spike down A. Last player standing.
You will not kill my allies.
1v4
ना लैग
भाई के नहीं है ऐसा।
300 का पिंग क्यों आ रहा
1v4 है देख के।
बात हो नहीं है, बात है ना कि स्पाइक उधर में ड्रॉप करके है जहाँ ऐसा जगह में कि
मैं
बेटा
तो बोल रहा हूँ भाई, तो गन आप ही लोग ले लो स्पाइक। अच्छा है।
30 seconds left.
ऐसा बैठ गया अंदर।
तो बैठेगा नहीं, अपना टीममेट तो इतना अच्छा है ना। दौड़ो 2 वो लोग अपना खेल।
ऐसे ही होता है, तुमको पता है जितना भी अच्छा खेल लो।
Trust me, they will make mistakes.
मेरे को रैंडम ही ऐसा मिल रहा है कि भाई दोबारा है।
80 का पिंग आ रहा है, घंटा उखाड़ूंगा मैं दोस्त।
तो जिसको तुम भाई नेट शेयर किया है उसको बोलोगे मत चलाओ, ओवर यूज हो रहा है।
किसी को नेट शेयर नहीं
तो घर में जाके देखना कौन यूज कर रहा है, डाउनलोड कर रहा है, क्या कर रहा है। होल्ड कर, समझा, किल्स निकाल।
Boy, I'm pissed.
A gift.
अंदर अंदर
नहीं होने वाला, नियॉन मेरे से नहीं सकेगा ऐसे।
तरह फैंटम पैंडल रहता है, तुम मर गया होता।
Monster on the loose. Target down. One enemy remaining.
ये मैन आप चले आ जाए। ऑफ लिया हुआ है 7 टॉप ऊपर स्मोक कर।
Spike planted.
Cover going out. Shadows traveling.
That's a good spot.
हम लोग का स्पॉन में बैठ पता है ऑफ था ना उसके पास। उधर का स्पॉन में पहले निकल जाऊंगा।
Team Ace.
ऑफ उठा ले रहा हूं उसका।
जरूरत नहीं है, हम फेंक दे।
उठा ले रहा हूं।
नहीं
Once
चाहिए,
more into battle.
नहीं उठा।
I'm not tired. Are you?
नहीं चाहिए,
भाई बॉबी डाउनलोड
गन
लगा
चाहिए।
था भाई।
बोला तेरे को पिंग ऐसे नहीं भागता है।
Reload him.
बोले ना आराम से खेलेंगे हर बार की।
इधर नहीं पिक।
That works.
The hunt begins.
Focusing. Lead. Reloading. No distractions.
बनना है पे सही है।
ये जा सकता है तो
तेज है, ये चल तेज बी पे है, तेज है रहना।
आ जाएगा आवाज।
अरे ठीक है ना भाई, जाओ ना तू यहाँ जाके कंट्रोल ले ना तू, बाकी हम देख ले। अब नहीं कंट्रोल ले सकता अरमान तो बोल दे, ऐसे भी काम कोई दिक्कत नहीं। आ रहा बंदा सर।
They are so dead. Oh, I like it.
बंदा मेरा ऊपर है, ठीक है?
One enemy remaining.
मेरे से ऊपर कोई मारा तो मैं गिर।
Reload him.
Last player standing.
नहीं लगा उसको, हेड लग गया उनको। जी पाए। वो पता है क्या हुआ? वो स्पैम दे के मार दिया मेरे को। वो भी हेड में तो गोली।
Reload him.
निकलेगा, थोड़ा स्लो खेलेगा, सब निकलेगा। 17 किल पे है तुम लोग, तुम वो देख रहा है। हमको किल ज्यादा नहीं आ रहा, लेकिन कंट्रोल दिला रहा हूँ। गेम का फ्लो बदलो, बाकी हो जाएगा।
A gift.
वो नहीं आएगा, नियॉन नहीं आएगा।
चलो अपना
गैरेज पे 3 बंदा है। ए जाओ, ए जाओ, ए जाओ, तब ए जाओ।
साइलेंट जाना, साइलेंट जाना, साइलेंट जाना।
ए जाओ।
जा रहे हैं। कॉर्नर चेक करने दे।
मैंने चेक करके ही जाना है, बिना में जाना क्यों? बंदा है यहाँ पे।
Shadows traveling.
मत नहीं कर, नहीं।
हर जगह बंदा बैठा हुआ है।
ऊपर जाते स्नाइपर।
Not your best.
प्लांट मत करना, रुक जा।
अब कर सकता हूँ, आप दो।
अरे गेको 78 इसीलिए बोला था प्लांट।
तुम लोग पे सारा बंदा। साहिल इधर आजा, सी आजा पूरा। टीपी मार तुरंत।
टीपी मार सी पे।
30 seconds left.
लवली बॉय।
बी के बाहर बैठा हुआ है।
One enemy remaining.
That's 3.
बंदा है पे। हेड लग गया यार, 40 फ्रेम में लग गया।
ब्लाइंडेड है।
वो नहीं है अब।
Last player standing.
था।
क्रॉस।
तेरे राइट से आ रहा सेज, रुक जा, होल्ड कर, जाने दे उसको। पूरा टाइम है तेरे पे।
Scatter.
नहीं से टीपी मार।
स्पाइक पे जा, साइलेंट जाना, साइलेंट जाना।
वो लॉन्ग है। बस हो गया सेफ।
क्या चोक किए रे भाई?
नहीं, हम चुप किए, हम क्रॉस कर गया, हम क्रॉस नहीं कर पाना, मार
रेजर
देता।
भी अभी ऊपर आ गया। अब तो रेजर भी अभी ऊपर आ गया उसके।
डेथ कम है मेरा, वो तुम दिख रहा है।
वही तो डेथ कम है, हमका सबका डेथ कम है, सिर्फ उसका ही 19 डेथ है, समझ रहे हैं ना?
ये ना भाई तेरे को
I need this.
पूरा चोक कर।
नहीं, वो ओमेन को हम मार देता, मालूम है? हम क्रॉस करके ना ओमेन जिगल देके मार दिया। प्रे नहीं करना था हमको वहाँ पे।
उधर जाओ, मैं इधर देख रहा हूँ, उधर।
तो आएगा तो नियॉन।
Reloading.
तेज लास्ट तक बी पे था। तेज लास्ट तक बी पे था।
गेम कहाँ निकला मालूम है? वहाँ पे जो तू फ्लैंक किया ना भाई,
ना यहाँ पे
वहाँ पे मारा ना घुस के, मिस कर दिया ऊपर पे। राउंड तेरा था भाई। इससे घुसने का ट्राई करो क्या चुप से?
है बंदा, नहीं बंदा है गैरेज को। ये आएगा तो आज खाली है पूरा। ये खाली है पूरा।
One enemy remaining.
हम लोग का स्पॉन्स आ रहा है 20 है। बी का बाहर है। तो पता है सेज मेरा किल था, उनको उसका असिस्ट आया 80 का। बॉडी लगा उसका 80 120 होगा। 4 गोली लगा बेटा रजिस्टर और 2 उसको फैंटम चाहिए दे देना हम दे रहा हूँ दे देना बे कहाँ है रहा के चल गए
मेरा फिर से हाई पिंग आ रहा पैकेज लॉस हो रहा पता नहीं क्यों
कोई पिंग हाई नहीं है सही है चलो वो इंडिकेटर आता है 30 से ऊपर दिखा वॉल किया है ये जा सकता है ये जाओ
Here. Stand down.
Reloading.
Your duty is not over.
ये जाओ रोटेट साइड रोटेट
ए पे है रे गड्ढे पे है नियॉन दौड़ के आ रहा पीछे से ए पे
पूरा कंट्रोल में
ये अबे रजिस्टर नहीं हुआ है 40 का खाली डैमेज हुआ एक और है वहाँ पे
ये नहीं मार पाएगा
ठीक है नहीं मार पाया था गेम खत्म और
enemy remaining.
Healing you.
गैरेज
No distractions.
मिस कर गया
Last player standing.
वाओ निकाला
Switching sides.
बिना backup के कर
Overtime.
देता वो
बैकअप दिया है
बैकअप तू बहुत
Can someone get this? Thank you.
जिता दिया दे
I need this.
सोच रहा ओडिन कर लो पर
मत कर अपना अटैकिंग मत कर लेना
Reload him.
हम सी जा रहा
बैठूं मैं मेरा ए स्ट्रांगहोल्ड है
ठीक है जा साहिल तू आ जा मेरे साथ भी छोड़ दो
ये मेरा स्ट्रांगहोल्ड है
साहिल सी है सुन रहा है
That works.
अरे साहिल सुन रहा है सी आ जा
यहां ब्लाइंड मिल जाएगा तो मजा आ जाएगा
साहिल को सुनाए
या उसके थोड़ा इधर
सी ऑल सी
I have them.
Healing you.
गैरेज देखना एक बंदा सेज कोई गैरेज देखना
मर गया अबे कितना बोलेंगे भाई साहिल सी यार
Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
Going up.
वही है तरफ में
Careful now. Watch your eyes.
लवली बॉय ये हुआ ना बात वो पता है साहिल को कॉल दे रहा है कि सी है वो आ ही नहीं रहा उससे नहीं दे रहा ऐसा लग रहा कॉल किया है
Switching sides. Match point.
Can someone get
Go
this?
so far. Skill covers
Thank
the
you.
rest.
अब करेगा तो ओडिन कर लेना
दे ओडिन फैंटम जिंदाबाद अपना थोड़ा मरा मैं इससे
नहीं साहिल अगर सुन लेता ना तो हम मरते ही नहीं है बैकअप दे देता है
Does anyone have funds?
सुना ही नहीं
I got you, bruv.
Can someone get this?
टाइम नहीं है
Reloading.
ये चलना है इस बार ठीक है अब गोली चला लो ये चलना
ए पे आ गए होंगे साइलेंट
Enemy spotted C.
ये पे बंदा
Spike down mid.
Reloading.
I have the spike.
गेको का हेड बॉडी में लग गया मेरे को बोला ए पे रहेगा
समझ रहा था ये पे रहेगा लेकिन बंदा कहाँ है तुमको पता नहीं है
क्या करूं भाई दोनों तरफ देख रहा था मैं वहीं खेल देगा 140 दे उसको
देखो कहाँ जा रहा है जबरदस्ती सी जा रहा है भाई
Last player standing.
हम हम लोग का किल्स है भाई, बहुत किल्स है। कोई बात नहीं।
हमको पता ही नहीं वहाँ, नहीं गलती मेरा है, क्रॉसर नहीं है वहाँ पे। हम एक्चुअली रेडी नहीं थे वहाँ का फाइट के लिए। हम पहले ही बोला था ये जाना है।
Overtime.
मेरे को ओडिन दे।
Stand tall.
Does anyone have
We
funds?
are Valorant.
Merci.
We are fighters.
Does anyone have funds?
Can
Does
someone get
anyone have
this?
funds? Merci.
गटर खेलना है, गटर खेल ले, गटर इधर खेल लेना, ऊपर खेल लेना, ऊपर खेल लेना।
साहिल मेरे साथ नहीं रहेगा कोई, ठीक है? नहीं तू वहीं रुक, वहीं रुक।
इधर ही है, कैंसिल है।
हम मोल्ड कर रहा, प्लांट हुआ तो बोलना। हमको फीलिंग आ रहा है कि वो लोग फ्लैंक करेगा।
मैं वापस ही भागा मैं।
काय के सी
ये नहीं आएंगे।
बी सी
Spike down.
लो है,
C.
रेना 80, नियॉन 25। हटा पड़ा वहीं पे।
पीछे भागे वो लोग।
कोई हीलिंग चाहिए। बी लॉन्ग पे एक बंदा है, बी पे, बी मेन पे। अरमा सुन रहा पीछे से? साइल नहीं रुक, साइल नहीं रुक। बंदा है यहाँ तेरे लेफ्ट पे, यहाँ पे।
One enemy remaining.
देखा, सुनेगा गेम जीतेगा।
Switching sides.
अब बोलो
Match
स्कैम कर
point.
लेगा बेटा।
Can someone get this?
Does anyone have funds?
Can someone get
Merci.
this? Thank you.
Does anyone have funds? Merci.
फैंटम दे सकता है क्या? नहीं टाइम नहीं, छोड़ दे। टाइम काला स्किन, पीला स्किन सब बना।
काला लौंडा, काला स्किन। ए जाना, सब ए चल। साहिल ले चल, अरमान ए चल, पूरा स्पीड में चल। टाइम नहीं देना एकदम। जल्दी घुस।
देखो मेन 3
That's a good spot.
One enemy remaining.
There they are.
Attackers win.
ऐसा लगा रिफ्लेक्स,
They're dead.
ऐसा लगा रिफ्लेक्स।
भाई निकाल के दिया भाई, डूबा मैच निकाल के दिया। एनिमी भी था आपका, मतलब माफी मांग लिया भाई। एनिमी माफी मांग लिया भाई। 2 स्टैट भाई, ब्रोंज लॉबी के लिए तो स्टैट है नहीं।
वापिस से सिल्वर भाई बोले ना, यही चल रहा मेरा। गन डाउन आ गया साहिल, भाग गया।
क्या पता भाई, उसका पापा आ गया, कॉल मिला।
कॉल में था वो, इतना तो कंफर्म है। बोले ना हेड लेवल हम सीख गया है कि कहाँ होना चाहिए, पहले नहीं जान रहा था, अब समझ में। रुक जा उसको, क्या पता। टेक्स्ट कर लेना एक बार, उसको।
मैं थोड़ा सा ये ठीक करके आ रहा हूँ भाई, छोटा बर्तन उठा।
तो टेक्स्ट कर लो ना एक बार उसको, या कॉल कर लो, पूछ लो। नहीं आ रहा, स्टार्ट कर रहा हूँ, नहीं आएगा। देख सिंपल सा बात है, एम सही रहेगा तो सब कुछ होगा।
Match found.
ले ले, क्या लेगा? हेड हंटर लेवल 99 लॉक मारो। क्या लेगा? ले ले, एक तो हेड हंटर लेवल 99 आया। चलो लॉक कर दिया हम चेम्बर। जो लेगा ले ले, वरना लॉक कर देगा लोग पे। डुओ डुओ सिंगल। अरमाना 7 सब्सक्राइबर चाहिए 500 होने के लिए। देख तू गेको ले रहा है ना, सोच ले, अपने लॉक किया ना तू।
हाँ तो कोई हाथ पकड़ के लॉक करेगा क्या ब्रो?
नहीं तो तू फिर चुतियापा मत करना, बस वही बात है। बोले ना, तुम जो कैरेक्टर चुनता है ना खेलने के लिए, बहुत की प्लेयर वाला कैरेक्टर है। बात क्या हो जाता मालूम
लेकिन
फिर?
उसके बाद ऐसा खेल नहीं पाता है।
बस तुमको जो तू कैरेक्टर लेता है ना, तेरा काम ही है आगे खेलना। तू आगे खेलने से हिचकिचाता है।
करके मारेंगे इस बार गधा की तरह लर्क किया, ओमेंट ठोक के चल गया। क्या हुआ? आ रहे नहीं लगाया भाई, नहीं लगाया। मम्मी 1000 बार जल रहा है 2 घंटे से। हम ही लोग
Qué lindo. Can I take a picture? My mom loves flowers.
That works.
यहाँ पे कवर करता है क्या? हाँ भाई क्या?
रेजर अपने को कहाँ खेलना है?
यहाँ और कहाँ? भी छोड़ दे पूरा।
Reloading.
भाई 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 क्या मारा भाई?
मैं भूल गया था चेंबर है तेरे को।
Trap destroyed.
Reloading. Reloading.
लगा लगा लगा।
डैमेज है, डैमेज है।
Spike down B.
बी पे स्पाइक।
वहाँ का सब क्या हुआ बे? इतना धीरे?
पता नहीं क्या हो गया तेरे को भाई।
नहीं नहीं, अरे नहीं, हेड हंटर में रजिस्ट्रेशन का थोड़ा सा इशू है। नॉर्मल वाला तू चलाएगा ना, वो सही रहता है। मतलब समझ लो ऐसा कि ज्यादा गोली बाउंस होता है नॉर्मल शरीफ से। देख देखा, ये टैप मारा, इसका गोली ठीक रजिस्टर हुआ। समझ रहा है? नॉर्मल शरीफ पे यही काम आ रहा है, हैवी में नहीं होता है।
वहाँ नहीं चल रहा, बहुत बुरा मारा मेरे को। साइड के अंदर खेल रहा हूँ सेव में, ठीक है?
वहाँ क्यों खेल रहा है? मैं क्यों किया? वाह बी रुकना तू बी रुक
Enemy spotted. C.
Spike planted.
फिफ्टेड हो हील कर लेगा
Up and away. Someone's there. Last player standing.
Finished.
One enemy remaining.
क्या क्रॉस है तो इसमें डर करंट डालना बेवकूफ आ रहा है नीचे से नहीं होगा डर भाई टरेंट लगा के ना आराम से कर सकता था जबरदस्ती थ्रो के जबरदस्ती का थ्रो
Their lives are so meaningless. Might as well give them to me.
इनको ना स्पेक्टर पर ना रद्दी पर भी भरोसा नहीं ये जब चलता है ना वो ज़्यादा मतलब
Does anyone have funds?
बहुत ज़्यादा ना छिटकता है
Reloading.
I have them.
मार बे
Dizzy's up. Dizzy has targets. Enemy spotted me.
वहाँ लैग किया भी
Spike
ब्रिज लैग
planted.
किया
You did good.
what the hell
Good.
जल्दी से डेफ कर कमान विंग में डाल कर डेफ कर
Wingman's defusing.
डाल डाल डाल
Saw you, Mosh. One enemy remaining. Everybody thankful. I got you. I got you.
Come here.
आके उठा रहा है यूज थोड़ा ना होता
Not done.
बुलडॉग पड़ा है रेजर यहाँ पे बुलडॉग ले ले खरीदना खरीदना
ठीक है ला ला आ रहा
That works.
तो यहाँ डाल रहा हूँ ठीक है हर बार वहाँ से तोड़ा रहना इसलिए बंदा है बंदा बच गया बंदा रोटेट कर रहा है
बंदा है यहाँ पे
Somebody's there.
one guy outside the TP
बच गया ब्रिज कपड़ा उड़ जाता है ब्रिज आ रहा कोई नहीं है वहाँ पे ब्रिज भी फॉल बैक कर रहा है
मैं पे हूँ मैं
वो तो बी प्लांट होगा
ए
पीछे 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 थोड़ा
Down A. 30 seconds left.
You will not kill my allies.
Spike planted.
Placing swarm grenade.
I'm too far.
Enemy spotted.
one main
Fire in the hole.
Last player standing.
अभी कितना डैमेज देगा ब्रिज को 171 है फिर भी नहीं मर रहा है
भाई नहीं जाना बस तेरे को मैं
Strike at their weak points. If one link breaks, the rest will
अबे 171 दिया उसी से हिल लेके वापस आया मालूम है
Need a drop.
can you give me a skin
Can I get this?
thanks man yeah
Dream big.
समझ आता है बात।
A gift.
बंदा है यहाँ पे।
They found my trap.
जाना निकलना मत एकदम गलती से भी, तू अपनी यूटिल वेस्ट किया है पूरा। गलत फेंका ना भाई, हम वो बोल रहे हैं। दो को लिया। ऊपर भागा।
One enemy remaining. Spike down B.
बी पर ड्रॉप आ जा।
Teleport's ready.
रेना यहीं पे था, रेना बच कैसे गया मेरे साथ लॉन्ग पे।
My city needs me. I can't be away for long. Gun here. Reloading.
साला इतना पावरफुल गन फेंक रहे हैं वो। वो लोग एक्सपेक्ट नहीं किया था मेरे को वहाँ पे, मतलब तुम जो अल्ट कर दिया ना चूतिया ऐसा, इसी में गड़बड़ हो गया सब। अरे मेरे को क्या बचाने के लिए किया भाई, हम तो टीपी मार के निकल ही गए। फिर से बंदा मेरे को तुम क्या बचाएगा।
डोर खुल रहा है, डोर खुल रहा है।
हाँ ठीक है रुको, बंदा यहाँ और बोल रहा था। ब्लाइंड फेंकना ना, 1 2 3 फेंक। अबे ब्लाइंड, अबे बोला ब्लाइंड फेंकने तो बेटा।
Teleport's ready.
सी तुम मत जा बे, तू रुक, उसको क्रॉसिंग लेना है।
Off your feet! Shadows traveling.
Spike planted.
अरे अबे साला सेज इधर
Last player standing.
मुख अंदर में हमको दिखा ही नहीं। एक तेरा पीछे से आ रहा है, एक अंदर पूरा आ गया वो। तुमको पता है मेरे साथ क्या हुआ, सेज बगल में प्लांट कर, हमको आवाज ही नहीं आई।
मेरे को आवाज है लेकिन उसके सामने बंदा, मैं मार नहीं सकता था। तो फैंटम दे दो।
Does anyone have funds?
बहुत गंदा डिफेंस जा रहा है, हम लोग अपने बंदे क्या कर रहे हैं पता नहीं।
बंदे घूम रहे हैं, मारा है उसको घुस करके हम।
They are so dead.
लगा दिया भाई लोग। फिर से आ रहा, स्पैम दे के मार दिया। आ रहा बंदा स्पैम मारा है मेरे को।
You will not kill my allies.
The hunt begins.
Here. Go.
One enemy remaining.
नाइस ओमेन, नाइस।
Down A.
एक कोना में रबल पे।
Weapon choice. It is so personal, no? You pick a gun and it tells me who you are.
रुक तो मेरे को वॉइस कम। वुमेन इस बार सी होल्ड करना, इस बार सी आएगा कंफर्म है, सी या बी।
That's a good spot.
That's Razor.
ए पे भी बंदा है ना, बैकअप चाहिए थोड़ा सा।
Blow him up, bud.
मैं पूरा पीछे हूँ, बहुत लो, बीच भी लो है।
Spike down B. My
रहना भी लो है, आया रहना।
इजी देता हूँ, हट हट।
Dizzy's up top.
Out of charges.
पीछे निकल ही गया, मत जाना मत जाना मत। ठीक जा रहा लो, होल्ड करना वहीं पे। कॉल
ए के बाहर रहना, लो 40।
जाए कोई फायदा नहीं, बोला होल्ड करना वहीं पे। ठीक है, ठुकरा है पे ठुकरा भाई, क्या चल रहा है?
सब के सब क्यों आ गए भाई?
बोला सी बेंच सी जा ही नहीं।
ब्रांडेड है क्या?
ऑब्वियसली
हाँ ब्रांडेड। वुमेन बी पे है, बी पे और ए पे है, बस एक बंदा, अगर तू मार लिया तो जीत जाएगा।
कहाँ बंदा है भाई, लोकेशन तो बता।
बी पे ब्रीच है और मेन पे यहाँ से निकलेगा।
Last player standing.
नीचे से निकलेगा केओ। केओ कहाँ है भाई गेम में, बता तो मेरे को, कौन लिया केओ? अच्छा रेज बोला, साला हम मेरे को ही गलत सुनाई दे रहा नहीं।
Stay alive. I want their life, not yours.
तो पहले ही बोला भाई सी होल्ड करना, तो लो सी छोड़ करके सब ए पे एक किल के लिए आ गई है। सी पूरा खाली छोड़ दिया भाई। प्लांट तो होगा उधर।
फैंटम नहीं चलाऊंगा।
Can I get this?
Does anyone have funds?
अरे फैंटम दे बोला बे।
Does anyone have funds?
अबे रुक।
Does anyone have funds?
See how it goes.
अभी बोलता भाई फैंटम नहीं चलाऊंगा वैंडल, जब फिर बोलता भाई फैंटम चलाएंगे वैंडल नहीं चलाएंगे ना। स्टडी साले नाप लिए है हर बार वो और बोट भाई बहुत लोग काहे अल्ट कर रहा है, जबरदस्ती बर्बाद कर रहा है। तेज पूरा लो है, तेज पूरा लो है।
Last player standing.
Teleport's ready.
Spike planted.
तेज का नाम तो रद्दी और भी भरोसा नहीं है भाई, बहुत सियाना है भाई। सेज मालूम है 148 दिया है, बच के निकल गया।
Let us see what they have planned for us this time.
अरमान तू स्टैट चेंज कर अपना, हम जहाँ बोल रहा हूँ वहाँ खेल। आज नहीं खेल सकता भाई तो छोड़ दे। कहाँ पे बोल तो? सीक्रेट डोर के पास, सीक्रेट डोर 20 से जा, सीक्रेट डोर तोड़ करके आना, वहां से तेरे को पूरा खिलाएगा। और सुन, जबरदस्ती का पीक मत लेना, जबरदस्ती पीक लेगा तेरे को मार देगा तो सब
तोड़ के आना है ना।
हाँ तोड़ देना, और अंदर से हर मत आना, वहीं से मार। तेरे को हर बार किल आएगा, समझा? हर बार के बाद जाना मत, बैठे रहे वहीं पे, बैठे रहे वहीं पे। बोल रहा ना, फिर पीछे देख रहा है।
के बाहर बंदा है ना,
अब देख पीछे
के बाहर बंदा घुस रहा है।
ठीक है, तेरा बैक हम देख रहे हैं। तेरा बैक छोड़ दिए, नहीं देख रहा होगी। तेरा पीछे बंदा रेस बच गया बेटा, पकड़ो। कॉल बैक कर रहा हूँ, निकल वहां से।
लो है
और वो उठा रहा हो,
नहीं उठा रहा,
माँ कसम सब मेरी को पिक करके रखा है।
Teleport's ready.
मेरे पे देखना कितना बंदा है।
Last player standing. 30 seconds left.
Off your feet!
Spike planted. Ace.
भाई गलत गलत है भाई मेरे
तुमको हम पहले ही बोल रहा सुन।
Sorry.
तुमको हम पहले ही बोला हम तेरा पीछे नहीं देख रहा, मतलब समझ रहा है, पीछे से कोई भी मिल सकता है। हम कॉल दे के तेरे को छोड़ाता है। तुमको हम पहले ही बोला सा, तुमको हम पहले ही बोला वहां से निकल ना, तू वहीं देखे भाई पीछे ए में से ए बी से बंदा आ रहा, तू पीछे।
That's a good spot.
अरे भाई तो हम वहाँ नहीं है ना, कहाँ से हम आएगा? तुम जब गोली देखा तब हम
बंदा है इधर, मैं पीछे खेल रहा हूं।
देखे ही है। ओले 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 ओले
सी पे ब्रिज
भाई वो लोग ए पे ही आएगा, आजा।
बंदा यही है ना।
स्पाइक ड्रॉप किया है भाई यहाँ पे, इधर आ।
One less.
The hunt begins.
बंदा है यहाँ पे।
One enemy remaining.
लास्ट गाय बी मेन यार, मेरे को लगा वो फेंक दो। बी 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 बी।
Enemy spotted B. Last player standing.
सी की तरफ गया, सी की तरफ गया, सी की तरफ गया। सी पे इसमें मारा था, कंफर्म नहीं पर सी।
30 seconds left.
ठीक है ना, जाने दे, कोई दिक्कत नहीं।
Spike planted.
हाई हेड लग गया उनका, उनको हेड लग गया।
पहले तेरे को गोली लग रहा है, फिर रेना दिख।
Last round in the half.
तुमको पता है हम उसको गोली मार चुका है, लेकिन वो मेरे को उससे पहले मार के गया।
नहीं दिखा भाई, मेरे को यही दिखा कि वो निकला तरफ।
देख ले भाई, हम लाइव पे है तो दिख रहा हूँ स्क्रीन में, देख लो। मेरा बॉडी लगा उसको एक गोली, वो मेरे को खोपड़ा और बस्ट मारे, मतलब उसके एफपीएस मेरे से ज़्यादा अच्छा है और पिंग फ्लक्चुएट हो रहा है उसका।
गंदा टीम है अपने पे, केजे है फिर भी अपन इतना हार रहे। ओमेन करता ही नहीं। एनिमी स्पॉटेड सी। सी के बाहर बंदा।
बैकअप देगा थोड़ा सा, हमको गन चाहिए वहां से। काहे बैकअप का उम्मीद लगा कर रखता है भाई, काहे हम बैक।
रुको रुको, साथ जाते हैं वो लोग, कैंप कर के मारते हैं। आरएनजी नहीं करूंगा ना, 3 मार के जाऊंगा।
आरएनजी तुमको हम बैकअप देने वाले, तुम आगे जाके क्या कर रहे हो? तू उठा रहा है अपना डीजी।
You will not kill my allies.
देख उठा दियो सिर्फ बे, हमको मालूम आप बंदा है।
Last player standing.
120 सेज क्या रे वो?
Spike down A.
ब्रीच उठाएगा, ब्लाइंड आने से पहले मार लो।
Stealing sight.
30 seconds left.
क्या ब्रांडेड जैसा खेल रहे हैं हम लोग, क्या ब्रांडेड।
आज ब्रांडेड जैसा नहीं, तुमको कॉल देने पे तुम सुनते ही नहीं है भाई।
Switching sides.
तुमको हम बोला बैकअप दे, हम निकल रहा, तू वहां जाके डीजी उठा रहा, तो मेरे को तो मारेगा ही ना। मर गया, अब मरा तो तुम भी मर गया भाई। से तो ऐसा काम करेगा तो मरेंगे ही ना। मेरे पे क्या ब्लाइंड है, क्या है मेरे पे जो हम वहां से निकल लेंगे? डिसमिसल लगाए, अपना रेंज का हम बाहर है, थोड़ा सा हमको पीछे का सकना है। हम बोला भी हम गन लेके निकल जाएंगे, बैकअप दे, तू भाग रहा है।
बैकअप ही दिया था भाई,
बैकअप मेरा मरने के बाद तू बैकअप देगा? किसको बैकअप दे रहा हूँ वहाँ पे?
मेरा मुंह के सामने ब्रीच निकला, मेरे पास कुत्ता है,
हाँ तो तू तू ब्रिज निकला कब निकला? मेरे को मार रहा है तब उसका तेरे को क्या किया? तू गलती खुद करता रमान। पीछे से बंदा आ रहा, होल्ड कर। निकल वहां से पूरा फुल स्पीड।
प्लांट दे रहा हूं मैं।
जल्दी प्लांट दे।
वाटरफॉल पे जा रहा हूं।
Last player standing.
छोड़ो भाई।
राइट में तेरे
I have the spike.
Backstab.
Over heal payoff. Thanks to you, Arman.
He says their bullets tickle.
Over heal payoff. 150 HP पे। हम उसको 130 दिया है रेनो को। हेड और 2 बॉडीज। मेरे को ब्रीच मार दिया 55 का डैमेज देता। लोग कब मारा? अच्छा हाँ उधर से मारा सही। रेड से बंदा आएगा, समझ तो यही होगा तुम देख लो।
एक ब्रीच नहीं संभाल पा रहा है।
अब ब्रिज का ये नहीं, ब्रिज अच्छा खेल रहा है। देखो दिख रहा देखो बंदा आ रहा तेरे पे। ले ब्रिज तरह।
Player standing. Spike down. Attacker spawn.
अब क्या माइंड मार रहा? राइट कॉर्नर देख। डीजी उठा, डीजी उठा। वही है बंदा एक और स्मोक में। जहाँ स्मोक था रेना आई एस से। हम वही सोच रहा था रेना अभी तक आया क्यों नहीं।
The symphony of death. Don't worry, you get used to it.
भाई थोड़ा रश करना बंद करो, तुम अंदाजे से जाके मर रहे हो।
तो फायदा है ब्रो,
See you on the other side.
सी अरमान सी छोड़ दो उधर। साइलेंट माना रहना रहता। प्लान डाल सकते हैं यहाँ से? नहीं छोड़ दे।
अब क्या आवाज दी थी, अब क्या साइलेंट?
अरे भाई तू आना, यहाँ एंट्री में चाहिए हमको तेरा प्लान। उसको पता चल गया यार। कोई नहीं जाता देख ना रेना को। अबे रेना डुलिस्ट है तुम, सेंटिनल को बेट कर रहा है और डेफ हो गया।
Match point. The enemy only looks composed. Their hearts still.
डुलिस्ट होकर सेंटिनल को बेट कर रहा है भाई, वाह।
प्लांट करने
तुम तो भाई हर बार एकदम हड़बड़ी है, तू घुसा के नहीं तेरे को प्लांट करना है। हर गेको का यही दिक्कत है, घुसते साथ प्लांट। अबे साइड कंट्रोल में लिए ही नहीं है, फाइट चल रहा है, तुमको प्लांट करना है भाई। सही है।
इन 3v1 में पिलाओ सबके सब बोल।
अरे वो लोग मरेगा, वो लोग है ही है मरने के लिए। बच गया भाई, अच्छा। बंदा ऊपर।
One enemy remaining.
My ult is ready. Spike planted.
सी से आएगा बता रहे, सीलिंग से कोलों का स्पॉन तरफ देखते रहो।
Careful there.
Turret out. Turret down.
देख लिया ना।
Flawless.
आउटलॉ लेके बैठा था।
मालूम है, हम पुश करता ना मार देता हूँ।
मारने पे खेलना है भाई, मारने पे खेलना है। ये सब धंधा नहीं करना।
हमको पता था रहना आएगा, इसलिए हम बैठा हुआ था। जैसे बैठा खोपड़ा खोल दिया, हो गया खत्म। तुम जैसे कॉल दिया ऊपर बंदा है, उसका खोपड़ा खोल दिया। बस यही है, कॉल तू देगा तो कहीं नहीं मारेगा। कॉल ही नहीं देगा बेटा, चूतिया से कॉल देगा तो फिर दिक्कत हो गई। फिर से यहाँ से आएगा रहना, होल्ड करना, गिराना मत ड्रॉप। होल्ड करना वहाँ पे, हम थोड़ा ये जा रहा है, लोगों को बैकअप देना। कीजे कैसे मर गया भाई?
आवाज देगा मार खाएगा, हमको मत बोलना।
Spike is down.
Spike down. C.
I have the spike. This is too fun.
Here.
नहीं बंदा
बंदा है बी के पास। साउंड मत दे, साउंड मत दे। ये वो नहीं पिकेगा।
30 seconds left. Last player standing.
Spike planted.
हाँ
यही करने के चक्कर में और कुछ नहीं मार सकता हूँ। 10 जन्म में भी नहीं मार सकता।
खत्म है पे, खत्म है राउंड बैक।
यही करते हुए हारते हैं। टीममेट को जिताना है, टीम जीतना। जहाँ 2-3 राउंड हारे।
Defenders win. Next one begins.
अपना ओमेन कहाँ स्मोक किया तो वो देखा ना। वो पता है क्या, वहाँ राइट कॉर्नर पे मार रहा, राइट कॉर्नर पे स्मोक करता है, थोड़ा इधर पे बच जाता हम निकाल देता गेम। एक स्मोक में हम निकाल देता। उसका ब्रीच और हम सेकंड है, हम सेकंड टेबल पे देख लेते। क्या बोलेगा भाई, टीयर प्रोटेक्शन लग गया। सब्सक्राइब करो भाई, सब्सक्राइब करो भाई। निकाल देता हम जो नहीं, इस स्नाइपर पे ना पता नहीं क्यों बार बार हम ना मूवमेंट की दबा दे रहा। अभी ब्रीच मार के नहीं निकाला है, ब्रीच क्या किया पता है, बीट किया रे इसको और उसी में किल निकाला। हाँ वो ऑफ एंगल पे खेल रहा है जैसे हम खेल रहे हैं। ब्रीच हर बार मेरे से डैमेज खा के भागा, हर बार हिल लेके आया ऐसे। हगा दिया हम ब्रीच और रेना को ना, हगा दिया रेस को। लेकिन बात यही है, फिर उसके बाद आ गया सेज। 4 बंदा को तुम कितना डैमेज देगा, हमको तो चाहिए बैकअप, रिलोड भी होता है भाई। हगा दिया हम वहां पे, घुसने नहीं दे रहा था हम, समझ रहा। जो आ रहा सब डैमेज खा रहा, सब भाग रहा भाई डीलिंग से, वो सीक्रेट डोर से उधर भी सब भाग रहा, या पीछे भाग के रबल पे भाई होल्ड कर रहा है।
आवाज नहीं आ रही क्या?
बात ऐसा है ना,
रुक जा मेरे को टीम वॉइस चैट बंद करना दे।
हाँ ठीक है। मारना चालू नहीं करेंगे ना, लॉन्ग रेंज पे फाइट नहीं लेंगे, लॉन्ग रेंज पे बंदे को चैलेंज नहीं करेंगे, तब तक नहीं होगा। मैं पीक ही नहीं देता लॉन्ग रेंज।
हमको चाहिए था हील, कोई सेज ही नहीं लिया जो हील दे। हील दे देता ना, हम मार के निकाल देते। इस चीज तो बाबू बोलता था ना, भैया हम खाली मारेगा मेरे को, खाली आप हिल देने का, यार कुछ नहीं चाहिए हमको, हम निकाल के देगा। 1-2 बच गया तो आप मार लीजिएगा। और हम वही करता था। बाबू एक एंगल देख रहा हूँ, दूसरा एंगल देख रहा हूँ। बाबू लो हिल दिया, मारना चालू, कंटिन्यू। भाई अब भाई समझा ना, बंदा डर के मारे साइड नहीं आता था, बोलता भाई नहीं जाएंगे। बाबू 50-50 किल पे जा रहा है।
Let me get this right. We're Earth's only defense and we still pay for our own weapons. Ridiculous.
ये वो CS खेलता है, CS बहुत फास्ट है कंपेयर टू वैलोरेंट। CS बहुत फास्ट है। CS का कंकर्शन जाके खा के देखना एक बार, तुम हिलने तक नहीं सकेगा। तो भाई दो गन ले लिया।
That works.
एक बार यहीं पे टीपी डाल के ना स्मोक में टीपी मार दिया था भाई, ये बंदा चकाई। ब्रीच है ना सबे। ऑल ए साले सुनाई दे रहा मेन पे, देख।
Spike down A.
Showers पे breach है, showers।
One suppressed.
टिम्बर यहाँ लॉन्ग पे।
One enemy remaining.
अरे भाई फिर मारा उसको, लो है। नहीं रेंज का बाहर है ना, रेंज का बाहर है, सॉटी का रेंज का बाहर है। अब नहीं आएगा लोगन, दुब गन से क्या चाहिए?
Does anyone have funds?
भाई breach एक body दो head, confidence नहीं है।
A gift.
उसमें भी चेम्बर है, पता तेरे को? चेम्बर देगा ना कि मार रहा है तो ये बी जाओ ना भाई, बी जाओ। बी पे बंदा बी पूरा छोड़ गए। एरेना यहाँ आई है किल का चक्कर में। ओ दे
Reloading. Enemy spotted B.
अपन रियल चेम्बर है भाई। एक ऊपर है।
Careful there. Teleport's ready.
ये प्लांट है, बोल दे।
One enemy remaining. Spike planted.
That's a good spot. My ult's out of charges. Careful there.
Dropped in a smoke. Enemy spotted A. Reloaded.
क्या? सेव कर रहा हूँ। एक फटका मारा, देखा नहीं? नेक्स्ट राउंड में तुम लोगों को निकालना, क्या डैमेज दे देगा।
Let's not complicate it.
जा तू मंदिर चला भी।
क्या मैं जाए?
अब मंदिर चलाओ बे, तुम्हें मंदिर क्या नहीं चलाता लिया है तो।
That works.
बोलो बोलना बी पे जाने। फिर से बी पे है। पे अपना ब्रिज ये KOF के है।
Spike planted.
भाई क्या खेल रहे हो?
Last player standing.
140 अभी हारू जीती वो बात नहीं, गलती तेरा नहीं है ना मेरा है, तो बोला तुमको निकालना है राउंड। ये मादा चो देख ये थ्रो कर रहा है, ये थ्रो कर रहा है, मालूम है हमको, अपना क्लोव आने दिए है मालूम है। हम एक बात बता, हम जा रहा क्लोव, हम क्लोव पे जा रहा, ये घुसने दे रहा है बेटा, ये थ्रो कर रहा है क्यों? मरा नहीं, अबे आइसो मरा नहीं, सब बी पे है। नाइस नाइस नाइस, रिलोड तेरा पीछे।
One enemy remaining.
अरे हमारा स्किन पड़ा है, उठाना।
Find the weakest link and kick him in the shin.
My ult's ready.
ला दे तू, ये बाई कर ले।
Can I get a drop?
ले।
Thanks.
नहीं है तो दुब गन ले लेता है।
That's a good spot.
ए पे है ना, होल्ड कर। पकड़ा वो लेग का। अबे चूतिया वॉल ऑफ कर दिया है।
Spike planted.
It's you
B
and
पे
me.
यार कहाँ हो?
Back like I never left.
You lose.
One enemy remaining.
That's 3.
क्या हुक्का में लास्ट?
Satchel out.
ए वहाँ बैकअप दे, मेरे को मार दे। नाइस नाइस नाइस।
Thanks. Shame. I love explosions.
ट्री वेंडल ज्यादा अच्छा है भाई।
Clearly not.
ट्री वेंडल ज्यादा अच्छा है, पेड़ खिला देंगे सबको।
That works.
इतना दे दिया VCT में ना, बहुत इंटरव्यूज देकर क्यों चलाते हैं, बोलता है बहुत इट्स वेरी वर्सेटाइल। जैसे वहाँ लगाएगा,
यहीं लगाना है, यहाँ पे मार नहीं पाता ना। ऑल
You want to play?
पीछे भागा है ना, पुश मत करना, पुश करेगा मर जाएगा, बता दे रहा। मर गया। मना करते हैं भाई, पीक मत ले, तेरे को कवर फायर देने चक्कर में मरा है अभी।
One enemy remaining. Spike down A. Enemy spotted A.
रेना मस्त मारा भाई।
Reloading. Let's do it again.
मस्त मारा रेना, गार्डन गार्डन कर दिया भाई। हम इस बार बी जा रहा, मेरे से ना बहुत डर के भाग रहे लोग, मालूम है। बी जा रहे थे पहले, बता दे रहा। केओ थ्रो कर रहा है बे, केओ पे मत रहे, तू जा वहाँ पे, कॉल देना फट से, हम आ जाएगा।
Time to explode.
डबल पिक देते हैं।
मर जाएगा यार, कंकशन वंकशन सब आता है। कोई नहीं है, और लेगा तो ले ले।
नहीं फुल।
Spike down A. Spike down A. One enemy remaining.
You will not kill my ally.
भाई क्यों होता है? नहीं नहीं ये पता नहीं, अब जब भी ऑपिंग करता है बंदा सामने मेरा गोली हमेशा उसको गर्दन और बगल से चल जाता है।
Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
Refreshing.
लवली स्प्रे भाई, स्प्रे
भाई मार दिया, किसको बोलता हूँ?
नहीं हम मिस किया ऐसो पे, ऐसो गर्दन का बगल से।
ये सीन क्या हुआ मालूम है कि स्टेज एकदम के पीछे छुप के बैठा था, मैं मार नहीं पाया।
Don't be spending too many brain cells figuring them out. Overthinking is just as bad as underthinking.
हमें ये उड़ कर ए आई छोड़ दे, बी ए को बोल दे बी जाना। ए को भी जाना।
That's a good spot. Focus now. Eyes off me.
एग्रेसिव नहीं हो पा रहा हूँ मैं, रेज लिया था कि मैप में रेज बहुत अच्छा है।
बी
It's you and me.
मेरे को ले लिया वो। बोलेगा तुझे।
One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
तेज हैं।
I am not cleaning this up.
Reloading. No one beats my firepower.
हमको लेगा तो ले लिया उसको। ब्रीच को ना बहुत गाली दे रहा होगा मालूम। नहीं मत जा, कोई नहीं हो, आप चल जा चल। वे लोग भरोसा नहीं हमको, समझ रहा ना, मेरे को तेरा नेड का जरूरत है। बी
Off your feet!
Spike down B.
अरे माँ का देख आरएनजी कर रहा हूँ।
तेरे को कैसे लग रहा है?
वही तो चीज है, हम आरएनजी मेरे से नहीं हो रहा है मतलब। तो बोलना सीधा देखना।
ये क्या एंगल पकड़ रहे थे?
एंगल नहीं ठीक है, इसका बगल में है बॉस का, वो स्मोक के अंदर था।
इधर ही है, इधर ही है, इधर ही है।
30 seconds left.
होल्ड कर रहे, कहाँ जा रहा है?
Last player standing.
बंदा है बे।
बीजा क्या कर रहा था ये? ट्यूब के अंदर।
ट्यूब के अंदर आराम से खेल। अबे क्यों? अरे बॉट सही में बॉट है क्या?
नूब है भाई।
प्रो कर रहा है भाई, जो मालूम है जबरदस्ती का।
भाग रहा है भाई, पता नहीं ना पेट ले रहा ना कुछ कर रहा। राउंड थ्रो कर दिया इसने पूरा।
ठीक है, मैं चुप कर दिया वहाँ पे। इतने बंदे आए ना, इतने बंदे, मैं मारा ना चेंबर को, सब मेरे तरफ देख।
ये चल जा, बी चल जा, कम से कम डार्ट फेंक के बताना भाई, हर कोई कर सकता है, यार क्या करेगा। 2 किल पे है भाई। ऐसा क्या हग रहा, लेडी हग रहा है, क्या हग रहा भाई? बी जाएगा फिर से। वे लोग बता रहे हैं बी है कि नहीं, बैठा हुआ क्या है वहाँ पे? साला फरमान अरमान क्या किया अरमान तुम? क्या किया अरमान तुम? साला बंदा मेरे को बीट करके निकल गया।
My turn. You will not kill my allies.
भाई अरमान सही में तेरा वैसा मारता है।
Spike planted.
बेंच पे बॉस बेंच पे।
आधा मेरे को।
अरे चूतिए तेरे को नीड फेंकना था। बैकअप दिख ही नहीं रहा है भाई। मेरा मार्कर ट्रिगर वो इतना जोर आवाज करता हो
भाई ये केओ तो हग रहा है। कैसे बात
क्या बोलेगा भाई? यहाँ पे बैकअप चाहिए था, इसको ग्रेनेड के तरह इसका रेज मारा ही नहीं करता। हम
हग रहा भाई बैठ के। अबे नूब है।
That's a good spot.
पूरा अलर्ट है मालूम ब्रीच पे।
जा रहा हूं मैं।
बीजा पे ये बंदा।
क्यों चक्कू मार?
रहना बात मत छोड़ना।
मेन पे स्मोक चाहिए था यार। चक्कू इधर से इधर।
Spike down B.
Enemy spotted B. Enemy spotted A. Reloading. No.
भाई मेरा अल्ट गया वहीं पे। दो बंदे मेन पे।
अबे यार 80 डैमेज है। 80 है ना। टीपी मारा। अबे काहे टीपी मारा? बंदा है वहाँ बंदा है।
One enemy remaining.
पे ऑफ उठा काहे के फेंक रहा है? 80 डैमेज है ना ठीक है क्लो।
क्या मिस कर रहा हूं उसके मुंह पे ये निकाल रहा हूं मालूम मैं अल्ट निकाल रहा हूं उसके मुंह पे चलते
करेगा ना भाई।
Last player standing.
Like I never left.
Last player standing.
Back side.
Don't insult me.
चिम्बर को तो इतना बुरा दिया ना। चिम्बर भाई नजर नहीं है, हर बार चिम्बर खाया है। सिर्फ एक बार मेरे को चिम्बर मारा है, सिर्फ एक बार।
Last round before the switch.
Spend those creds before we lose them.
ऑटोडी खरीद ले। तू ए पे रुक। बी नहीं तू बी जा, कम से कम कॉल तो दे पाएगा। एक बात बोले अरमान, यहीं होल्ड कर, रीटेक में खेल लेंगे। यहीं होल्ड कर, रीटेक में खेल लेंगे।
That works. They are so dead.
ए यहाँ है बंदा,
मारो नेट।
बता रहा ना वहाँ पे बंदा है, एक ही है। कसम सामान तेरे नेट चाहिए मेरे को। अरे क्यों होगा
भाई ऑरेंजी
लास्ट बंदा लैंप्स पे, डैमेज नहीं है ना। क्या हुआ मेरे साथ पता है?
Switching sides.
शॉट ही निकालने की जगह हम गलती से रिफ्लेक्ट में हेवी पिस्टल निकाल दिया है।
मैं शॉट ही रखा था लेकिन
भाई केओ तो हो रहा है।
अबे वो कैरी होने आया, चुपचाप से देख रहा था मैं। रिपोर्ट खाएगा, अल्टरनेट अकाउंट होगा।
टिक कर दो भाई इसको।
भाई CS रहता ना मजाक नहीं, ऐसे बंदे को किक करने का ऑप्शन रहता उसमें किक कर देगा। यूजलेस है
खेलता
भाई।
था क्या भाई तू? मैं भी भाई CS ही खेलता था।
मैं भी खेलता था, मैं अभी करंटली छोड़ दिया है।
क्लोज तेरा पिस्टल देना, घोस्ट
क्या
देना।
रैंक था भाई CS में तेरा?
याद नहीं भाई, हम उतना चेक नहीं करता कभी।
नू था फिर तो भाई तू।
नहीं भाई प्रीमियर मेरा मैं खेलता था, लेकिन चेक क्या करेगा भाई, मारने पे फोकस रखो।
Bomb buddy out.
अभी दिमाग वाला काम किया ना तू।
Smoke. Reloading.
कौन सा?
Reloading.
इसको बोल रहा था इसको। भाई पीछे से बंदा आ रहा, क्यों रे हरामी। अबे बॉट, रियल बॉट।
Refreshing.
बॉस तेरा लेफ्ट में बंदा है ना, ब्रीच है।
Enemies A.
Last player standing.
90 Sage.
भाई कैसे मर गया भाई? ना मतलब भाई मैं अच्छा मारा था।
Outside of this gig,
भाई ब्रीच क्यों को नहीं मारा, मेरे को मार रहा है।
Need a drop. Reloading.
देना थोड़ा इधर आएगा मेरे साथ भी आना। हुक्का से एक बंदा आता है, उसको पहले मार ले। कॉर्नर्स चेक करना, कॉर्नर्स में बैठे रहता है कैंप करके, लेकिन अभी क्यों मरेगा।
Breach 52. ये नीचे है, तेरे नीचे है, ठीक है। अभी पे हॉप पे राइट से।
I can't reach.
Reloading. Reloading.
Spike planted.
एल्बो कंट्रोल लो।
no peeking.
क्या कर रहा है?
अरे भाई हुक्का है बे, वो हुक्का।
Last player standing.
अभी तुम एल्बो बोल रहा है भाई, एल्बो पे तो बंदे ही नहीं है।
अरे एल्बो कंट्रोल लेने बोला तेरे को, एल्बो कंट्रोल लेने बोला।
तो रीना तो है ना वहाँ पे, रीना तो था एल्बो पे, तो एल्बो काय दिखेगा, एल्बो क्लियर्ड है। अरे चूतिए, रीना एल्बो से घूम करके अभी मरा सिटी पे। अरे भाई तुम अरमान, तुम ना भाई तू सोच ले तू क्या बोल रहा है, उसको हुक्का बोलता है।
अरे तेरे को इधर से मार रहा है, किधर से बोल तो अंदर से मारा, ठीक है।
अरे हुक्का से मारा, हुक्का से, हुक्का से मारा मेरे को। सारा बंदा हुक्का से आया, एक बंदा ब्रिज था जो आया उधर से। तो तू साला एल्बो क्यों बोल रहा है, एल्बो पे साला उल्टा उल्टा कॉल दे रहा है तू। एल्बो कंट्रोल ले, एल्बो कंट्रोल ले, क्या करेंगे एल्बो कंट्रोल लेके जब वहाँ है ही नहीं कोई बंदा।
Cutting their vision. Enemy spotted A.
Enemy spotted A.
One suppressed.
Reloading.
मैं पुश कर रहा हूँ उधर से।
Cutting their vision.
Dropping smokes.
Spike is down.
Spike down A.
Away with you.
Legands.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
A gift. I have the spike. Teleport's ready.
30 seconds left.
Drop in a smoke.
Spike planted. My ult is ready.
Orange smoke down. Nice.
बहुत बढ़िया चैम्बर.
I'm too far.
They're just batteries. And I need a drop.
अरे ना इधर आ ले आप ले.
मजनू ड्रॉप.
तेरे को क्या चाहिए? चल ऑफ कर उसको.
क्या चाहिए तेरे को?
नहीं चाहिए ऑफ है मेरे पर.
मिस कर दिया वहाँ पे. दो बॉडी मारा वो तो जब तक हेड नहीं मारूंगा कुछ नहीं होगा.
Shutting them down.
They are so dead.
One suppressed. Flashbang. Grenade.
That's a good spot.
Still in sight.
रोटेट कर लो फॉल बैक करो रहना फॉल बैक कर ले.
Reloading.
रहना
One enemy
फॉल
remaining.
बैक कर.
अबे क्लोज में मार दिया.
कोई नहीं. एस चोरी हो गया बेचारे का.
Match point.
नहीं तो भाई यार 4 बंदे मार दिया रात में.
कोई नहीं. एक ले लिया ना कभी का. एस चोरी हो गया बेचारे का.
मैं थ्रो कर रहा हूँ भाई. ना भाई.
अरे भाई इसी तरह भाई कोई नहीं.
थ्रो क्या थ्रो? ये बंदा सबसे बड़ा थ्रोअर तो भाई केओ है. बेचारा थ्रो करके कैरी हो रहा है भाई. क्या बंदा है.
Still in sight.
टीपी से आया कुछ.
It's you and me.
हेलो.
One enemy remaining.
भाई ओडिन लेके आया था भाई बेशरम.
Satchel out.
Back like I never left.
It's a shame you have to die.
Attackers win.
Chamber. Bigger picture. This was fun. We should do it again.
भाई खाली किल चोरी करते रहे तुम लोग. खाली किल चोरी करते रहे. भाई मेरा फिनिशर आता भाई. भाई इतने बड़े तलवार पे ना पर एक झंडा लटकता रहता है.
अच्छा टीम था भाई. ऐड कर सकते हैं उनको.
और कॉम्पी खेलना है क्या हो गया? तो बोलते टीडीएम लगा बंद करेंगे.
बॉस का रिक्वेस्ट है.
Match found.
सब्सक्राइब करो भाई सब्सक्राइब करो. 12 बज गया भाई. क्लोजिंग का टाइम है.
लेकिन मेरे को देख मेरे को दो ही तरह का फैंटम थी. तो
बोले ना वीसीटी देख के भाई जो चीज का प्रॉब्लम होता था ना मेरे को.
दोनों में से एक फैंटम जो भी आएगा खरीद लो.
फैंटम सबसे अच्छा फैंटम है भाई मिस्ट ब्लूम. या फिर ये ले लो क्या बोलते हैं प्रोटोकॉल. या फिर ये होता ना क्या नाम है इसका रेडिएटेड एलिमेंट. वो सब ले लो. वो सब का स्प्रे अच्छा है. या फिर सस्ता में सुनो अगर सस्ता में चाहिए तो वो जो आया था ना हीलिक्स सांप वाला वो. या फिर ये ले सकता है क्या नाम है अरे ये नाम नहीं है पेड़ वाला. नहीं पेड़ वाला फैंटम भी ले सकता है. बढ़िया है. हाँ मिस्ट ब्लूम आया. आँख बंद करके ले लो भाई. मस्त गन है भाई. पूरा हैवी है. हिलता ही नहीं है. जो लोग रिकॉन चलाता है ना उससे पूछना. दोनों का सेम पैटर्न है.
भाई मेरा 50 लेवल हो गया. मेरा
Reloading.
Bullets fly.
लेफ्ट में 3 बंदे पीट रहे हैं.
Someone's there. Nice. Get down.
कहाँ से मारा ये आइसो ये आइसो कहाँ से आ जा रहा बार बार
That works.
90 मिड में 90 है.
Dizzy's up top. Somebody's there.
Satchel out.
10 seconds until stage change.
ये क्लोब मरा नहीं what the hell
राइट में 2 बंदे.
Stage 2.
बज गया क्लोब फिर से
Anyone else? Jet's grounded.
Run, little man.
राइट जाना होगा अब बंदा बेकार है भाई मर रहा फीड कर रहा है ऐसा कर दो LMG लेके आया LMG चला ले अरमान
Satchel out.
भाई
I'll take it.
जहाँ मूवमेंट किया ना गोली चला ये गेम में.
अरे साला ये डैमेज कैसे नहीं हो रहा भाई
I'm good for 3. Reloading. Go get it,
Stage 3.
भाई मरने का नाम नहीं ले रहा क्लोब कितना कितना गोली खाएगा भाई कान देके मार रहा हमको ही मिड जाना होगा अब बंदा मिड कंट्रोल नहीं
क्या मार रहे हो.
Watch your best.
ना बंदा राइट में ना पूरा ये हो रहा है तब बंदा मिड से आ रहा है मिड कंट्रोल ही नहीं है
It's you and me.
I don't think so.
New stage is dead.
भाई एक क्लोब पे रजिस्टर नहीं हो रहा कंफर्म नहीं हो क्लोब पे रजिस्टर नहीं हो रहा मुंह का सामने
Next.
नहीं ये क्लोब नहीं मर रहा क्लोब का कुछ दिक्कत है ओवर ही लेके क्या है पता नहीं भाई बहुत HP है इसके पहले का ये देखो 2 गोली में 50 डैमेज हो रहा है
You had your fun. My turn. Get out of my way.
Raiders got the blood.
Cutting through.
I have them.
Reload.
भाई कहाँ से बंदे घुस रहे भाई मेरे पे? हम तो गेट देख रहा होला, ऊपर से नीचे कूद रहा क्या? हाँ अरमान ये ना क्लोव का कुछ गड़बड़ है, तो लोग पे ना रजिस्टर नहीं हो रहा। क्लोव पे कुछ गड़बड़ है भाई, रजिस्टर नहीं हो रहा उस पे। भाई मुंह पे सटा के मार रहा, मुंह पे सटा के, समझ रहा? रजिस्टर नहीं हो रहा है। मार खा रहे हुए 12 में 17, बहुत मजा। उलाड उलाड खा जा रहा राइट पर, नहीं होगा। अरे गया भाई, मजाक नहीं, राइड किया भाई, इतना मरे ना हम, हमको पता ही नहीं चला बंदा कहाँ से मार रहा, कुछ पता ही नहीं है।
भाई बहुत आफत। क्लोव को तो मार दूंगा, हेड दे।
नहीं क्लोव पे कुछ प्रॉब्लम तो भाई, एकदम मुंह पे घुसा के मार रहा, फिर भी नहीं मर रहा हो। 8-8 गोली खा रहा भाई टैप टैप में।
9 बार मरा हूं क्लोव के साथ।
एक और टेडियम लगा दे, क्लोज करा लगा देते एक और टेडियम करते।
हम सोचा था ये पीयू वाला खरीद ले क्या फैंटम, हम बोला ना बेकार।
पीयूपी वाला फैंटम? कौन सा फैंटम? नेपच्यून कौन सा है भाई?
नेपच्यून जो अभी आया पानी वाला।
अच्छा वो मत ले।
हीलिक्स ठीक है पर बोल ना प्राइम है ये दोनों से जो आएगा ले।
अबे हीलिक्स पूरा प्राइम से भी मस्त चलता, वो बेटा पूरा समझ लो ये है, क्या बोलता है उसको, वैंडल है वो। जब चलता है हीलिक्स।
मैच फाउंड।
अरे चलाया ना, हमको पता है कैसा चल रहा है, पूरा सीधा चलता है वो, पूरा फील आएगा तेरे को कि प्राइम एंड। इसलिए तो बंदा वो इक्विप करके खेल रहा है आजकल। कस्बा वाला मैप में प्रॉब्लम क्या है मालूम है? बंदा 20 से आने लगता है, जैसे राइट लेफ्ट मार खाता ना सबको 20 से आने शॉर्टकट में, और उसमें भाई मैप कंट्रोल चल जाता है। सेम गेम में सेम चीज है, स्टार्ट इसमें भी कोई भी कॉम्पी में खेलेगा, बीच मैप में कंट्रोल ले लिया, बस फंस जाएगा पूरा बंदा। और एक बार कोई बंदा वो चक्कर में मार खाना चालू है ना, वो हमेशा मार खाएगा। जैसे हम जब तक लेफ्ट पे था, हम गेको के साथ हम मार रहा था, किल निकल रहा था। जैसे राइट किया कंट्रोल लेने, नहीं हम मिड किया ना, मतलब लेफ्ट साइड से मिड कंट्रोल लेता तो सही था। जैसे हम पूरा राइड किया भाई, पूरा मरा, खाली मरा, हर बार मरे। कहाँ से आ रहा क्लू पता नहीं चल रहा, मार के जा रहा, पीछे हट रहे तो कोई और मार के जा रहे, नियॉन कोई जेट वगैरह को।
Reloading.
Let's begin.
I'm out of here. See ya.
That's a good spot. There they are.
Listen up. Parasite.
Ultimate orb spawning.
भाई बहुत मार रहा भाई। अरे साला कमीना, देखा 3-3 4-4 बंदा आने लग गया।
Do better.
10 seconds until stage change.
Bye-bye.
Stage 2.
Reloading.
So long.
ला हिलती है
That's three.
I'm out of here.
That works. I have them.
अरे यार 145 3 गोली में बिल्ड बचा दिया
127 में कैसे बचे
Adieu. My ult is ready.
भाई 110 आओ
They are so dead.
10 seconds until stage change. Stage 3.
Suck it, I'm out of here.
Here we go. Get wrecked.
It's you and me.
अरे यार साला 130 दिया बुलडॉग लेके ऐसे आना मेरे को अल्ट पे लेने के लिए क्या दिमाग
Coming through. Go, go, go. Reloading. Gotta go. Satchel out. Gotta go. Reloading.
अरे साला पीछे से मार रहा है पीछे से मार रहा है लेफ्ट से बंदा पुश कर रहा है
New stage in 10.
Careful there.
Go, go, go. Reloading. I'm out of here.
Final stage.
Nice try. Gotta go.
भाई किधर किधर देखे अब राइट कंट्रोल हो गया
You want to play? Let's play.
लेफ्ट पे 2 बंदा राइट पे 2 बंदा एक बंदा जेट मिड पे खेल रहा है इजी गेम प्ले
Careful there.
Blocking sight.
भाई हमको राइट जाना होगा मान बहुत कंट्रोल चल गया मरना चालू हो गया मेरा
Teleport's ready.
आठ बे हील चाहिए था
Charge your ults.
मरना चालू हो गया तुम
Go, go.
Reloading. It's
Ah,
you
तबे।
and me.
मिड पे क्लर्क कर रहा है इसो या कोई करवा क्या मतलब दो बंदा एक साथ है मिड से आना होगा
एक बात बता ये स्पैम लेके मेरे को स्किप
अबे 3 बंदा लैपटॉप क्या तरह का मिड से
Get out of my way.
देख रहा 5 गोली मेरे को देना मारा 177 डैमेज नहीं हो रहा कंट्रोल चल गया पूरा पता है प्रॉब्लम क्या है कोई मिड नहीं जा रहा लेफ्ट से मिड जाएगा ना अंदर और टॉप कंट्रोल ले लेगा ना खत्म हो जाएगा
15 kills remaining.
My ult's ready.
That's a bit strange. My ult is ready.
Go, go, go! I'm out of here.
10 kills to go.
3 बनता फिर से राइट से मारा
I'm out of here. Stay down.
They are so dead.
Go, go, go.
The hunt begins. Kills left.
टीपी नहीं मारता। अबे अपना बंदा मर रहा है देखना। जेट कितना मरा देखो।
Reloading. Cutting their vision. This way.
मर गया लास्ट में। मर गया लास्ट में। हम मरा लास्ट में। खत्म हुआ तो हम ही मरा लास्ट पे। है ना 7 असिस्ट। चल कोई नहीं, कल खेलते हैं, करेंगे। बाय, गुड नाइट। Anyway guys, आज के लिए बस इतना ही। I hope you guys have enjoyed the matches. मजा आया तो लाइक एंड सब्सक्राइब जरूर करना। We are close to 500 subscribers. होप था कि यार ये स्ट्रीम में 500 सब्सक्राइबर हो जाएगा, बट अनफॉर्चुनेटली नहीं हुआ। तो मे भी कल देखते हैं, कल स्ट्रीम करेंगे कि नहीं, कोई श्योर नहीं है, लेकिन फिर भी ट्राई करें हम लोग स्ट्रीम करने का। और कल प्लीज़ 7 सब्सक्राइबर चाहिए। डोंट फॉरगेट टू हिट द सब्सक्राइब बटन। तब तक के लिए बाय बाय, गुड नाइट।